The shrine at Shiloh sat in the hill country of Ephraim like a wound that would not close. The tabernacle had stood there for generations, the great tent carried out of the wilderness, now gray and permanent-looking, its courtyard worn smooth by the sandaled feet of pilgrims who came from all across the tribal territories to offer their sacrifices, weep their private weeping, and make their bargains with the divine. By the middle of the 11th century, before the Common Era, in the years the later tradition would place around 1050 and the decades before it, the shrine at Shiloh was the closest thing the people of Israel had to a center. It was not much of a center. The priest who administered it was a slow, heavy old man named Eli, nearly blind, whose 2 sons were stealing the meat offerings before the fat was burned, and sleeping with the women who served at the entrance to the tent. The nation around the shrine was fracturing along its tribal seams, losing wars it should have won, winning wars that produced nothing but more bodies to bury. Every few years a deliverer arose, a judge, a strong man or woman raised up to drive back whichever neighboring power had ground the people down that particular cycle, and then the deliverer died, and the cycle began again. The arrangement was not working. Everyone with eyes could see it was not working. The question was what, exactly, to do instead. The answer, when it came, would take the form of a king. But before the king, the story needed a prophet. And before the prophet, a woman wept so hard that a priest thought she was drunk. Her name was Hannah. She was the favorite wife of a man named Elkanah, which in that world meant she was the wife who received double portions at the sacred feasts and singular devotion the rest of the year. And in that same world, it meant that the other wife, a woman named Peninnah, had given Elkanah children, while Hannah had given him nothing. Year after year they made the pilgrimage to Shiloh. Year after year Peninnah sharpened her cruelty to a fine edge, as people who feel themselves displaced by someone else's beauty and status often do. And year after year Hannah sat before the tent of meeting, with her face down and her shoulders shaking and nothing to show for any of it. The year the story turns on, Hannah got up from the meal and walked into the shrine and began to pray with the kind of intensity that strips away all dignity and all self-consciousness. Moving her lips without making a sound, her whole body involved in the conversation she was having with God. She vowed that if she were given a son, the son would be given back. He would be a Nazirite, set apart, his hair uncut, no wine would ever cross his lips, his whole life consecrated to the service of the divine, before he had lived a single day of it. Old Eli was sitting on the seat beside the doorpost, watching her. He reached his verdict quickly. The woman was drunk. He told her so, with the weary irritation of a man who had seen too much, expecting too little. Hannah lifted her face and told him she was not drunk. She was a woman of a sorrowful spirit, she said, and she had been pouring out her soul before the Lord. Something in that reply worked on Eli. He sent her away with a blessing. "May the God of Israel grant what you have asked of him." And Hannah wiped her face and went back to eat. And the text notes with the terseness that is one of the oldest literature's most devastating techniques that her countenance was no longer sad. The boy born to her the following year she named Samuel, which she explained as meaning she had asked him of the Lord. When he was weaned, somewhere around his 3rd year, she brought him back to Shiloh and handed him to Eli, reminding the old priest that she had made a promise. Then she sang. The song Hannah sang that day is one of the most extraordinary pieces of verse in the ancient world, a poem about reversals, about the high being brought low and the low being lifted, about the hungry being filled with good things while the full go empty. It contains almost all the theology the rest of the story will spend centuries trying to articulate. But at the time she sang it, it was just a mother's song of gratitude, and the small boy she left behind in the dim and smoky shrine probably did not understand a word of it. Samuel grew up in the house of God. He ministered before the Lord, the text says, wearing a little linen ephod, the garment of a priest, and each year his mother brought him a new robe, cut large enough to grow into. Eli's sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were destroying whatever sanctity the place still held. They were taking the prime cuts of the sacrificed animals for themselves before the fat was offered to God, which inverted the entire logic of what sacrifice was supposed to mean. The gift to the divine being subordinated to the appetite of the minister. They were sleeping with the women who served at the entrance. Eli knew. He rebuked them, mildly, in the way that loving fathers who cannot bring themselves to be hard enough sometimes do. The text says he honored his sons above God. The sons did not listen to their father. They would not have listened to anyone. The structure of corruption had hardened around them, and they had come to believe that the structure was the world itself, that it could not be otherwise. A man of God came to Eli with a message. The message was that Eli's line would be cut off, that both his sons would die on the same day, that the priesthood would be given to a faithful man who would do what was in God's heart and mind. It was a comprehensive and specific condemnation, and Eli received it the way very old men who have known the weight of their own failures tend to receive such things, without visible protest. He did not argue. He did not try to intercede. He may have known it was already too late, or he may have simply been too tired. The night that followed this encounter was the night everything changed. Samuel was lying down in the temple, near the ark of God, in the hour before dawn. A voice called his name. He ran to Eli, assuming the old man had called for him. Eli had not. He sent the boy back to bed. The voice called again. Samuel went to Eli again. Eli sent him back again. The third time this happened, Eli understood. He told the boy that if the voice called again, Samuel should say, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening." The voice called a fourth time. Samuel said what Eli had told him to say. What Samuel heard next was devastating and precise. God told him that he was about to do something that would make everyone who heard of it feel the ringing in their ears. That is the bodily response to hearing something almost too terrible to process. The house of Eli was condemned. The iniquity of Eli's sons would not be atoned for by sacrifice or offering. It was the word of judgment that the man of God had already delivered, confirmed now in the hearing of the boy who slept next to the ark, confirmed again so that no one, not Eli, not Hophni, not Phinehas, and not Israel, could claim they had not been warned. Samuel lay still until morning. Then he opened the doors of the temple, which was his job, and he was afraid to tell Eli what he had heard. Eli asked. Eli insisted, calling down the worst he could imagine on the boy if Samuel hid anything from him. Samuel told him everything. Eli's response was 4 words, or their Hebrew equivalent. He is the Lord. Let him do what seems good to him. It is one of the great moments of submission in the ancient record, and one of the saddest. The old man had made his peace, or something that looked enough like peace that no one could tell the difference. Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and all Israel from Dan in the far north to Beersheba in the south came to know that Samuel had been established as a prophet of the Lord. The word of the Lord was rare in those days, the text has told us. It would not be rare much longer. The catastrophe came from outside before it finished coming from within. The Philistines, the people of the coastal plain, the people who worked iron when Israel still worked bronze, gathered their forces and marched against Israel at a place called Aphek in the Sharon plain near the foothills. The battle went badly. 4,000 Israelite soldiers died in the initial engagement. The elders of Israel, sitting among the bodies and trying to understand what had gone wrong, asked why the Lord had struck them down before the Philistines that day, and then answered their own question. Bring the ark of the covenant from Shiloh. If the ark comes into the camp, God himself will come with it. The ark arrived. The men of Israel gave a shout so great that the earth shook, and the Philistines, who heard the shout from their camp across the field and knew what it meant, told each other that God had come into the camp of the Hebrews, that this was the God who had struck Egypt with every kind of plague in the wilderness. They said, "Woe to us," but they did not run. They told each other to be strong and fight. The Philistines understood the stakes more clearly than the Israelites did. The Israelites thought the ark was a weapon. The Philistines thought it might be, and so fought harder. The Israelites lost 30,000 foot soldiers that day. Hophni and Phinehas were killed in the fighting, just as had been promised, and the ark was taken. A man from the tribe of Benjamin ran the distance from the battlefield to Shiloh, with his clothes torn and dust on his head, the ancient signals of catastrophe. Eli was sitting on his seat beside the road, watching, waiting, his heart trembling for the ark of God. When the man reached the city and cried out the news, the whole city cried out in response. Eli was 98 years old and nearly blind. He heard the outcry and asked what the noise meant. Someone ran to him and told him, "Israel has fled before the Philistines. The army suffered a great defeat. Your 2 sons are dead, and the ark of God has been captured." It was the last piece of news that broke Eli. When the man mentioned the ark, Eli fell backward off his seat, broke his neck, and died. The text adds that he was heavy. It is the kind of detail that stays with you, the weight of the man in the moment of his fall, the heaviness of everything he had failed to prevent. The ark's subsequent journey through Philistine territory is one of the stranger episodes in the ancient record, and one that sits with a kind of deadpan comedy beside the surrounding horror. The Philistines carried the ark to the city of Ashdod and set it up in the temple of their god Dagon, which was the ancient world's version of a trophy cabinet. One god's capture symbolizing another god's defeat. The next morning, Dagon was found face down on the ground before the ark. They propped him back up. The morning after that, Dagon was face down again, and this time his head and both his hands had broken off at the threshold. The text notes that this is why the priests of Dagon do not step on the threshold of Dagon's temple to this day. Even catastrophe has its explanatory footnotes. The hand of the Lord, the text says, was heavy on the people of Ashdod. A plague broke out, in forms the text describes in ways that later translators would find variously embarrassing and ambiguous, but that most readings agree involved tumors and mice and significant suffering. The Philistine lords convened a council. They sent the ark to Gath. Gath broke out in tumors. They sent it to Ekron. The people of Ekron cried out that they had brought the ark to them to kill them and their people, and there was a deadly panic throughout the whole city because the hand of God was very heavy on it. After 7 months, the Philistines called their priests and diviners and asked what to do, and the answer involved a new cart, 2 milk cows that had never been yoked, and 5 golden tumors and 5 golden mice. The cart was built. The cows were hitched to it without being directed. The cows went straight to Beth Shemesh, lowing as they went, not turning to the right or to the left. The Philistine lords followed them to the border and then stood and watched the ark disappear into Israelite territory, which must have been one of the more peculiar moments in the long diplomatic history of the Levantine coast. The ark came to rest at Kiriath Jearim, where it would stay for 20 years, neglected, in the house of a man named Abinadab on the hill. 20 years is a long time. Long enough for Samuel to become the dominant figure in Israelite life, the judge and prophet and priest who moved in a circuit between Bethel, Gilgal, and Mizpah, administering justice at each stop and returning each year to his home at Ramah, where he also administered justice because he had built an altar there. Long enough also for the question of what Israel would do next to become the question that could no longer be avoided. Samuel gathered all Israel at Mizpah and led a great revival, a moment of national repentance in which the people put away the foreign gods, the Baals and the Astartes that had accumulated in the years of syncretism and cultural compromise, and declared that they served the Lord alone. The Philistines heard about the gathering and marched on Mizpah. The Israelites were terrified and asked Samuel not to stop crying out to the Lord for them. Samuel offered a burnt offering. The Lord thundered against the Philistines, threw them into confusion, and Israel routed them as far as below Beth-kar. Samuel set up a stone and named it Ebenezer, a word meaning stone of help. saying that thus far the Lord had helped Israel. The Philistines were subdued during Samuel's lifetime, and the cities they had taken were restored to Israel, and there was peace with the Amorites as well. Samuel grew old. His sons did not follow in his ways. He had given them the judgeships at Beersheba, and they had made themselves wealthy by taking bribes and perverting justice. It is one of the saddest repetitions in the whole record. The man who had grown up watching Eli's sons corrupt the priesthood had done nothing to prevent his own sons from corrupting the judgeship. Perhaps he was blind to it, as Eli had been blind. Perhaps he chose not to look too hard at what he might see. The elders of Israel gathered at Ramah and did not soften the verdict. Samuel was old, his sons did not follow his ways, and they wanted a king to judge them like all the nations. The phrase, like all the nations, should have alarmed anyone who knew what Israel was supposed to be, and Samuel was a man who knew better than most. He was displeased. He prayed. And God's response to his prayer is one of the most remarkable divine speeches in ancient literature, remarkable for its mixture of wounded dignity, theological precision, and what might almost be described as resignation. The Lord told Samuel, "Listen to all that the people are saying to you. It is not you they have rejected, but me. This is what they have been doing since the day I brought them up out of Egypt, forsaking me and serving other gods. They are doing to you what they have always done to me. Now listen to them. But warn them solemnly," the Lord said, "and let them know what the king who will reign over them will do." Samuel warned them. He told them, in a speech so prescient, it reads almost like a satirical pamphlet written from inside the institution it is describing, exactly what a king would cost. The king would take their sons for his armies, his chariots, his horsemen, his running men. He would take their daughters as perfumers and cooks and bakers. He would take the best of their fields and vineyards and olive orchards and give them to his servants. He would take 1/10 of their grain and their vineyards. He would take their male and female servants and the best of their young men and their donkeys and put them to work. He would take 1/10 of their flocks. And they, the people, would become his slaves. And in that day they would cry out because of their king, and the Lord would not answer them in that day. The people refused to listen to Samuel. They said, "No, we want a king over us. We want to be like all the nations, with a king to judge us and go out before us and fight our battles." The Lord said to Samuel, "Listen to them. Give them a king." So Samuel dismissed them, each man to his own city, and began the task of finding what they had asked for. The man God had in mind was already on his way to Samuel without knowing it, following a pair of lost donkeys through the hill country of Ephraim, running out of patience and bread, about to give up and turn back for home. His name was Saul. He was the son of a man named Kish from the tribe of Benjamin, and Benjamin was the smallest of the 12 tribes, which would matter in a moment, and Kish was described as a man of wealth, which would matter less. What mattered about Saul at this point was simpler. He was a head taller than anyone else in Israel. He was handsome in the way that made people watch him walk across a courtyard without meaning to, and he was mild-mannered to the point of passivity, the kind of person who absorbs instruction well and makes a first impression so favorable that the second impression, when it eventually arrives, surprises everyone. The donkeys of his father had been lost for 3 days. Kish sent Saul with a servant to find them. They passed through the hill country of Ephraim, through the territory of Shalishah, through the land of Shalim, and through the land of the Benjaminites without finding the donkeys. When they reached the land of Zuph, Saul told his servant to turn back, that his father would stop worrying about the donkeys and start worrying about them. The servant had a better idea. He knew that nearby was a man of God, a man held in honor, a man whose every word came true. Perhaps this man could tell them which way they should go. Saul pointed out that they had no gift to bring such a man, and then discovered that his servant had 1/4 of a shekel of silver, which was enough. The kind of accident that turns out to be not an accident at all. The day before Saul arrived, the Lord had told Samuel something specific. At this time tomorrow I will send you a man from the land of Benjamin. You are to anoint him ruler over my people Israel. He will deliver my people from the hand of the Philistines." When Saul came up to Samuel in the gateway of the town, God spoke again. "This is the man I spoke to you about. He will govern my people." Saul did not know any of this. He walked up to Samuel and asked him the way to the seer's house. Samuel told him, "I am the seer." And then everything that followed happened very quickly, the way the moments that change everything tend to happen, without enough ceremony to mark their importance. Samuel told Saul not to worry about the donkeys, they had been found. He told Saul that all the desire of Israel was turned toward him and his father's family. Saul was bewildered in the way that modest people with genuinely low self-image tend to be when something enormous is being pointed at them. He pointed out that he was from Benjamin, the smallest tribe, and that his family was the least of all the families of the tribe of Benjamin. Why was Samuel saying this to him? Samuel sat him down at the head of the 30 guests, and gave him the best portion of the meat that had been set aside. And the next morning, when they left together for the edge of the city, Samuel poured a flask of olive oil on Saul's head, kissed him, and said, "Has not the Lord anointed you ruler over his inheritance?" He gave Saul signs to watch for on the way home, 3 of them, each confirming that the anointing had taken place by divine instruction and not human impulse. 2 men would tell him the donkeys had been found. 3 men going up to Bethel would give him 2 loaves of bread. And at Gibeah of God, a procession of prophets would be coming down from the high place with harps and tambourines and flutes and lyres, and the Spirit of the Lord would come on Saul powerfully, and he would prophesy with them, and he would be changed into a different person. All 3 signs came true in order before Saul reached home. The transformation at Gibeah was visible enough that people who knew Saul began asking each other, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" The question became a saying that outlived everyone who had originally asked it. The public selection happened at Mizpah, where Samuel assembled all Israel. He walked them through the logic of what was about to happen. You asked for a king. You rejected the God who had saved you from Egypt and from all your calamities and distresses. You said, "No, set a king over us." So now present yourselves before the Lord, tribe by tribe. The casting of lots began. It worked inward through the concentric circles of tribal structure. The tribe of Benjamin was taken, then the clan of Matri within Benjamin, then the family of Kish, and then the name of Saul, the son of Kish, fell from the lot. They looked for him. He was not there. The Lord was consulted directly. "Has the man come here yet?" The Lord said, "He has hidden himself among the baggage." They ran and brought him out. He stood among the people, and he was a head taller than any of them, just as he had been when this all began, and just as he would continue to be for the rest of his life, which was one of his defining features, and possibly one of his problems, the way he looked like a king before anyone had determined whether he had the inward qualities the outward appearance promised. Samuel presented him to the people. He said, "Do you see the man the Lord has chosen? There is no one like him among all the people." The people shouted, "Long live the king!" Samuel explained the rights and duties of kingship, wrote them in a scroll, and deposited the scroll before the Lord. Then he dismissed everyone to their own homes. Saul went home to Gibeah, accompanied by warriors whose hearts God had moved. But some troublemakers said, "How can this fellow save us?" They despised him and brought him no gifts. Saul kept silent. He had been king for perhaps 2 weeks, and he already knew something about how to survive the early days of a reign. You let some things go. The crisis that proved him came from the east. Nahash the Ammonite king marched up and besieged Jabesh-Gilead, a town in the Transjordan. The men of Jabesh asked for terms. Nahash told them his terms. He would make a treaty with them if he were allowed to gouge out the right eye of every man in the city as a disgrace upon all Israel. The elders of Jabesh asked for 7 days to send messengers through all the territory of Israel. If no one came to rescue them, they would surrender. Messengers reached Gibeah of Saul and told the people the news. The people wept. Saul was coming in from the field behind his oxen when he heard the weeping and asked what was wrong. When they told him, the Spirit of God came on him in force, and his anger burned. He took a pair of oxen, cut them into pieces, and sent the pieces throughout all the territory of Israel with the message, "This is what will be done to the oxen of whoever does not follow Saul and Samuel into battle." The fear of the Lord fell on the people. They came out as one man, 300,000 from Israel and 30,000 from Judah, two numbers that were very probably rounded into legend in the telling, but whose point is directional. The response was overwhelming and immediate. Saul sent word to Jabesh-Gilead, "Tomorrow, by the time the sun is hot, you will be rescued." The men of Jabesh told Nahash, "Tomorrow we will come out to you, and you can do to us whatever seems good to you." The morning came. Saul's forces struck the Ammonites in 3 columns in the morning watch, the last dark hours before dawn, and slaughtered them until the survivors were so scattered that no 2 of them were left together. After the victory, some of the people suggested settling old scores. "Who said Saul should not reign over us? Bring them out, and we will put them to death." Saul refused, and in this refusal showed more grace than most men would have managed in the immediate aftermath of total military triumph. He said, "No one shall be put to death today, for today the Lord has worked rescue in Israel." There was magnanimity in it, and also political wisdom, the two being less distinct in a newly made king than they might later become. Samuel called the people to Gilgal to renew the kingdom. They sacrificed fellowship offerings, and all Israel rejoiced greatly. Then Samuel addressed the people in a speech that managed to be both a farewell and an accusation, the formal withdrawal of the judge era and the formal beginning of the king era, conducted by the one person who understood the full weight of what was being transferred. He said, "I am old and gray, and my sons are here with you. I have been your leader from my youth until this day. Here I stand. Testify against me in the presence of the Lord and his anointed. Whose ox have I taken? Whose donkey have I taken? Whom have I cheated? Whom have I oppressed? From whose hand have I accepted a bribe to make me shut my eyes? If I have done any of these things, I will make it right." The people said, "You have not cheated or oppressed us. You have not taken anything from anyone's hand." Samuel called them to account anyway, reciting the full history of the deliverances, and ended with this, "If you fear the Lord and serve him, and obey his voice, and do not rebel against the commandment of the Lord, and if both you and the king who reigns over you will follow the Lord your God, good. But if you do not obey the voice of the Lord, then the hand of the Lord will be against you, as it was against your fathers. Now see this great thing the Lord will do before your eyes." It was the dry season. Samuel called on the Lord to send thunder and rain. The Lord sent thunder and rain that day, which in any agricultural society is terrifying enough, but in a desert country in the dry months is a sign of something considerably beyond weather. All the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. They cried out to Samuel, "Pray to the Lord your God for your servants, that we may not die. We have added to all our sins this evil of asking for a king for ourselves." Samuel told them not to be afraid. He told them not to turn away from the Lord, to serve him with all their heart. He told them that the Lord would not abandon his people for his great name's sake. And then he told them the one thing they most needed to understand and least wanted to hear. "Far be it from me that I should sin against the Lord by failing to pray for you. I will instruct you in the way that is good and right. But if you persist in doing evil, both you and your king will perish." It was a conditional covenant, written in lightning and rain, accepted in terror, and immediately tested. In the 2nd year of Saul's reign, he chose 3,000 men of Israel. 2,000 were with him at Michmash in the hill country of Bethel, and 1,000 were with his son Jonathan at Gibeah of Benjamin. Jonathan attacked the Philistine garrison at Geba and killed the Philistine commander there, and the Philistines heard about it, which is the diplomatic way of saying that the situation immediately became incandescent. Saul had the trumpet blown throughout all the land. Let the Hebrews hear. He wanted Israel to know what Jonathan had done, and he wanted the Philistines to know that Israel had deliberately provoked them. The provocation worked in every intended direction, and several unintended ones. The Philistines assembled to fight Israel. 30,000 chariots, 6,000 horsemen, and soldiers as numerous as the sand on the seashore, the text says, which is the way ancient armies are described, when the point is not accuracy but awe. They came up and camped at Michmash, east of Bethaven. Israel was in trouble. The Israelites saw what they were up against, and hid in caves and thickets and among the rocks, in cellars and cisterns, or crossed the Jordan to the lands of Gad and Gilead. Those who remained with Saul were quaking. Saul waited at Gilgal for Samuel, who had said he would come within 7 days to offer burnt offerings and make supplication and tell Saul what to do next. 7 days passed. Samuel did not come. The troops began slipping away, one by one, and then in groups, until what had been an army was becoming a remnant. Saul made the decision that would define his kingship, and in a very real sense ended almost before it had begun. He offered the burnt offering himself. The moment he finished, Samuel arrived. Saul went out to meet him. Samuel asked, "What have you done?" Saul's answer was the answer of a man who is both genuinely rationalizing and genuinely frightened. The explanation of someone who has done something they know was wrong and is compressing several real pressures into a justification that sounds reasonable until Samuel speaks again. Saul said, "I saw that the men were scattering from me, that you had not come by the appointed time, that the Philistines were assembling at Michmash. I thought, now the Philistines will come down against me at Gilgal, and I have not sought the favor of the Lord. So I felt compelled to offer the burnt offering." Samuel heard him out. Then Samuel said, "You have done a foolish thing. You have not kept the command the Lord your God gave you. If you had, the Lord would have established your kingdom over Israel for all time. But now your kingdom will not endure. The Lord has sought out a man after his own heart, and appointed him ruler of his people, because you have not kept the Lord's command." Samuel went from Gilgal up to Gibeah in Benjamin, and Saul counted the men with him. About 600. The word "about" does a great deal of work in that sentence. 600 men, somewhere in the hill country, facing a Philistine army that had spread out in 3 raiding columns. And the Israelite forces were almost entirely without iron weapons, because the Philistines had maintained their monopoly on ironworking and would not allow Israelite smiths to operate. Not a single sword or spear could be found in the hands of any of the soldiers with Saul and Jonathan. Only Saul and Jonathan themselves had iron blades. Jonathan, who was the kind of young man who moves toward danger the way other people move away from it, said to his armor-bearer one morning, "Come on, let us cross over to the Philistines' outpost on the other side." He did not tell his father. He led his armor-bearer up through a rocky ravine and said, "If they say to us, 'Wait there until we come to you,' we will stay where we are. But if they say, 'Come up to us,' we will climb up, because that will be the Lord's sign that he has given them into our hands." The Philistines at the outpost looked down and saw 2 men climbing toward them and said, "Come up to us, and we will teach you a lesson." Jonathan told his armor-bearer, "The Lord has given them into the hands of Israel." They climbed up on their hands and feet, which is the detail that makes the image specific, the scrambling, undignified reality of it, and attacked. Jonathan struck down about 20 men in perhaps half an acre of ground, and then a trembling, the word the text uses for a panic so physical it feels seismic, spread through the whole Philistine army. The outpost, the field, all the people, the raiding parties, the garrison, even the earth itself seemed to tremble with it. Saul's watchmen in Gibeah saw the Philistine camp in turmoil and men running everywhere. Saul mustered his forces and found that Jonathan and his armor-bearer were gone. He called for the ark, intending to inquire of God, and then, in the noise and confusion of the moment, changed his mind and said, "Withdraw your hand." His forces moved up to the battle. The Philistines were in complete confusion, striking each other with their swords. Israelites who had hidden in the hill country came out. Those who had crossed the Jordan came back. The Lord rescued Israel that day, and the battle passed beyond Bethaven. But Saul, who had the instinct of the commander to press every advantage, and the less obviously useful instinct of the commander to issue orders that sound decisive, had bound the people under an oath that day. "Cursed is anyone who eats before evening, before I have avenged myself on my enemies." So none of the people ate anything, even as they moved through woodland where honey was dripping from the honeycombs and running along the ground, because they feared the oath. Jonathan, who had not been present when his father made the declaration, reached out his staff, dipped it into a honeycomb, and ate. His eyes brightened immediately, the text says, the way the eyes of someone desperately hungry will brighten when they eat. Someone told him what his father had made the people swear. Jonathan's response was direct. "My father has made trouble for the country. See how my eyes brightened when I ate a little of this honey. How much better it would have been if the people had eaten today from the plunder they took from their enemies. Would not the slaughter of the Philistines have been even greater?" It was a reasonable military observation. It was also the declaration of a man who did not know he had just become the protagonist of a crisis of loyalty that would haunt the rest of his father's reign. That evening, the people seized the Philistine plunder and slaughtered sheep, cattle, and calves on the ground, eating them with the blood, which violated the law forbidding the consumption of blood. Saul was told that the people were sinning against the Lord. He ordered a large stone rolled to him, and the animals butchered over it properly. Then he built his first altar to the Lord, at that place, which the text notes almost in passing, as though the first altar of the reign were a minor administrative detail rather than what it was. A man trying very late in the day to get back to a foundation he had started straying from. He inquired of God about pursuing the Philistines further. No answer came. Saul said, "Something has gone wrong. Something has happened." He called a formal investigation, drawing lots to determine where the sin lay, tribe against tribe, his household against the rest. The lot identified Jonathan. Saul demanded to know what Jonathan had done. Jonathan told him plainly, "I tasted a little honey with the end of my staff. I am ready to die." Saul's response is one of the most revealing moments in the entire story. "May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if you do not die, Jonathan." The king was prepared to execute his own son, the son who had just saved the entire army over a violation of an oath Jonathan had never heard. The people intervened. They ransomed Jonathan. They said, "As the Lord lives, not a hair of his head will fall to the ground, for he did this today with God's help." So Saul did not pursue the Philistines further that day, and the battle was over, and Jonathan was alive, and everyone involved understood something essential about Saul's character, that his relationship with oaths, with honor, and with the letter of commands rather than their spirit could override his judgment of what the moment actually required. He fought on all the same. He waged war against Moab, against Ammon, against Edom, against the kings of Zobah, against the Philistines in their turn, and against the Amalekites, who had raided and harassed Israel since the wilderness. Wherever he turned, he inflicted punishment. He showed valor, and he saved Israel from the hands of those who plundered it. And the text gives him credit for this without hesitation. He was not a fool. He was not a coward. He could fight. The problem was not that he could not make a decision. The problem was the specific decisions he kept making when the most important commands were being tested. The command about the Amalekites was the most important. It came to Samuel as a direct divine instruction, relayed to Saul with total clarity. "Now go, attack the Amalekites, and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." The command was absolute. The reasoning behind it stretched back to the wilderness wandering, when the Amalekites had attacked Israel from behind during the Exodus, picking off the weak and the tired at the rear of the column. This was the reckoning for that, arriving 3 or 4 generations late, as reckonings sometimes do. Saul mustered his forces, 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 men of Judah, and attacked. He utterly destroyed the Amalekites, all their people, by the edge of the sword. But he took Agag, the Amalekite king, alive. And his men kept the best of the sheep and cattle, the fat calves and lambs, and would not destroy them. They destroyed only what was despised and weak, not the good things. The word of the Lord came to Samuel that night. "I regret that I have made Saul king, because he has turned away from me and has not carried out my instructions." The text says Samuel was angry and troubled, and that he cried out to the Lord all that night. In the morning he went to confront Saul. Saul met him at Carmel, where he had gone to set up a monument to himself, and greeted Samuel with cheerful confidence. "The Lord bless you. I have carried out the Lord's instructions." Samuel heard him and asked a question with a quality that only the very specific and very deliberate kind of question can have. "What then is this bleating of sheep in my ears? What is this lowing of cattle that I hear?" Saul explained. "The soldiers had spared the best sheep and cattle from the Amalekites to sacrifice to the Lord your God. Everything else they had totally destroyed." The personal pronoun in that sentence, "the Lord your God," rather than "the Lord our God," was either careless or revealing, and Samuel was too precise a man to miss it. He told Saul to stop. He told him that the Lord had anointed him king over Israel, and that the Lord had sent him on a mission, and that the mission had been to totally destroy those wicked people. "Why did you not obey the Lord? Why did you pounce on the plunder and do evil in the eyes of the Lord?" Saul said, "But I did obey the Lord." He repeated his account. He had gone on the mission he had been sent. He had brought back Agag. He had devoted the Amalekites to destruction. The soldiers had taken the plunder, sheep, and cattle, the best of what was devoted to God, to sacrifice to the Lord your God at Gilgal. He said your God again. Samuel delivered the verdict that the rest of the story would turn on. One of the most quoted sentences in the ancient theological literature. Does the Lord delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as much as in obeying the Lord? To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. For rebellion is like the sin of divination, and arrogance like the evil of idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has rejected you as king." Saul said finally what he should have said from the beginning. "I have sinned. I violated the Lord's command and your instructions. I was afraid of the people, and so I gave in to them. Now I beg you, forgive my sin and come back with me, so that I may worship the Lord." It was a real confession, and a tactical one simultaneously, the kind of admission that is genuine in its feeling, but strategic in its timing. Samuel told him, "I will not go back with you. You have rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord has rejected you as king over Israel." As Samuel turned to leave, Saul caught the hem of his robe, and it tore. Samuel said, "The Lord has torn the kingdom of Israel from you today, and has given it to one of your neighbors, to one better than you." The glory of Israel does not lie or change his mind, for he is not a human being, that he should change his mind. Saul asked one more time, "I have sinned, but please honor me before the elders of my people and before Israel. Come back with me, so that I may worship the Lord your God." Samuel went back with him, and Saul worshipped the Lord. Then Samuel said, "Bring me Agag, king of the Amalekites." Agag came to him in chains, saying, "Surely the bitterness of death is past." Samuel cut him down with his own sword at Gilgal, in pieces, in front of the assembled people, and said, "As your sword has made women childless, so will your mother be childless among women." It was not an execution. It was an execution carried out by a prophet, with the fury of a judge who has been made to do what a king should have done, and the distinction mattered to Samuel in a way it evidently had not mattered to Saul. Samuel went home to Ramah. He never went to see Saul again for the rest of his life. He mourned for Saul. The Lord told Samuel to stop mourning because he had rejected Saul as king of Israel. The grief was genuine. The order to move forward was also genuine. Both things were true at the same time, as the most important things tend to be. The Lord regretted making Saul king. The word the Hebrew uses for this, the word that is usually rendered regret or repent, is the word that describes a change of course, a turning, a decision that things must go differently. It is the same word used when the God of the flood narrative looks at the earth and is grieved. It is the language of a relationship that has not gone the way it was supposed to go, and the responsibility for that divergence is being laid at the feet of the man who was asked to do one thing and could not quite manage it. Saul had been given a kingdom at a moment when a kingdom was itself a concession to human stubbornness, and he had run it in a way that confirmed every concern the divine voice had raised in its conversation with Samuel at Ramah. He had kept the best of the Amalekite spoil. He had offered the sacrifice himself rather than waiting. He had made the oath about the honey without thinking about Jonathan. He was not monstrous. He was not wicked in the way that the kings who come later will be wicked. He was a man who consistently chose the expedient thing when a harder, less popular, less immediately strategic thing was being required of him, and the cumulative weight of those small choices had added up to a judgment. The Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul. In its place came something the text describes as an evil spirit from the Lord, which is one of the theologically uncomfortable phrases in the literature. The kind of phrase that later interpreters would spend centuries trying to resolve into something more comfortable. Whether it is understood as a divine withdrawal that left Saul's psychology unprotected, or as something more directly interventionist, the experiential reality in the text is consistent. Saul began to be tormented. He was seized by episodes of darkness, of irrational terror, of a raging agitation that made the people around him afraid of what he might do. His servants diagnosed the problem with the practical directness of people who deal with distress as a daily professional hazard. "Let them seek out a man who is a skilled harp player," they said. "When the evil spirit from God comes on you, he will play, and you will feel better." Saul agreed. Someone among his servants knew of a young man in Bethlehem, a son of a man named Jesse, a skilled harp player, brave, a warrior, who spoke well and was fine-looking. He was sent for. He arrived at Saul's court, bringing provisions, and stood before Saul and played, and the torment lifted. Saul loved him greatly. He made him his armor-bearer. He kept him at court. He sent word to Jesse that he wanted the young man to stay in his service. It was the beginning of a relationship so tangled with love and fear and need and destruction that it would take years and countries and armies to unravel. But from Saul's perspective, in those first days, he had simply found something that helped: a boy with a harp, a reprieve from the darkness. He did not know what he had actually let into his court. He could not have known, because the knowledge that would have told him was the private knowledge of Samuel in Ramah, who had poured oil on the head of the same young man from Bethlehem not long before, in a ceremony witnessed by no one but the harpist's father and brothers and the old prophet's own trembling hand. The darkness came and went. Some seasons Saul was as he had been, decisive and tall and capable of the generosity he had shown after Jabesh-Gilead, the grace that knew when to be merciful. Other seasons he was something else, a man who sat in his house with his spear in his hand and a cloud behind his eyes that no music could shift for long. His son Jonathan was the kind of son that fathers build kingdoms for, brave and beloved and loyal in a way that went deeper than duty. a young man whose quality was evident to everyone who met him. His daughter Merab was promised, then not given. His other daughter Michal wanted the harpist. The court at Gibeah had the atmosphere of a place where everyone is keeping a careful account of everyone else, and the accounting is going somewhere that cannot yet be named. The years moved forward. The wars continued. The Philistines pressed in from the coast. The eastern kingdoms probed the borders. Samuel died at Ramah, and all Israel assembled and mourned for him, and buried him in his house, and it was a genuine mourning, the mourning of a people who have lost the last living link to what they understood themselves to have been before the crown and its compromises, before the army and its appetites, before the court and its loyalties that bend. Saul heard the news at Gibeah. He did not have Samuel to consult. He did not have Samuel to rail against or to run from. He had only the silence where the prophet's voice had been, and his own growing conviction that the silence meant the worst. He had already tried to consult the dead. The story of the medium at Endor belongs to the last year of his life, by which time he had chased off or executed all the mediums and spiritists in the land as a gesture of religious purity, and now found himself, on the night before what he knew was the decisive battle, desperate enough to use the very things he had banned. He disguised himself and went at night with 2 men to a woman at Endor who was known to consult the dead. He asked her to bring up Samuel. The woman was understandably terrified when Samuel appeared. She screamed. She said to Saul, "Why have you deceived me? You are Saul." Saul swore to her that she would not be punished. He asked her what she saw. She described an old man wearing a robe. Saul understood and bent with his face to the ground. Samuel's voice came from wherever the dead go, and it had not softened. It said, "Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up?" Saul told him the truth without flinching. "I am in great distress. The Philistines are fighting against me, and God has departed from me. He no longer answers me, either by prophets or by dreams. So I have called on you to tell me what to do." Samuel's answer was exactly what Saul already knew. "The Lord has departed from you and become your enemy. The Lord has done what he predicted through me. He has torn the kingdom out of your hands and given it to one of your neighbors, to David. Because you did not obey the Lord and did not carry out his fierce wrath against the Amalekites, the Lord has done this to you today. Tomorrow you and your sons will be with me. The Lord will also give the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines." Saul fell full length on the ground. He was filled with fear. He was also physically exhausted. He had not eaten all day. The woman, who had done an extraordinary and terrifying thing at his command and watched it produce this result, came to him with a kind of practical compassion that sometimes exists in people whose work deals in extraordinary and terrifying things. She told him to eat. He refused. His servants joined the woman in urging him. He got up from the ground and sat on the bed, and she made unleavened bread and killed a calf she had fattened, and he ate, and his men ate with him, and they went out into the night. The Philistines assembled all their forces at Aphek, the same plain where the ark had been taken a generation before, where Eli's sons had died, where Israel had lost 30,000 men in a single afternoon. The Israelites camped by the spring at Jezreel, up in the valley. The Philistine lords moved their units forward in their hundreds and thousands, and at the rear came Saul and his men. The lords of the Philistines recognized Saul's soldiers and demanded to know why Israelites were marching in their company. There was a political dispute among the Philistines, concern that Saul's men might change sides in the middle of the battle, and in the end Saul's forces were dismissed from the Philistine column and sent back north while the main Philistine army marched on without them. Saul retreated north back to Jezreel. The battle came to Mount Gilboa. It was a disaster from the first engagement. The Philistines fought hard and the Israelites gave way. The fighting moved up the slopes. Saul's sons were killed: Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchi. Shua, all 3 of them, dead on the slopes of Gilboa. Jonathan, who had been loyal beyond what loyalty required, who had loved Saul with the kind of love that persists through repeated evidence that it is not quite reciprocated, died in the last battle of a war that his father had made inevitable 10 years before at Gilgal. Saul fought on after his sons died and was hit by Philistine archers. The archers found their range, and Saul felt the arrows, and he told his armor-bearer to draw his sword and run him through, because he would not let these uncircumcised men run him through and mock him. His armor-bearer was terrified and would not do it. So Saul took his own sword and fell on it. When the armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he fell on his own sword and died with him. On that day, Saul and his 3 sons and his armor-bearer and all his men died together. The Israelites, on the other side of the valley and across the Jordan, saw that their army had fled, and that Saul and his sons were dead, and they abandoned their towns and fled as well. The Philistines came and occupied those towns. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the dead, they found Saul and his 3 sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. They cut off his head and stripped him of his armor, and sent word throughout the land of the Philistines to proclaim the news in the temple of their idols and among their people. They put his armor in the temple of the Astartes. They fastened his body to the wall of Bethshan. The men of Jabesh-Gilead heard what the Philistines had done to Saul. The city he had saved on the first day of his reign, the people he had rescued from Nahash and his proposed mutilations, heard that their deliverer was nailed to a wall 40 miles to the northwest. All the valiant men of Jabesh-Gilead journeyed through the night and took the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Bethshan and brought them to Jabesh, where they burned them. They took the bones and buried them under a tamarisk tree at Jabesh and fasted for 7 days. It was the last act of loyalty in Saul's story, and it came from the first people he had ever saved, the people who had sent their messengers out in desperate hope and found him standing in a field behind his oxen, with no idea what he was about to become. He had reigned in most accountings 40 years over Israel. He had begun as the tallest man in the room and the most genuinely modest, a man who hid among the baggage when his name was called, who said he came from the smallest tribe and the least family. He had ended his life falling on his sword on a mountain he should not have had to fight on, after a night he spent talking to a ghost who told him things he already knew. Between the hiding and the falling was a man who could fight, who could inspire, who could show mercy when mercy was what the moment required, and who could not once, not even at the end, do the thing that was being asked of him when the stakes were highest and the margin of choice was smallest. The Lord had been telling Samuel since the beginning what was coming. He had been telling Saul. Saul had known. Knowing it had not helped him. He had run toward the disaster in increments, each step small enough to justify, and all of them together forming the road to Gilboa. Israel now had its king, had tasted what a king cost, and had buried the first of them under a tamarisk tree in the city he had saved on his best day. The kingdom was not vacant long. In the hills of Judah, in the south, in a country that Saul had spent years hunting through, a man who had been anointed by the same prophet, at the same quiet ceremony that had anointed Saul, was watching the news from Gilboa arrive and beginning to calculate what came next. To understand what he was calculating, you have to go back almost 20 years to a hillside a few miles south of the village of Bethlehem, where a boy whose older brothers thought of him as an afterthought was learning how to use a sling against lions and bears because the sheep in his care could not defend themselves. He was the 8th son of a man named Jesse and grandson of a Moabite woman who had married into the family 2 generations earlier, and his place in the household was the lowest because in that world the place of the youngest was always the lowest. His father's older sons were what sons were supposed to be: tall, soldierly, useful at the things families measured. The youngest was sent out with the flocks, which was the boy work of a household that had other boys of weight. He learned the patience of sheep, which is slow. He learned the violence of predators, which is fast. He learned to sing, because a shepherd alone in the hills with nothing but animals has only his own voice to keep him company. And he grew skilled enough at the harp that his skill eventually traveled ahead of him, the way a certain kind of quiet talent sometimes does. He was handsome in a way that made his handsomeness irrelevant to him, which is the only honest kind. He had ruddy coloring and bright eyes. He was not large, not a head taller than anyone, not the kind of young man who looked like a king before anyone had decided he should be one. He was small enough that when the old prophet Samuel came to Bethlehem one day to offer a sacrifice and to ask to see Jesse's sons, Jesse did not send for the youngest. The 7 older brothers passed before the prophet, and none of them were chosen. And finally Samuel, puzzled, asked whether these were all the sons. Jesse said there remained the youngest, but he was out with the sheep. They sent for him. He came in from the pasture with his color high from walking and his hair dusty, and the prophet poured olive oil on his head in the presence of his brothers, and went back to Ramah without explaining much. The boy went back to the sheep. He did not immediately become a different person. Whatever he felt, he kept to himself, which would become one of his most characteristic and most effective habits across the whole of his life. He went on minding the flocks. He went on practicing the harp. When the summons eventually came from Gibeah, from the tormented king in the north, whose servants had heard there was a young man in Bethlehem who could play, the boy packed his harp and a few provisions and went. What he thought about during that journey, whether he suspected the invitation was part of something larger than a king's need for music, the record does not say. But the journey was short, and the first period he spent at Saul's court was short as well. The tormented spells of the king came and went, and in between them the young harper was sent back home to his sheep, the court running on its usual circuits, without much need for a Bethlehemite musician in the interim. The war that made his name began in the valley of Elah, a wide, chalk-sided depression in the Judean foothills where a stream bed ran between gentle slopes, and the armies of Israel and the armies of the Philistines could face each other for weeks without either side coming down to commit to plan. Battle. The Philistines had camped on one hill, the Israelites on the other, and between them lay a champion whose name was Goliath of Gath. He was a remarkable piece of military theater, whatever he was. The text gives his height as 6 cubits and a span, which most traditional reckonings put at something like 9 feet and 9 inches. Although an older and possibly more accurate line of manuscripts gives 4 cubits and a span, which brings him down to around 6 feet and 9 inches. Still an extraordinary height in a population whose average stature was considerably shorter than modern averages. His armor weighed 5,000 shekels of bronze. His spear shaft was like a weaver's beam. Morning and evening for 40 days, he walked down into the valley and shouted up at the Israelite line, "Choose a man to come down and fight me. If he kills me, we will become your servants. If I kill him, you will become ours." And no one came down. Saul was on the Israelite hillside. He heard the taunt each morning. He had offered great wealth, the hand of his daughter in marriage, freedom from taxation for his family, to any man in Israel who would take the challenge. Not one of the men who had sworn allegiance to him at Mizpah, not one of his regular soldiers, not his own sons, would answer. The fear in the army was the practical, undignified fear of men who have looked at the man they are being asked to kill and have done the arithmetic and have come up short. They dismayed and greatly afraid, the text says, which is a formula the ancient compilers use only when they want to convey that even the courageous were not getting out of their tents. On the 40th day, Jesse sent his youngest son with provisions for the 3 older brothers who were serving in the army. The 3 older brothers, Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah, were at the front with Saul. The 4 younger ones had stayed home. The youngest, who had been going back and forth between the sheep and the court, depending on Saul's need for music, had not been at the front that season. He arrived at the camp in the morning, left his supplies with the keeper of the baggage, and ran to the battle line to greet his brothers. And while he was talking to them, Goliath came out from the Philistine lines and shouted his usual challenge. The men of Israel fled from him in great fear, as they had been fleeing every morning for over a month. The young man was astonished. He asked the soldiers around him what would be done for the man who killed this Philistine and removed this disgrace from Israel. He asked several times. The soldiers told him several times. His eldest brother Eliab overheard him asking, and turned on him with the particular cruelty that eldest brothers keep sharpened for situations in which they feel themselves outshone. "Why did you come down here?" Eliab said, "and who did you leave those few sheep with in the wilderness? I know how conceited you are and how wicked your heart is. You came down only to watch the battle." The youngest answered with the controlled bite of someone who has had this kind of exchange many times. "Now what have I done? Can I not even speak?" Word of the questions he had been asking reached Saul. Saul sent for him. The young man stood before the king and said, "Let no one lose heart on account of this Philistine. Your servant will go and fight him." Saul pointed out the obvious. "You are only a young man, and he has been a warrior since his youth." The young man answered with a story that the text preserves at length, because it is the story of how a shepherd is trained without knowing he is being trained. He said, "Your servant has been keeping his father's sheep. When a lion or a bear came and carried off a sheep from the flock, I went after it, struck it, and rescued the sheep from its mouth. When it turned on me, I seized it by its hair, struck it, and killed it. Your servant has killed both the lion and the bear. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, because he has defied the armies of the living God. The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will deliver me from the hand of this Philistine." Saul said, "Go, and the Lord be with you." He dressed the young man in his own tunic and his own coat of armor, and put a bronze helmet on his head, which was the best armor in Israel, and which, the text notes with quiet amusement, did not fit. The young man tried to walk in it and could not. He took it all off. He took his shepherd's staff, his sling, and his bag, and he went down to the stream that ran through the valley and chose 5 smooth stones from the stream bed and put them in the pouch. He crossed the stream and walked out into the open ground to meet Goliath. Goliath saw him coming and was first puzzled and then insulted. "Am I a dog," he said, "that you come at me with sticks?" He cursed the young man by his gods. He said, "Come here, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the sky and the beasts of the field." The young man's answer is one of the most quoted speeches in the entire ancient literature, and it is worth attending to what it actually says. He said, "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand. I will strike you down and cut off your head. This very day I will give the carcasses of the Philistine army to the birds and the beasts, and the whole world will know that there is a God in Israel. All those gathered here will know that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give all of you into our hands." Then he did something that changes the whole shape of the scene. As the Philistine moved closer to attack him, he ran quickly toward the battle line to meet him. He did not wait. He did not fight defensively. He closed the distance at speed, which is what a sling needs to be effective at all. And as he ran, he took a stone from his bag, put it in the sling, whirled it, and let it fly. The stone struck Goliath in the forehead. Goliath fell face down on the ground. The young man ran the last few yards, stood over the body, drew the Philistine's own sword, and cut off his head. The Philistines saw that their hero was dead, and they broke. The Israelites and the men of Judah surged forward with a great shout and pursued them all the way to Gath and to the gates of Ekron. The dead lay scattered along the road. The men of Israel returned from chasing the Philistines and plundered their camp. The young man took the Philistine's head to Jerusalem, which at that point was still a Jebusite city outside Israelite control, and put Goliath's weapons in his own tent. Saul had asked during the fight whose son the young man was, and the captain of his army had not known. After the battle, when the young man returned with Goliath's head, Saul asked him directly. The young man answered, "I am the son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem." From that day Saul kept him with him, and did not let him return to his father's house. And the soul of Jonathan, Saul's eldest son, was knit to the soul of the young man, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. Jonathan took off the robe he was wearing and gave it to him, along with his tunic, and even his sword, his bow, and his belt. It was a gesture whose meaning anyone at court would have understood without being told. Jonathan, the heir apparent, the son who stood to inherit the kingdom, was handing over the symbols of his station to a boy from Bethlehem. Whether he meant it as a pledge, a premonition, or an act of love that had simply not counted the cost, the effect was the same. Something in the succession had already begun to shift, and everyone could feel it. The young man did well wherever Saul sent him. He was given high rank in the army, which pleased the troops and pleased Saul's officers. But as the armies were returning home after the defeat of the Philistines, the women came out from all the towns of Israel to meet Saul with singing and dancing, with joyful songs and with tambourines and lyres. And the song they sang was the song that sank itself into Saul's memory and stayed. Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands. Saul was very angry. The refrain galled him. He said to himself, "They have credited David with tens of thousands, but me with only thousands. What more can he get but the kingdom?" And from that day on, the text says, Saul kept a jealous eye on David. The tormented spells returned. When the evil spirit came on Saul, David would play the harp for him as he had always done, and Saul would hold a spear in his hand, and twice he hurled the spear at David, trying to pin him to the wall, and twice David evaded it. Saul was afraid of David, because the Lord was with David, but had departed from Saul. So he sent him away from his presence, and gave him a command over 1,000 men, and David led the troops in their campaigns, and in everything he did he had great success, because the Lord was with him. When Saul saw how successful he was afraid of him. But everyone in Israel and Judah loved David, because he led them in their campaigns. Saul proposed to give his elder daughter Merab to David as his wife, but when the time came, she was given to someone else. Then Michal, Saul's younger daughter, fell in love with David, and Saul heard of it and was pleased, because he thought, "I will give her to him, so that she may be a snare to him, and so that the hand of the Philistines may be against him." Saul asked only a bride price, no money, but 100 Philistine foreskins to take revenge on his enemies. Saul was planning for David to die at the hands of the Philistines. But David and his men went out and killed 200 Philistines, and brought the full number to the king, and David counted them out before him, so that he might become the king's son-in-law. Saul gave him his daughter Michal in marriage. Saul realized that the Lord was with David, and that his own daughter Michal loved David, and he became still more afraid of him, and he remained his enemy the rest of his days. The rest of his days were numbered from that moment. Saul told Jonathan and all his attendants that David had to be killed. Jonathan warned David and went to his father to speak for him. And Saul, who was a capable man when he was not sliding sideways into madness, listened to his son and swore that David would not be put to death. For a while that held. War with the Philistines came again. David fought with great success and killed many of them. Saul threw his spear at him again while David was playing the harp, and again David dodged the spear, and the spear stuck in the wall. David ran into the night. Michal let him down through a window in their house, and set an idol in the bed with goat's hair at the head, so that when Saul's men came to kill him in the morning, they would think he was sick and buy them time. David fled to Samuel at Ramah. Saul sent messengers, then a second group of messengers, then a third, and each group arrived at Naioth and fell into an ecstatic prophetic state and could not carry out the mission. Finally, Saul himself went, and he too fell into a prophetic state, stripped off his robes and lay naked all day and night prophesying. People said, "Is Saul also among the prophets?" It was the second time that saying had attached itself to him. David came back briefly to Jonathan and asked what his offense was, what his sin was. Jonathan could not believe his father still wanted David dead. They devised a test. David would hide in the fields for 3 days during the new moon festival, and Jonathan would listen for what his father said when David's absence was noticed. If Saul was calm, David could come back. If Saul was enraged, David had to go. They made a covenant together that day, swearing loyalty between each other and between their descendants forever. The kind of covenant that holds, even when the two men making it are already being pulled in opposite directions by circumstance. David hid in the fields. Jonathan went to the feast. Saul asked after David. Jonathan covered for him. Saul exploded at Jonathan. "You son of a perverse and rebellious woman, I know you have sided with the son of Jesse to your own shame and to the shame of the mother who bore you. As long as the son of Jesse lives on this earth, neither you nor your kingdom will be established. Send and bring him to me, for he must die." Jonathan asked why, and Saul hurled his spear at his own son. The next morning, Jonathan went out to the field where David was hiding, with a boy carrying arrows, and used the arrows and the prearranged code they had agreed on to signal that David had to flee. When the boy was sent back, the two of them met in the open field and embraced and wept together, although David wept the most. Jonathan said to David, "Go in peace. The Lord is a witness between you and me, and between your descendants and mine forever." David left. Jonathan went back to the town. It was the last time they would meet as free men in their own country. They would meet once more in the wilderness of Ziph, but in circumstances changed beyond recognition. David's flight took him first to Nob, a village where the priesthood had settled, where Ahimelech the priest received him with the trembling politeness due to a man whose status he could not quite place. David, thinking quickly and lying smoothly, told Ahimelech he was on secret business for the king and needed provisions. Ahimelech had only consecrated bread, the showbread that had been removed from the altar. He gave it to David and his men. David also asked for a weapon, any weapon. Since he had left in such haste, he had brought nothing. Ahimelech said, "There is only the sword of Goliath the Philistine, which you yourself took when you killed him in the valley of Elah. It is wrapped in a cloth behind the ephod. If you want it, take it." David said, "There is none like it. Give it to me." He took it and left. But a man named Doeg the Edomite, Saul's chief shepherd, had been present at Nob that day, and Doeg would remember. David went to Gath, of all places, the city of the Philistine champion he had killed, which tells you something about how desperate his options had become. He came to Achish, king of Gath, carrying Goliath's sword, which was probably a mistake. The servants of Achish recognized him. "Is this not David, the king of the land? Is this not the one they sing about in their dances? Saul has slain his thousands, and David his tens of thousands." David was terrified. He pretended to be mad. He scratched marks on the doors of the gate and let his saliva run down into his beard. Achish said to his servants, "Look at the man. He is insane. Why did you bring him to me? Am I so short of madmen that you have to bring this fellow to carry on like this in front of me?" David left Gath and escaped to the cave of Adullam, southwest of Bethlehem, in the Judean hills. At Adullam, the men who came to him were not the men he would have picked. All those who were in distress or in debt or discontented gathered around him, and he became their leader. About 400 men were with him. He sent his parents away into the land of Moab to keep them safe from Saul, who by now was hunting not only David, but anyone associated with him. A prophet named Gad came and told him to leave the stronghold and go into the land of Judah. He went to the forest of Hereth. Saul heard that David and his men had been located. And then he made the darkest decision of his whole reign. He called together his officials and told them he knew they were all conspiring against him with David. He asked who among them would tell him anything. None of them would. But Doeg the Edomite, who was standing with them, spoke up. He told Saul what he had seen at Nob. He named Ahimelech. Saul sent for all the priests of Nob, Ahimelech's whole family, 85 men in the linen ephod of the priesthood, and had them brought to him at Gibeah. He accused them of conspiracy. Ahimelech protested that he had not known any of this. Saul ordered his guards to kill the priests. The guards would not do it. They would not lift a hand to strike the priests of the Lord. Saul turned to Doeg. Doeg killed them all. He killed 85 men who were wearing the linen ephod. Then he went to Nob and put the whole town to the sword, men and women, children and infants, cattle, donkeys, and sheep. Only one son of Ahimelech escaped, a man named Abiathar, who fled to David with the news. And David said, "That day, when Doeg the Edomite was there, I knew he would surely tell Saul, 'I am responsible for the death of your father's whole family. Stay with me. Do not be afraid. The man who wants to kill you is trying to kill me too. You will be safe with me.'" Abiathar brought the ephod with him, which meant that from that point forward David had the priestly means of inquiry that Saul no longer had in any functional form. When David heard that the Philistines were attacking Keilah and looting the threshing floors, he consulted the Lord through Abiathar's ephod and went to Keilah and defeated the Philistines and saved the town. But Saul was told that David was in Keilah, and Saul said, "God has delivered him into my hand, because David has imprisoned himself by entering a town with gates and bars." David inquired again, "Will the men of Keilah hand me over?" The Lord said, "They will." David and his 600 men, which was now the number he commanded, left Keilah and moved from place to place, and Saul gave up the pursuit when he heard David had slipped out. The wilderness of Ziph was where Jonathan found him one last time. Jonathan went to David at Horesh and helped him find strength in God. Jonathan said, "Do not be afraid. My father Saul will not lay a hand on you. You will be king over Israel, and I will be second to you. Even my father knows this." The two of them made a covenant before the Lord, and Jonathan went home, and David stayed at Horesh. The Ziphites betrayed him. They went to Saul and told him where David was hiding. David moved to the wilderness of Maon. Saul pursued. At the exact moment when Saul was about to close the pincer on David, a messenger arrived reporting a Philistine raid, and Saul had to turn back to deal with it. They called that rock the Rock of Divisions, because it was there that Saul and David parted without meeting. David went up to the strongholds of En-Gedi. Saul came after him again with 3,000 chosen men. He went into a cave to relieve himself, not knowing that David and his men were hiding in the far recesses of that same cave. David's men whispered to him that this was the day the Lord had promised, that he should kill Saul. David crept forward in the darkness and cut off a corner of Saul's robe, but his conscience struck him, and he would go no further. He told his men, "The Lord forbid that I should do such a thing to my master, the Lord's anointed, or lay my hand on him, for he is the anointed of the Lord." He held his men back. Saul left the cave and went on his way. David came out after him and called down, "My lord the king." Saul looked back. David bowed down and prostrated himself with his face to the ground. He held up the cloth from Saul's robe. "Why do you listen when men say, 'I am trying to harm you'?" he said. "This day you have seen with your own eyes how the Lord delivered you into my hands in the cave. Some urged me to kill you, but I spared you. See, my father, look at this piece of your robe in my hand. I cut off the corner of your robe, but did not kill you. Now understand and recognize that I am not guilty of wrongdoing or rebellion." Saul wept. He said, "You are more righteous than I. You have treated me well, but I have treated you badly." He said, "May the Lord reward you well for the way you treated me today. I know now that you will surely be king." And he made David swear he would not cut off Saul's descendants or wipe out his name from his father's family. David swore. Saul returned home, and David and his men went up to the stronghold. Samuel died, and all Israel gathered and mourned for him. David moved down to the desert of Maon during that period of national mourning, and it was then that the episode with Nabal and Abigail took place. One of those small-scale stories that says everything about the kind of king David was trying to become. A man named Nabal was shearing sheep at Carmel in the south. David's men had been in that territory for months and had protected Nabal's shepherds from raiders without ever taking anything. David sent 10 young men to Nabal to ask for provisions. Nabal insulted them, refused to give them anything, asked who this son of Jesse was anyway. David put on his sword and told 400 of his men to put on theirs, and said, "May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if by morning I leave alive one male of all who belong to him." Abigail, Nabal's wife, who was intelligent and beautiful where Nabal was neither, heard what had happened and rode out to meet David on a donkey. With 200 loaves of bread and 2 skins of wine, and 5 dressed sheep, and 5 seahs of roasted grain, and 100 cakes of raisins and 200 cakes of pressed figs, which was the kind of apology that works when you are sincere enough to overload it. She bowed before David and took the blame on herself for her husband's stupidity, and reminded David that the Lord would certainly make him a lasting dynasty, and she said, "When the Lord has done for you every good thing he promised concerning you, and has appointed you ruler over Israel, my Lord will not have on his conscience the staggering burden of needless bloodshed." David thanked her. He blessed her good judgment. He took the provisions and sent her home. She reached home to find Nabal holding a feast like a king, drunk. She told him nothing till morning. When she told him in the morning, his heart failed him, and he became like a stone, and 10 days later the Lord struck him, and he died. David took Abigail as his wife. He also took a woman named Ahinoam of Jezreel. Michal, his first wife, had been given by Saul to another man, a man named Paltiel, during David's exile. The Ziphites betrayed him again. Saul came against him a second time with 3,000 men. David got advance warning and sent scouts and went down with one man, his nephew Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, into Saul's camp at night. They walked through the sleeping men. Saul was lying inside the camp with his spear stuck in the ground near his head. The army was asleep all around him, because the Lord had put them into a deep sleep. Abishai said to David, "God has delivered your enemy into your hands. Let me pin him to the ground with one thrust of my spear. I will not strike him twice." David again refused. He said, "The Lord himself will strike him. Either his time will come and he will die, or he will go into battle and perish. But the Lord forbid that I should lay a hand on the Lord's anointed." They took Saul's spear and the water jug from beside his head and left without waking anyone. David crossed to the top of the opposite hill and called down, and called Abner, Saul's commander, by name, and mocked Abner for failing to guard the king. Saul recognized David's voice. David held up the spear and asked again why Saul was hunting him. Saul said again, "I have sinned. Come back, David, my son. I will not try to harm you again, because you considered my life precious today. I have acted like a fool and have been terribly wrong." David returned the spear to one of Saul's men and went on his way. They never saw each other again. David had had enough. He said to himself, "One of these days I will be destroyed by the hand of Saul. The best thing I can do is to escape to the land of the Philistines." He went to Achish, king of Gath, a second time. This time not alone, but with 600 men and their families. And this time Achish received him as a defector with armed followers, which changed the politics entirely. Achish gave him the town of Ziklag as a base, a Philistine outpost in the Negev, in exchange for raids against Israel's southern territories. David played Achish with exceptional skill. He raided, but not where Achish thought. He attacked the Geshurites, the Girzites, and the Amalekites, ancient enemies of Israel's southern tribes. and left no man or woman alive in any village he raided, so that no one could report back what he had actually done. He brought back livestock, which he gave in part to Achish, and Achish believed David had been raiding Judah, and assumed that David had made his own people hate him so completely that he would be Achish's servant forever. It worked for a year and 4 months. But when the Philistines eventually gathered their armies for the final campaign against Saul, Achish assumed that David would march with him. David's position was impossible. He could not fight against Israel without destroying his claim to the throne, but he could not refuse Achish without losing his base. He took his men and marched with the Philistines. When they reached Aphek, and the Philistine lords saw Israelite soldiers in the column, they demanded that Achish send him home. Achish, who genuinely liked David, told him with real regret that he had to go back. David pretended to be disappointed and went back to Ziklag. He arrived at Ziklag to find the town in ruins. The Amalekites, those ancient enemies, had taken advantage of his absence to raid the entire Negev, had come to Ziklag, burned it with fire, and carried off the women, the sons, the daughters, everyone. Everything was gone. David and his men wept aloud until they had no strength left to weep. His own 2 wives, Ahinoam and Abigail, had been taken. And his men, who had just lost everything, were talking about stoning him. David strengthened himself in the Lord. He asked Abiathar to bring the ephod. He inquired of the Lord, "Shall I pursue this raiding party?" The answer came, "Pursue them. You will certainly overtake them and succeed in the rescue." David set out with his 600 men. 200 of them were too exhausted to cross the Besor ravine. David left them with the equipment. With the remaining 400, he pursued the Amalekites. They found an Egyptian slave who had been left behind by the Amalekites when he fell sick. They fed him and gave him water, and he agreed to lead them to the raiding party. They came on the Amalekites, spread out eating and drinking and dancing, because of the great amount of plunder they had taken from Philistine and Judahite territory. David attacked them at twilight and fought them until the following evening. None of them escaped except 400 young men who fled on camels. David recovered everything the Amalekites had taken, including his 2 wives and all the plunder from all the raids, which he distributed among his men, and also shared with the 200 at the Besor. From that point on, it became a statute and a law in Israel that the share of the man who stayed with the supplies was the same as the share of him who went down to the battle. David sent portions of the plunder to the elders of the various towns of Judah, where he and his men had ranged, in a gesture that was part gratitude and part campaign advertisement. He was building something. The men receiving those portions knew it. Then the news came from Gilboa. A young man arrived at Ziklag, with his clothes torn and dust on his head, and fell at David's feet and said he had escaped from the camp of Israel. David asked what had happened. The young man said the people had fled from the battle. Many had fallen and died, and Saul and Jonathan were dead. David asked how the man knew this. The young man gave a version of the story that most readings take to be an opportunistic lie. He claimed that he had come upon Saul wounded and leaning on his spear on Mount Gilboa, and that Saul had asked him to finish him off, and that he had done so, and had taken the crown and the armband and brought them to David. He expected a reward. He got one. David asked him where he was from. The man said he was an Amalekite, the son of a foreigner living in Israel. David said, "Why weren't you afraid to lift your hand to destroy the Lord's anointed?" He ordered one of his men to strike the Amalekite down. The Amalekite died without having understood what he had walked into. Then David tore his clothes, and all the men with him did the same, and they mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and Jonathan, and for the army of the Lord and for the house of Israel, because they had fallen by the sword. David composed a lament that day, and taught it to the men of Judah, and it was later written down in the book of Jashar. It is one of the oldest pieces of Hebrew poetry that survives, and it is not a triumph song. It begins, "Your glory, O Israel, lies slain on your heights." It addresses the hills of Gilboa and curses them. No dew, no rain on your fields of offerings, because the shield of the mighty was defiled there, the shield of Saul, no longer rubbed with oil. It refuses to separate Saul from Jonathan. In life they were beloved and lovely, and in death they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles, stronger than lions. It mourns Jonathan with a grief that bends towards something very close to the private. I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful, more wonderful than that of women. And it ends, "How the mighty have fallen, and the weapons of war have perished." It is not the song of a man preparing to take the throne. It is the song of a man letting himself feel the whole weight of what had to happen before the throne could come to him, and letting everyone around him hear him feel it. After he had mourned, he inquired of the Lord, "Shall I go up to one of the towns of Judah?" The answer was yes. Which one? Hebron. David went up there with his 2 wives and his 600 men and their families. The men of Judah came to Hebron and anointed David king over the house of Judah. He was 30 years old. He reigned 7 years and 6 months over Judah from Hebron. The rest of the tribes did not immediately follow him. Abner, Saul's commander and cousin, had survived the battle of Gilboa and had brought one of Saul's surviving sons, a man named Ishbosheth, to Mahanaim east of the Jordan, where he crowned him king over the northern tribes. Gilead, Asher, Jezreel, Ephraim, Benjamin, and all Israel, as the northern compilers would put it. The kingdom was split. A war began between the house of Saul and the house of David, and the war lasted a long time, and the house of David grew stronger and stronger, while the house of Saul grew weaker. The crucial encounter happened at the pool of Gibeon. Abner and the men of Israel came out to meet Joab, David's nephew and chief general, and Joab's men. They sat on opposite sides of the pool. Abner proposed that 12 young men from each side fight each other in a kind of representative contest. They each grabbed each other by the head and thrust their swords into each other's sides, and all 24 fell together. They named the place the Field of Swords. The battle that followed was ferocious. Abner's army was beaten, and 3 of Zeruiah's sons, Joab, Abishai, and Asahel, pursued him. Asahel was fast as a wild gazelle. He ran down Abner specifically, refusing to turn aside for anyone else. Abner called over his shoulder, "Turn aside and take on one of the young men instead, and take his armor." Asahel would not turn aside. Abner called again, "Stop chasing me. Why should I strike you down? How could I look your brother Joab in the face?" Asahel would not stop. Abner stopped running, turned, and thrust the butt of his spear backward into Asahel's belly with such force that the spear came out through his back, and Asahel fell there and died. Everyone who came to the spot where Asahel had fallen stopped and stood still. Joab and Abishai went on pursuing Abner. The sun set. Abner rallied his men on top of a hill and called down to Joab, "Must the sword devour forever?" Joab swore that if Abner had not spoken, the men would have continued pursuing until morning. He blew the trumpet, and the troops stopped. The war dragged on. David kept growing stronger. In Hebron, sons were born to him: Amnon by Ahinoam, Chileab by Abigail, Absalom by Maacah, the daughter of the king of Geshur, Adonijah by Haggith, Shephatiah by Abital, and Ithream by Eglah. The eventual falls of several of these sons are already coded into their names by the listing order, although no one reading the list at the time could have known it. Abner began to move against Ishbosheth. Ishbosheth accused Abner of sleeping with Rizpah, Saul's concubine, which in the political grammar of that world was a claim to the throne rather than simply a personal infidelity. Abner, furious, told Ishbosheth he would transfer the kingdom from the house of Saul to David. He sent messengers to David. David said, "Good, I will make an agreement with you, but I have one demand. Bring back my wife Michal, whom Saul took from me and gave to Paltiel." He had her brought back, weeping, her second husband following her as far as Bahurim, where Abner told him to go home, and he went home. Abner convened the elders of Israel and pitched David's kingship to them. He came to Hebron with 20 men, and David held a feast for them, and Abner left in peace to bring all Israel over. Joab came back to Hebron and found Abner gone, and asked David why, and did not wait for an answer. He sent messengers to catch up with Abner and bring him back. Abner came back, and Joab took him aside at the gate of the city, as if to speak to him privately, and stabbed him in the belly, and Abner died. He did it to avenge Asahel, and he did it because he did not trust Abner, and he did it because it suited him. David was appalled. He was also, in the political sense, extremely alarmed. The killing of Abner on his watch, in his own city, would look to the northern tribes like an assassination he had ordered. He went to great lengths to convince them otherwise. He declared that he and his kingdom were guiltless before the Lord forever. He cursed Joab and his house. He ordered the whole court into mourning. He himself walked behind the bier at Abner's funeral. He wept at Abner's tomb and composed another lament. "Should Abner have died as the lawless die, your hands were not bound, your feet were not in fetters. You fell as one falls before wicked men." He refused to eat all day. All the people took note and were pleased, as they were pleased with everything the king did. That day all the people and all Israel knew that the king had had no part in the murder of Abner. When Ishbosheth heard that Abner was dead, his courage failed him, and all Israel became alarmed. He had 2 men who led his raiding bands, Baanah and Rechab, sons of a man named Rimmon of Beeroth. They came to his house at the heat of the day, while he was taking his noon rest. They got in past the doorkeeper, a woman who was sifting wheat and had nodded off. They stabbed him in the stomach. They cut off his head and took it through the Arabah all night, and brought it to David at Hebron. They said, "Here is the head of Ishbosheth, son of Saul, your enemy, who tried to kill you. The Lord has avenged my lord the king this day on Saul and his offspring." David said, "When someone told me at Ziklag that Saul was dead and thought he was bringing good news, I seized him and put him to death. That was the reward I gave him for his news. How much more when wicked men have killed an innocent man in his own house and on his own bed? Should I not now demand his blood from your hand and rid the earth of you?" David gave the order. His men killed them, cut off their hands and feet, and hung the bodies by the pool in Hebron. They took the head of Ishbosheth and buried it in Abner's tomb in Hebron. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David at Hebron and said, "We are your own flesh and blood. In the past, while Saul was king over us, you were the one who led Israel on their military campaigns. The Lord said to you, 'You will shepherd my people Israel, and you will become their ruler.'" All the elders of Israel came to the king at Hebron, and he made a covenant with them before the Lord, and they anointed David king over Israel. He was 30 years old when he became king, and he reigned 40 years. In Hebron he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem he reigned over all Israel and Judah 33 years. Jerusalem was the next problem, and the next masterstroke. The city had belonged to the Jebusites since before the tribes entered the land. It sat on the tribal border between Judah and Benjamin, which made it the perfect neutral capital, belonging to neither faction and therefore acceptable to both. The Jebusites, secure in their walls, were so confident they would not be taken that they jeered down from the battlements that even their blind and their lame would be enough to keep David out. David found a way in through a water shaft that brought water up from the Gihon spring into the city, and whoever went up first would be made commander. Joab went up first. Joab stayed commander. David took the fortress of Zion, which came to be called the City of David, and he built up the area around it. And Hiram king of Tyre sent cedar logs and carpenters and stonemasons, who built a palace for David. And David knew that the Lord had established him as king over Israel, and had exalted his kingdom for the sake of his people Israel. He took more wives and concubines from Jerusalem, and more sons and daughters were born to him. He won a significant battle against the Philistines in the valley of Rephaim, and another at Baal-perazim, and another at Gibeon, driving them back down to Gezer. Then he decided to bring the ark of God up to Jerusalem. It had been sitting in the house of Abinadab on the hill at Kiriath-Jearim for most of a generation, forgotten or nearly forgotten. David went with 30,000 chosen men to bring it up. They set the ark on a new cart, which was the first mistake, because the law required the ark to be carried on poles by Levites. They led the cart out of the house and down the road. Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, were guiding the cart. When they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, the oxen stumbled, and Uzzah reached out his hand and took hold of the ark to steady it. The Lord's anger burned against Uzzah, and God struck him down there for his irreverence, and he died there beside the ark. David was angry and also afraid. He was not willing to move the ark any further that day, so he took it aside to the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite, and it remained there 3 months. The Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. Now David was told, "The Lord has blessed the household of Obed-Edom and everything he has because of the ark." So David went to bring up the ark, and this time he did it properly, with Levites carrying it, with sacrifices every 6 paces, with David himself dancing before the Lord with all his might, wearing a linen ephod, which was priestly dress, not kingly. The whole house of Israel brought up the ark with shouts and the sound of trumpets. Michal, his wife, watched from a window and saw David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. When he came home to bless his household, she went out to meet him and said, "How the king of Israel has distinguished himself today, going around half naked in front of the slave girls of his servants, as any vulgar fellow would." David answered her, "It was before the Lord who chose me rather than your father or anyone from his house when he appointed me ruler over the Lord's people Israel. I will celebrate before the Lord. I will become even more undignified than this, and I will be humiliated in my own eyes. But by these slave girls you spoke of, I will be held in honor." And Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child to the day of her death. She is not mentioned again in any account of David's life, one of those absences that indicate that something in a relationship has ended without being formally closed. David was settled in his palace, and the Lord had given him rest from all his enemies around him. He said to Nathan the prophet, "Here I am, living in a palace of cedar, while the ark of God remains in a tent." Nathan said, "Whatever you have in mind, go ahead and do it, for the Lord is with you." But that night the word of the Lord came to Nathan, and the answer was no, and it was also yes. No, David would not build the house, but the Lord would build David a house, meaning a dynasty, a lineage. The Lord declared through Nathan, "I will raise up your offspring to succeed you, your own flesh and blood, and I will establish his kingdom. He is the one who will build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he will be my son. When he does wrong, I will punish him with a rod wielded by men, with floggings inflicted by human hands. But my love will never be taken away from him, as I took it away from Saul. Your house and your kingdom will endure forever before me. Your throne will be established forever." It was the covenant that would shape the rest of Israelite history. Whatever happened to David's descendants, whatever happened to Israel, the promise was that there would always be a throne for this house. David's reign expanded outward. He defeated the Philistines and subdued them. He defeated the Moabites and made them pay tribute. He defeated Hadadezer, son of Rahab, king of Zobah, on the northern frontier. He defeated the Arameans of Damascus, who came to help Hadadezer, killing 22,000 of them. He put garrisons in the kingdom of Damascus, and the Arameans became subject to him and brought tribute. He gained a name for himself. He reigned over all Israel, doing what was just and right for all his people. He remembered Jonathan. He asked, "Is there anyone still left of the house of Saul to whom I can show kindness for Jonathan's sake?" They told him there was a son of Jonathan who was lame in both feet. His name was Mephibosheth. He had been dropped by his nurse when the news from Gilboa came. She had picked him up and run, and in running had fallen, and the boy had never walked again. He was living in Lodabar, in the house of Machir, son of Ammiel. David sent for him. When he arrived, he bowed down to pay David honor and expected the worst, because expecting the worst is what you learn when you are a grandson of a dead king. David said, "Do not be afraid. I will surely show you kindness for the sake of your father Jonathan. I will restore to you all the land that belonged to your grandfather Saul, and you will always eat at my table." Mephibosheth bowed again and said, "What is your servant, that you should notice a dead dog like me?" David gave him all the property that had belonged to Saul, and arranged for Ziba, Saul's old servant, to farm the land for him. And Mephibosheth ate at David's table like one of the king's own sons. The war with Ammon came next. The king of Ammon had died, and David sent a delegation of condolence. The nobles of Ammon convinced the new king that David's men were actually spies, so the Ammonite king seized David's envoys, shaved off half of each man's beard, cut off their garments at the buttocks, and sent them away humiliated. When David heard about it, he sent word for them to stay at Jericho until their beards grew back, because the shame was real. Then he sent the army. The Ammonites hired 33,000 Aramean mercenaries. The combined force was defeated by Joab and Abishai in a two-front engagement outside Rabbah, the Ammonite capital. The Arameans sued for peace and broke their alliance with Ammon. And here, in the opening of the second year of that campaign, comes the moment that fractures David's life down the middle. In the spring, at the time when kings go off to war, David sent Joab out with the king's men and the whole Israelite army to fight the Ammonites and to besiege Rabbah. But David remained in Jerusalem. One evening he got up from his bed and walked around on the roof of his palace. From the roof he saw a woman bathing. The woman was very beautiful, and he sent someone to find out about her. The man reported, "This is Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite." David sent messengers to get her. She came to him, and he slept with her, and she went back home. The woman conceived and sent word to David, "I am pregnant." What follows is one of the coldest sequences in the whole ancient narrative, a sustained demonstration of how a man who had made himself a king by refusing to harm the Lord's anointed could, in a few weeks, become exactly the kind of man whose power will act without restraint when it can get away with it. David sent word to Joab, "Send me Uriah the Hittite." Uriah came. David asked him about the war, making small talk. Then he told Uriah, "Go down to your house and wash your feet," which was a polite euphemism. The meaning was, sleep with your wife so that the child will look legitimate. A present was sent after him. But Uriah did not go home. He slept at the entrance to the palace with all his master's servants. When David was told Uriah did not go home, David asked Uriah, "Why?" Uriah said, "The ark and Israel and Judah are staying in tents, and my commander Joab and my Lord's men are camped in the open country. How could I go to my house to eat and drink and sleep with my wife? As surely as you live, I will not do such a thing." David kept him in Jerusalem one more day, made him drunk that evening, and still Uriah did not go home. He slept with the servants again. In the morning, David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah. The letter said, "Put Uriah in the front line where the fighting is fiercest, and then withdraw from him, so that he will be struck down and die." Uriah carried his own death warrant back to the camp and gave it to Joab. And Joab was not a man whose conscience was ever tender on questions like these. He put Uriah in the most dangerous position in the assault on Rabbah. And he pulled back the supporting troops at the critical moment, and Uriah and several other men with him were killed. Joab sent a detailed report of the battle to David, instructing his messenger that if the king became angry about the poor tactics and the unnecessary casualties, the messenger should simply say, "Your servant Uriah the Hittite is also dead." The messenger delivered the report. The king asked nothing about tactics. He said to the messenger, "Say this to Joab. Do not let this upset you. The sword devours one as well as another. Press the attack against the city and destroy it. Encourage him in that." And when Uriah's wife heard that her husband was dead, she mourned for him, and after the time of mourning was over, David had her brought to his house. She became his wife and bore him a son. But the thing David had done displeased the Lord. The Lord sent Nathan the prophet. Nathan told David a story. There were two men in a certain town, one rich, one poor. The rich man had many sheep and cattle. The poor man had only one little ewe lamb he had bought. He raised it, and it grew up with him and his children. It shared his food, drank from his cup, and even slept in his arms. It was like a daughter to him. A traveler came to the rich man, but the rich man refused to take one of his own sheep or cattle to prepare a meal for the traveler who had come to him. Instead, he took the ewe lamb that belonged to the poor man and prepared it for the one who had come to him. David burned with anger. "As surely as the Lord lives," he said, "the man who did this must die. He must pay for the lamb 4 times over." Nathan said, "You are the man." The text preserves Nathan's full indictment, and it is devastating. The Lord had anointed David king over Israel and delivered him from the hand of Saul. The Lord had given him his master's house and his master's wives into his arms. The Lord had given him the house of Israel and Judah. If all this had been too little, the Lord would have given him even more. But David had despised the word of the Lord by doing what was evil in his eyes. He had struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword and had taken his wife as his own, killing him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now, therefore, the sword would never depart from David's house, because he had despised the Lord and taken the wife of Uriah to be his own. The Lord was going to bring calamity on David out of his own household. Before David's very eyes, the Lord would take his wives and give them to someone who was close to him, and that man would sleep with his wives in broad daylight. David had done it in secret. The Lord would do this thing in broad daylight before all Israel. David said, "I have sinned against the Lord." Those 4 words are the whole confession. There is no bargaining, no self-justification, no attempt to soften the charge. Nathan said, "The Lord has taken away your sin. You are not going to die. But because by doing this you have shown utter contempt for the Lord, the son born to you will die." Nathan went home. The Lord struck the child Bathsheba had borne, and the child became ill. David pleaded with God for the child. He fasted. He spent the nights lying in sackcloth on the ground. The elders of his household stood beside him to get him up from the ground, but he refused, and he would not eat any food with them. On the 7th day the child died. His servants were afraid to tell him, because they thought, "While the child was still living, we spoke to David, but he would not listen to us. How can we now tell him the child is dead? He may do something desperate." David saw them whispering and realized the child was dead. He asked, "Is the child dead?" They said, "Yes." He got up from the ground. He washed, put on lotions, changed his clothes, went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. Then he went to his own house, and at his request they served him food, and he ate. His servants asked why. While the child was alive, he had fasted and wept. Now that the child was dead, he was eating. He said, "While the child was alive, I fasted and wept, for I thought, 'Who knows, the Lord may be gracious to me and let the child live. But now that he is dead, why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I will go to him, but he will not return to me.'" He comforted Bathsheba. he went to her and lay with her. She gave birth to a son, and they named him Solomon, which meant peaceable, although the peace was a long way off. The Lord loved him, and sent word through Nathan the prophet to name him Jedidiah, meaning beloved of the Lord. Both names would follow him the rest of his life, although the first was the one that history would remember. The sword did not depart. It began in David's own household, just as Nathan had said. David's eldest son, Amnon, fell in love with his half-sister Tamar, Absalom's full sister, a beautiful young woman. He could not eat for longing for her. A cousin named Jonadab, a crafty man, suggested a plan. Amnon should pretend to be sick and ask the king to send Tamar to cook for him. David sent Tamar. When she was alone with Amnon in his chamber with the food she had prepared, he took hold of her and told her to come to bed with him. She begged him not to. She asked him not to violate her, because such a thing should not be done in Israel. She begged him to ask the king for her hand instead, because David would not refuse him. He would not listen. He overpowered her. Then he hated her with a hatred greater than the love he had felt. He told her to get up and get out. She told him that sending her away now would be a greater wrong than what he had already done. He would not listen. He called his servant and had her thrown out, and the door bolted behind her. Tamar tore the ornate robe she was wearing, the robe the virgin daughters of the king wore, and put ashes on her head, and walked through the city weeping aloud. She went to Absalom's house and lived there, desolate. Absalom told her to be quiet for now, not to take this thing to heart. He said nothing to Amnon, good or bad, but he hated him for violating his sister. David heard what had happened and was furious, but he did nothing. He did not punish Amnon because he loved him as his firstborn. The failure was structural. The king, who had been unwilling to confront his own sin through Nathan and had acted only when the prophet forced him now, could not bring himself to discipline his son for a crime at least as grave as his own. The debt sat there, unpaid, for 2 years. Absalom waited 2 years. Then he held a sheep shearing at Baal-Hazor near Ephraim and invited all the king's sons. He asked David to come. David declined. Then Absalom asked for Amnon specifically. David hesitated. Absalom insisted. David sent Amnon and all the other royal princes. Absalom had told his men, "When Amnon is in high spirits from drinking wine, and I say to you, 'Strike Amnon down,' then kill him. Do not be afraid. I have given you the order. Be strong and brave." They did it. All the other sons of the king fled on their mules. A rumor reached David. "Absalom has struck down all the king's sons. Not one of them is left." David tore his clothes and lay down on the ground. The cousin Jonadab, still in his role as unhelpful adviser, reassured him that it was only Amnon who had died. Before he had finished speaking, the king's sons came in, weeping. David wept with them. Absalom fled to Geshur, where his maternal grandfather was king, and stayed there 3 years. David mourned for Amnon, and the spirit of the king longed to go out to Absalom, for he was consoled over the death of Amnon. Joab saw that the king's heart was on Absalom. Joab sent for a wise woman from Tekoa and coached her in a fictional case to bring to the king. She was a widow whose 2 sons had fought in the field, with one killing the other, and now her whole clan wanted the surviving son put to death, which would leave her with no heir and wipe out her husband's name. She came to the king and made her case. David promised her protection for her son. She then flipped the case. Why had the king not done the same for his own son? The king recognized Joab's hand in it. The king was not happy, but he did not punish Joab. He sent Joab to fetch Absalom from Geshur, on the condition that Absalom must go to his own house and not come to the king's presence. Absalom returned. He did not see his father's face for 2 more years. Finally, Absalom, tired of the exile within the city, sent for Joab to ask him to intercede again. Joab would not come. Absalom sent a second time. Joab still would not come. Absalom told his servants, "Go and set Joab's field on fire." Joab came then. He brought Absalom to the king. Absalom bowed down with his face to the ground, and the king kissed him. Absalom was beautiful. The text pauses to say so, which is unusual, and adds that from the sole of his foot to the top of his head there was no blemish in him. His hair was heavy. He cut it once a year because it became too heavy for him, and the hair he cut off weighed 200 shekels by the royal standard. He would ride through Jerusalem in a chariot with horses, with 50 men running ahead of him, which is the kind of display that announces what is coming well in advance. He took to getting up early and standing by the road to the city gate, where people came to bring their disputes before the king. He would intercept them. He would listen to their case, then say, "Your claims are valid and proper, but there is no representative of the king to hear you. If only I were appointed judge in the land." Every man who approached to bow down before him, he would put out his hand and take hold of him and kiss him. He did this for 4 years. He stole the hearts of the men of Israel. Then he went to David and asked permission to go to Hebron to fulfill a vow he had made. David said, "Go in peace." Absalom went to Hebron, the original capital of the dynasty, the city where David had been anointed king of Judah. He sent secret messengers throughout all the tribes of Israel with the instruction, "As soon as you hear the sound of the trumpet, say, 'Absalom is king in Hebron.'" 200 men from Jerusalem went with him, having been invited as guests, and they went innocently, knowing nothing about the matter. While Absalom was offering sacrifices, he also sent for Ahithophel the Gilonite, David's counselor. The conspiracy gained strength, and Absalom's following kept on increasing. A messenger came to David. "The hearts of the people of Israel are with Absalom." David said to all his officials, "Come, we must flee, or none of us will escape from Absalom. We must leave immediately, or he will move quickly to overtake us and bring ruin on us and put the city to the sword." He left 10 concubines to take care of the palace. He went out of the city with the whole household and the whole army and everyone who was loyal to him, and they stopped at a place some distance away, and David passed in review before them. The Kerethites and the Pelethites and the 600 Gittites who had come with him from Gath went on before him. David told Ittai the Gittite to go back, because he was a foreigner and did not need to share the king's exile. Ittai refused. "As surely as the Lord lives, wherever my lord the king may be, there will your servant be, whether it means life or death." David told him to march on. They crossed the Kidron Valley. David went up the Mount of Olives, weeping as he went, his head covered and his feet bare. All the people with him had their heads covered and were weeping as they went up. Someone told David that Ahithophel was among the conspirators with Absalom. David prayed, "Lord, turn Ahithophel's counsel into foolishness." As he reached the summit, Hushai the Archite, one of his counselors, met him with his robe torn and dust on his head. David told him to go back to the city and pretend to serve Absalom, to frustrate the advice of Ahithophel from the inside. He sent him back with Zadok and Abiathar the priests and their sons, who would carry messages out of Jerusalem. Ziba, the servant of Mephibosheth, met David with a string of donkeys loaded with provisions, and told David that Mephibosheth had stayed behind in Jerusalem, thinking that Israel would restore the kingdom of Saul to him. David, in the urgency of the moment, made a bad decision and gave everything Mephibosheth owned to Ziba. It was a judgment David would later revisit, but not before doing further damage. At Bahurim, Shimei, a man from the clan of Saul's family, came out cursing David as he walked, throwing stones at him, pelting him and all his officials with dirt, shouting, "Get out! Get out, you murderer, you scoundrel! The Lord has repaid you for all the blood you shed in the household of Saul, in whose place you have reigned." Abishai asked permission to cut off his head. David said, "Leave him alone. Let him curse. The Lord has told him to. Perhaps the Lord will see my misery and restore to me his covenant blessing instead of his curse today." David and his men went on. Absalom entered Jerusalem with his forces. Hushai, the undercover counselor, came out to meet him with, "Long live the king! Long live the king!" Absalom was suspicious. "Is this your loyalty to your friend? Why did you not go with David?" Hushai replied, "No, the one chosen by the Lord, by these people, and by all the men of Israel, his I will be, and I will remain with him. Whom should I serve? Should I not serve the son? As I served your father, so I will serve you." Absalom believed him. Ahithophel advised Absalom to sleep with his father's concubines, the ones David had left behind, in the sight of all Israel, as a public and irreversible statement that the old king would not be coming back. They pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof of the palace, the very roof from which David had first seen Bathsheba, and he slept with the 10 concubines in the sight of all Israel. The prophecy Nathan had made about the sword in David's house and the wives taken in broad daylight had just fulfilled itself. Ahithophel's next advice was militarily decisive and had to be blocked. He proposed taking 12,000 men and pursuing David that very night, while David was exhausted and weak, striking him down before he could regroup, and bringing the whole people back to Absalom. Absalom liked this plan. But he consulted Hushai as well, to be thorough. Hushai, thinking quickly, said the plan was bad, that David and his men were seasoned fighters, as fierce as a bear robbed of her cubs, that they would not be camped among the troops but hidden somewhere, and that a single setback would cause a panic among Absalom's men. He proposed instead that all Israel be gathered, from Dan to Beersheba, as numerous as the sand on the seashore, with Absalom himself leading them. Absalom preferred this advice. The Lord had determined to frustrate the good advice of Ahithophel in order to bring disaster on Absalom. Hushai sent the priest's sons to David with the message, "Cross the Jordan tonight without delay." David crossed the Jordan. Ahithophel, seeing that his advice had been rejected, saddled his donkey, went to his house in his hometown, put his house in order, hanged himself, and was buried in his father's tomb. David reached Mahanaim, where he was supplied with bedding, bowls, wheat, barley, flour, roasted grain, beans, lentils, honey, curds, sheep, and cheese from cow's milk by several locals who had turned up to help him, because the people were hungry, tired, and thirsty from their flight. He organized his men into thirds, under Joab, Abishai, and Ittai. He offered to go out with them himself. They refused. "If we have to flee, they will not care about us. Even if half of us die, they will not care. But you are worth 10,000 of us. Better now for you to give us support from the city." So David stood beside the gate, while all the men marched out in units of hundreds and thousands. He gave an order that everyone heard. "Be gentle with the young man Absalom for my sake." The battle was fought in the forest of Ephraim, east of the Jordan, a rough country of oaks and rocks. The army of Israel under Absalom was defeated by David's men. 20,000 men fell that day. The forest consumed more men than the sword. Absalom himself, riding his mule, came across the path of David's men. As the mule went under the thick branches of a great oak, Absalom's head got caught in the tree, and he was left hanging in midair while the mule kept going. A man saw it and reported it to Joab. Joab asked, "Why didn't you strike him to the ground right there? I would have given you 10 shekels of silver and a warrior's belt." The man refused. "I would not lift my hand against the king's son. The king charged you and Abishai and Ittai in our hearing. Protect the young man Absalom for my sake. If I had put my life in jeopardy, nothing is hidden from the king, and you yourself would have stood aloof from me." Joab said, "I am not going to wait like this for you." He took 3 javelins in his hand and plunged them into Absalom's heart while Absalom was still alive in the oak tree. 10 of Joab's armor-bearers surrounded Absalom, struck him, and killed him. Joab sounded the trumpet, and the troops stopped pursuing Israel, because Joab had halted them. They took Absalom and threw him into a big pit in the forest and piled up a large heap of rocks over him. All the Israelites fled to their homes. Ahimaaz, son of Zadok, wanted to run to tell the king. Joab sent a Cushite instead, because he knew the king would take the news badly and did not want Ahimaaz to be the messenger. Ahimaaz begged to go anyway. Joab let him go, and he outran the Cushite. David was sitting between the two gates of Mahanaim. The watchman saw a man running alone and called to the king. The king said, "If he is alone, he must have good news." The watchman saw another man running alone behind him. Then the watchman recognized the running style of Ahimaaz, son of Zadok. The king said, "He is a good man. He brings good news." Ahimaaz arrived. "All is well," he said. He bowed and reported victory. The king asked, "Is the young man Absalom safe?" Ahimaaz lost his nerve. "I saw great confusion just as Joab was about to send the king's servant and me your servant, but I do not know what it was." The king told him to stand aside. The Cushite arrived. He reported victory. The king asked again, "Is the young man Absalom safe?" The Cushite said, "May the enemies of my lord the king and all who rise up to harm you be like that young man." The king was shaken. He went up to the room over the gateway and wept. As he went, he said, "Oh, my son Absalom, my son Absalom! If only I had died instead of you, O Absalom, my son, my son." It was the cry of a man who has received exactly what he did not want and understood that none of the previous prayers had mattered. The grief was uncontainable. It ran through the whole camp. Joab was told that the king was weeping and mourning for Absalom, and for the whole army that day the victory was turned into mourning, because the troops heard it said, "The king is grieving for his son." The men stole into the city that day, the way men steal away when they are ashamed after fleeing from battle. The king had his face covered, and he cried aloud, "Oh, my son Absalom! Oh, Absalom, my son, my son!" Joab went to the king and confronted him with the kind of brutal clarity that only Joab had ever managed to apply to David. He said, "Today you have humiliated all your men who have just saved your life and the lives of your sons and daughters, and the lives of your wives and concubines. You love those who hate you and hate those who love you. You have made it clear today that the commanders and their men mean nothing to you. I see that you would be pleased if Absalom were alive today and all of us were dead. Now go out and encourage your men. I swear by the Lord, if you do not go out, not a man will be left with you by nightfall. This will be worse for you than all the calamities that have come on you from your youth until now." David got up. He sat in the gateway. The troops were told, "The king is sitting in the gateway." They all came before him. The return to Jerusalem was careful and politically delicate. The northern tribes hesitated. Judah eventually brought the king back over the Jordan. Shimei, who had cursed him at Bahurim on the way out, came down to the river to meet him and beg for mercy. Abishai wanted to kill him. David said again, "Should anyone be put to death in Israel today? I know that today I am king over Israel." Ziba was there. Mephibosheth also came down to meet him, his feet unwashed, his mustache untrimmed, his clothes unwashed from the day the king had left until the day he returned. He told the king that Ziba had deceived him, that he had wanted to come, but was lame. David could not tell which man was lying and split the land between them, which pleased neither. Mephibosheth said, "Let him have all of it, now that my lord the king has returned home safely." Barzillai the Gileadite, who had provided David with supplies at Mahanaim, came down to cross the Jordan with him. David invited him to come to Jerusalem and live at the king's table. Barzillai was 80 years old. He declined. "I am not likely to enjoy food and drink anymore. I cannot hear the voices of men and women singers anymore." Why should your servant be an added burden to my lord the king? Let your servant return so I may die in my own town, near the tomb of my father and my mother." He sent his son Kimham to go in his place. David kissed him, blessed him, and Barzillai returned home. Not even the restoration was peaceful. A Benjaminite named Sheba, son of Bichri, blew the trumpet and cried out, "We have no share in David, no part in Jesse's son. Every man to his tent, O Israel." All the men of Israel deserted David to follow Sheba. David ordered Amasa, whom he had appointed over the army in place of Joab, to summon the men of Judah within 3 days. Amasa failed to return in time. David sent Abishai. Joab went with Abishai, and at the great rock in Gibeon met Amasa. Joab greeted Amasa. "How are you, my brother?" He took Amasa by the beard with his right hand as if to kiss him. With his left he held a sword. He drove the sword into Amasa's belly. Amasa's intestines spilled out on the ground, and he died. Joab and Abishai pursued Sheba north to the city of Abel-Beth-Maachah and besieged it. A wise woman from the city called down from the wall and asked why Joab was attacking. Joab said, "I want only Sheba. Hand him over, and I will withdraw." The woman conferred with the people. They cut off Sheba's head and threw it over the wall. Joab blew the trumpet, and the men of Israel withdrew to their own homes. Joab was back in command of the whole army of Israel. There is no record that David ever commented on Amasa's murder or on Joab's return to command. He had learned, perhaps, that there were certain things Joab did that he could not prevent and could not even openly disapprove of, because Joab's brutality was, in a way he did not like to acknowledge, a piece of his own protection. A famine came to the land for 3 years, year after year, and David sought the face of the Lord, and the Lord told him it was because of blood guilt on Saul's house for killing the Gibeonites. Saul had tried to wipe them out, violating the ancient treaty from the days of Joshua. David asked the Gibeonites what he could do to atone. They asked for 7 men of Saul's descendants to be given over for execution. David gave them the 2 sons of Saul by Rizpah, and the 5 sons of Merab whom Saul had given in marriage, and spared only Mephibosheth because of the oath he had made to Jonathan. The 7 were killed at Gibeah, at the beginning of barley harvest, and their bodies were left exposed on the hill. Rizpah took sackcloth and spread it out for herself on a rock. And from the beginning of the harvest until the rain poured down from the heavens on the bodies, she did not let the birds of the air touch them by day, or the wild animals by night. David was told what she had done. He gathered her sons' bones, and the bones of Saul and Jonathan, which he recovered from Jabesh-Gilead, and buried them all in the tomb of Kish, Saul's father. After that, the prayer was answered on behalf of the land. There were more wars against the Philistines in his last years. David grew tired. On one campaign he became exhausted, and a Philistine named Ishbi-Benob, a descendant of the giants, came close to killing him. Abishai came to David's rescue and struck the Philistine down. David's men then swore to him, "Never again will you go out with us to battle, so that the lamp of Israel will not be extinguished." 2 songs from the very end of his life are preserved. A long psalm of thanksgiving for deliverance from all his enemies and from the hand of Saul, and an oracle called the Last Words of David, in which he spoke of a righteous ruler who rules in the fear of God as the light of morning at sunrise on a cloudless morning. They are the voice of a man looking back on a long life and a longer providence. He did one more thing that went badly. He ordered a census of the fighting men of Israel. The text says that the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he incited David to do it, although a parallel account adds that Satan rose up against Israel and incited David to it. Either way, Joab, of all people, objected. He told the king, "May the Lord your God multiply the troops 100 times over. But why does my lord the king want to do such a thing? Why should he bring guilt on Israel?" The king's word overruled Joab. Joab went out and spent 9 months and 20 days counting, and came back with the numbers. In Israel, 800,000 able-bodied men who could handle a sword, and in Judah, 500,000. David's conscience struck him afterwards, and he confessed to the Lord, "I have sinned greatly in what I have done. Now, Lord, I beg you, take away the guilt of your servant." The prophet Gad came to him in the morning with 3 options: 3 years of famine, or 3 months of fleeing before his enemies, or 3 days of plague. David chose the third, saying, "Let us fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is great, but do not let me fall into the hands of men." The plague went out. 70,000 men died from Dan to Beersheba. When the angel stretched out his hand to destroy Jerusalem, the Lord was grieved, and said to the angel, "Enough, withdraw your hand." The angel was at the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. David saw him there and pleaded, "I am the one who has sinned and done wrong. These are but sheep. What have they done? Let your hand fall on me and my family." Gad told David to go up and build an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor. David went. Araunah offered the threshing floor and the oxen for free. David refused. "I will not offer to the Lord my God burnt offerings that cost me nothing." He bought the site for 50 shekels of silver, built the altar, and offered burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. The Lord answered prayer on behalf of the land, and the plague on Israel was stopped. The site of that threshing floor would become the site of everything that followed. When King David was very old and advanced in years, he could not keep warm, even when they put covers over him. His servants suggested finding a young virgin to attend him and lie beside him to keep him warm. They searched throughout Israel for a beautiful young woman and found Abishag the Shunammite and brought her to the king. She took care of him and waited on him, but the king had no sexual relations with her. The text is precise because it matters for what came next. Adonijah, David's son by Haggith, who was next in line after the deaths of Amnon, Chileab, and Absalom, decided the time had come. He had grown up handsome, and, the text adds with one of its dry parenthetical diagnoses, his father had never interfered with him by asking him, "Why do you behave as you do?" He conferred with Joab and with Abiathar the priest, and they gave him their support. Zadok the priest, Benaiah son of Jehoiada, Nathan the prophet, Shimei, Ray, and David's special guard did not join him. Adonijah sacrificed sheep, cattle, and fattened calves at the stone of Zoheleth near En-Rogel, and invited all his brothers, the king's sons, and all the royal officials of Judah. But he did not invite Nathan the prophet or Benaiah, or the special guard or his brother Solomon. Nathan, hearing of it, went to Bathsheba. He asked her if she had heard that Adonijah had become king. She had not. Nathan told her to save her life and the life of her son Solomon. Her strategy was simple. Go to the king and remind him of the oath he had sworn to her, that Solomon would sit on his throne. While she was speaking to him, Nathan would come in and confirm her words. Bathsheba went into the king's bedchamber. The king was very old, and Abishag was attending him. Bathsheba bowed down. She asked if he remembered what he had sworn. "Adonijah," she said, "is king, and you know nothing about it. He has slaughtered great numbers of cattle, fattened calves and sheep, and has invited all the king's sons, Abiathar the priest, and Joab the commander of the army. But he has not invited your servant Solomon. The eyes of all Israel are on you," she said, "to learn from you who will sit on the throne of my lord the king after him. Otherwise, as soon as my lord the king is laid to rest with his ancestors, I and my son Solomon will be treated as criminals." While she was still speaking, Nathan arrived. He confirmed her story with slightly different emphasis. Had the king decreed Adonijah king without telling his servants? He reviewed the names of the guests at Adonijah's feast. The old king, who had been fading, gathered himself. He said to Bathsheba, As surely as the Lord lives, who has delivered me out of every trouble, I will surely carry out this very day what I swore to you by the Lord, the God of Israel. Solomon your son shall be king after me, and he will sit on my throne in my place." Bathsheba bowed with her face to the ground and said, "May my lord King David live forever." David called Zadok the priest, Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah. He ordered them to take Solomon down to Gihon on the king's own mule. Zadok and Nathan were to anoint him there. They were to blow the trumpet and shout, "Long live King Solomon!" Then they were to come up after him, and Solomon was to sit on the king's throne and reign in David's place. They did exactly what he ordered. Zadok the priest took the horn of oil from the sacred tent and anointed Solomon. They sounded the trumpet, and all the people shouted, "Long live King Solomon!" And all the people went up after him, playing flutes and rejoicing greatly, so that the ground shook with the sound. Adonijah and his guests were just finishing their feast when they heard the noise. Joab, the veteran of 100 battles, recognized the sound of the trumpet and asked what was happening. A messenger came in and told them everything. Adonijah's guests rose in alarm and dispersed, each to his own way. Adonijah himself ran to the tent of the Lord and took hold of the horns of the altar, which was the ancient rite of sanctuary. Solomon was told, "Adonijah is afraid of King Solomon and is clinging to the horns of the altar." Solomon said, "If he shows himself to be a worthy man, not a hair of his head will fall to the ground. But if evil is found in him, he will die." They brought Adonijah down from the altar. He came and bowed before King Solomon, and Solomon said, "Go home." David gave a charge to Solomon. It is one of the final recorded speeches of his life, and it is divided into 2 halves that do not quite agree with each other. The first half is what a dying father should say. "I am about to go the way of all the earth. Be strong, be a man. Observe what the Lord your God requires. Walk in his ways. Keep his decrees and commands, his laws and regulations, as written in the law of Moses, so that you may prosper in all you do and wherever you go. That the Lord may keep his promise to me. If your descendants watch how they live, and if they walk faithfully before me with all their heart and soul, you will never fail to have a successor on the throne of Israel." The second half is what an old king says to a new king when there are accounts to settle. He turned to Joab. "You know what he did to me, what he did to the 2 commanders of Israel's armies, Abner son of Ner and Amasa son of Jether. He killed them, shedding their blood in peacetime as if in battle. Do not let his gray head go down to the grave in peace. And Shimei son of Gera, who called down bitter curses on me the day I went to Mahanaim. When he came down to meet me at the Jordan, I swore to him by the Lord, I will not put you to death by the sword. But now do not consider him innocent. You are a man of wisdom. You will know what to do to him. Bring his gray head down to the grave in blood, and show kindness to the sons of Barzillai of Gilead, and let them be among those who eat at your table. They stood by me when I fled from your brother Absalom." Then David rested with his ancestors, and was buried in the city of David. The days he reigned over Israel were 40 years, 7 years in Hebron, and 33 years in Jerusalem. The kingdom passed to his son, the one whose birth had come after the death of Nathan's first prophecy, whose name meant peaceable, and whose other name meant beloved of the Lord, who now walked the streets of a city his father had captured, with a man scrambling up a water shaft, wearing a crown his mother had won for him, while the old king was dying of cold in his bed, with a list of enemies in his hand that his father had drawn up, and a promise of wisdom he had not yet asked for. The wars of succession were over. The wars of what to do with the kingdom, once you had it, were about to begin. The old man in the palace could no longer get warm. They piled blankets on him, and the cold stayed in his bones. They brought him a young woman from Shunem named Abishag, beautiful beyond her village, instructed to lie against him and share her heat with his failing body. She did what she was told. She did not become his wife in any way that mattered. The king who had taken cities and taken women and taken the heart of a nation lay in a bed in Jerusalem and shook, and his sons watched the door to his chamber with the patient, arithmetical eyes of men who were counting. Adonijah counted faster than the rest. He was handsome, the chronicles say, and his father had never once corrected him, never said so much as, "Why have you done so?" And a boy brought up on that diet grows into a particular kind of man. He was older than the others who still lived. Absalom was gone. Amnon was gone. Chileab, the second son, had vanished from the record without a word, either dead young or counted out for reasons no one wrote down. Adonijah was next in line by the arithmetic of birth, and he had convinced himself this arithmetic was destiny. He had chariots made. He had horsemen assigned to run before him through the streets. He had begun, quietly and then less quietly, to act like the king his father had not yet stopped being. He found allies in the two men you would expect. Joab, son of Zeruiah, the general who had carried the wars of David on his shoulders and had his blood under his fingernails, threw in with Adonijah. Joab had always known which way a wind was blowing. He had survived too many storms not to know. Abiathar the priest, son of Ahimelech, the last survivor of the priesthood of Nob, which Saul had slaughtered, whose hand had held the ephod beside David in the wilderness years, sided with Adonijah too. These were not small names. These were the men who had walked with David when there was no David, when he was a fugitive in caves, and their endorsement carried the weight of the founding. Adonijah threw a feast at the stone of Zoheleth by En-Rogel on the south edge of the city. He slaughtered sheep and oxen and fatted cattle, and invited every one of his brothers except one. He invited every king's servant of the tribe of Judah, except a small and pointed handful. He did not invite Nathan the prophet. He did not invite Zadok the priest. He did not invite Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, captain of the bodyguard. He did not invite Solomon. That was the mistake. You can see him seeing it, later when it was too late. You exclude 4 men, and those 4 men become the answer to the question you forgot to ask. Nathan went to Bathsheba. He was quick and he was direct, and he understood that a plot required timing. Bathsheba, by now a woman of the court, mother of the one son David had privately sworn would succeed him, went into the cold bedchamber with the long hair and the bowed head and the practiced voice of a subject, and she spoke the words Nathan had given her, and then the words she found for herself. "Did you not swear to your handmaid that Solomon my son would reign after you and sit upon your throne? And now, behold, Adonijah reigns, and my lord the king knows it not." Nathan came in behind her, right on her heels, as if by coincidence, as if he had heard the noise from the lower city and come to see what was happening, and he asked the same question again in his own mouth. The old king, who had been dozing or dying or listening, roused. The voice that had rung across a valley at Goliath rang once more. "Call me Zadok the priest," he said. "Call me Nathan the prophet. Call me Benaiah." And in the space of an hour, the succession changed hands. Zadok took the horn of oil from the tabernacle. Benaiah took the king's own mule. They rode Solomon down to Gihon, the spring where Jerusalem drew its water, and Zadok anointed him, and Benaiah blew the trumpet, and the crowd that had gathered cried a single sentence that Adonijah, less than a mile away up the wadi, heard with a butcher's knife still in his hand. "God save King Solomon." The cry came up the hill, the pipes sounded. The earth shook, the record says, with the sound of the people's rejoicing. Adonijah's guests heard it, and knew what it meant before anyone explained. They rose from the table without finishing the meal, each man to his own business, each man suddenly needing to be somewhere else. Adonijah ran. He ran to the altar in the tent that David had pitched, and he grabbed the horns of the altar with both hands, because that was the gesture a dead man made when he was not yet ready to be dead. He would only come out, he said, if Solomon swore he would not be killed. Solomon, in the cool voice of a man who has just received the kingdom at the age of perhaps 20, sent word that if Adonijah would prove himself a worthy man, not a hair of his head should fall. If wickedness be found in him, he shall die. The qualifying clause was the whole sentence. David died with the grown Solomon beside him, and the charge he gave his son at the end was not the charge of a dying saint. It was the ledger of a career finally closing its books. Remember Joab, he said. Remember what he did to Abner and Amasa, how he shed the blood of war in peacetime, how he stained my own belt with blood no command of mine had authorized. His gray hair shall not go down to the grave in peace. Remember Shimei, son of Gera, the Benjamite, who cursed me on the day I ran from Absalom, whom I swore not to strike while I lived. You are a wise man. You will know what to do with him. And remember the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, who fed me at Mahanaim when I had nothing. Let them eat at your table. Those were the last instructions. Then David slept with his fathers, the longest reign yet seen in Israel, and was buried in the city that carried his name. Solomon began his own reign with a scene that was half courtroom and half abattoir. Adonijah, who should have learned, did not learn. He went to Bathsheba with a request. Ask the king, he said, to give me Abishag the Shunammite to wife. It was the request of a man who had not understood what had happened to him. To take a woman who had shared the bed of the previous king, even ceremonially, even without touch, was to lay a soft and careful hand on the throne itself. It was the gesture Absalom had made years earlier when he went in to his father's concubines on the roof in sight of all Israel. Solomon heard the request through his mother's mouth, and his voice, when he answered, was not the voice of a young man. Why do you ask Abishag for Adonijah? He said. Ask for him the kingdom also. And he sent Benaiah. Adonijah died that afternoon. Abiathar the priest was next, and Solomon spared his life for old loyalty. Go to Anathoth, he told him, to your own fields. You are worthy of death, but I will not kill you this day, because you bore the ark of the Lord God before David my father. And that quiet sentence, spoken in a throne room, closed a book that had opened centuries earlier in a little town called Shiloh, where a priest named Eli had sat on a stool and heard bad news about his sons. God had said through the voice of a frightened boy named Samuel that Eli's line would be cut off from the priesthood forever. It had taken generations. It had run down through wars and exiles and the long service of a man who had done nothing wrong. And it ended with a pension and an exile to a country village. Prophecy does not hurry. Prophecy waits. Joab heard the news about Abiathar and ran for the same altar Adonijah had run for. He took hold of the horns of it. Benaiah, following orders, went in to fetch him. Come forth, Benaiah said. Nay, said Joab, I will die here. The old general had no theater left in him. He had carried Absalom's spear. He had killed Abner at a city gate. He had killed Amasa with one hand while embracing him with the other. And now he was going to die with his hand on an altar, because the book was closing on him too. Benaiah went back and asked, and Solomon's answer came back down the hill. Do as he hath said. Fall upon him and bury him. The record says Benaiah struck him there and buried him in his own house in the wilderness, and so the blood Joab had shed in peacetime came home. Shimei lived a little longer. Solomon called him in and drew a circle around Jerusalem. You shall build yourself a house in this city, he said, and you shall dwell there, and you shall not go forth anywhere. On the day you cross the Kidron, you shall surely die. Your blood shall be upon your own head. Shimei agreed. He swore. He built his house. He kept his side of the bargain for 3 years. Then 2 of his servants ran away to Gath, and he saddled an ass and went after them and brought them back. When Solomon heard, he sent for him. Did I not make you swear? He said. Your own mouth has testified against you. Benaiah went out and struck him too. And the Benjamite voice that had cursed David on a hill above the Jordan went silent. The throne was established in the hand of Solomon. That is the phrase the record uses. It sounds tidy. It was not tidy. It had cost 4 lives, 1 exile, and the political neutralization of half the founding generation. But now it was done, and now the new king could begin. He was perhaps 20 years old. He did not know how the story ended. Nobody does when they start. He married the daughter of Pharaoh, which was a coup nobody had seen coming. Egypt did not give its daughters to foreign kings. Egypt took daughters from foreign kings. But the 21st dynasty was weak in those years. The Tanite pharaohs were not the pharaohs of the Exodus, and Solomon was the ascendant power in the Levant. A daughter crossed the Sinai and moved into a house in the old city of David while Solomon began to build her something better. He did not yet have a temple for his God. He had a cedarwood palace to build, and walls to extend, and a city to turn from David's mountain fortress into a capital worthy of a dynasty. He went, in those first years, up to Gibeon to sacrifice at the great high place there because the ark was in Jerusalem. But the bronze altar of Moses was still at Gibeon, and a young king had to go where the altar was. He offered 1,000 burnt offerings on that altar. That is the number that is recorded, and it should pause the eye. 1,000 animals were burned to the God of his father. It was either the gesture of a boy trying to buy something, or the gesture of a king who understood that he had received the kingdom without paying for it and wanted to be seen to pay. And that night, at Gibeon, in the sleeping house of a foreign hill town, God came to Solomon in a dream and said the most dangerous sentence a king could be asked: "Ask what I shall give thee." Solomon, whose answer to that question would define everything that followed, gave an answer that has impressed theologians for 3,000 years. He did not ask for long life. He did not ask for riches. He did not ask for the heads of his enemies. He said, "I am but a little child. I know not how to go out or come in. Give thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this, thy so great a people?" And the voice in the dream, the record says, was pleased. "Because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life, neither hast asked riches for thyself, nor hast asked the life of thine enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment. Behold, I have done according to thy word. I have given thee a wise and an understanding heart. And I have also given thee that which thou hast not asked, both riches and honor, so that there shall not be any among the kings like unto thee all thy days. And if thou wilt walk in my ways, to keep my statutes and my commandments, as thy father David did walk, then I will lengthen thy days." It was the "if" that would come back to haunt him. Gifts are always given with a conditional clause, and it is always the clause that people forget. He woke up and rode back to Jerusalem and stood before the ark and held a feast for his servants. And the very next scene in the account is the one that has set itself into the world's memory like a name into a stone. 2 women came to him. They shared a house. They had each borne a son within 3 days of each other, and one had died in the night, and each claimed that the living child was hers. There were no witnesses. There were only 2 women, and a living baby, and a dead one, and a room that had heard what it had heard and would never say, and a king who had been asked only weeks before in a dream for an understanding heart. "Bring me a sword," Solomon said. "Divide the living child in 2. Give half to the one and half to the other." And the false mother said, "Let it be neither mine nor thine. Divide it." And the true mother cried out, "O my lord, give her the living child, and in no wise slay it." And Solomon said, "Give her the living child. She is its mother." And all Israel, the record says, heard of the judgment which the king had judged, and they feared the king, for they saw that the wisdom of God was in him to do judgment. A country that had been ruled for 40 years by a warrior learned in an afternoon that it was now ruled by a judge. He built a civil service. He divided the country into 12 administrative districts that did not quite match the old tribal boundaries, which was its own small rebellion, because it meant that the districts of the tribes were no longer sovereign over their own provisioning. Each district, in its turn, supplied the royal household for 1 month of the year. He named the officers over them: Ben-Hur over the hill country of Ephraim, Ben-Decker in Makaz and Shalbim and Beth-Shemesh, Ben-Hesed in Araboth, Ben-Abinadab, who had Taphath the daughter of Solomon to wife, over the region of Dor-Baana, son of Ahilud, over Tanach and Megiddo, Ben-Gaber in Ramoth-Gilead, who administered the 60 great cities walled with brass bars in Bashan, Ahinadab son of Edo in Mahanaim, Ahimaaz in Naphtali, who also took a daughter of Solomon, Basemath to wife, Baana son of Hushai in Asher and in Aloth, Jehoshaphat son of Peruah in Issachar, Shimei son of Elah in Benjamin, Geber son of Uri in the land of Gilead, in the country of Sihon king of the Amorites, and of Og king of Bashan, 12 men, 12 months, 1 kingdom reorganized. Over all of them was Azariah the son of Nathan, Zadok and Abiathar's son Abiathar, and then only Zadok, were priests. Zabud the son of Nathan the prophet was the king's friend. Ahishar was over the household. Adoniram, whose name would become important later in the worst way, was over the tribute, the corvée, the forced labor that would build everything Solomon was about to build. And then he built it. He had been saving this for the 4th year of his reign, and when he was ready, he sent messengers to Hiram king of Tyre, on the coast to the north, with whom his father David had kept a long and quiet friendship. Tyre had the cedars. Tyre had the cypress. Tyre had the craftsmen who knew how to cut stone so a wall would stand without moving for a millennium. Solomon proposed a trade. My father could not build a house to the name of the Lord his God because of the wars which were about him on every side. Now the Lord my God has given me rest. I purpose to build a house. Send me cedars. I will pay your servants their hire. I have no one among my people that can skill to hew timber like the Sidonians. And Hiram, pleased and a little astonished, sent back a letter. Blessed be the Lord this day, which hath given unto David a wise son over this great people. What Solomon wants, I will do. The trees will come down from Lebanon. My servants will bring them to the sea, and I shall convey them by sea in floats, and I will deliver them at the place thou shalt appoint, and thou shalt receive them, and thou shalt give food for my household. For which Solomon paid in wheat and oil 20,000 measures of 1 and 20 of the other every year, for the rest of their friendship. He raised a levy of 30,000 men out of all Israel, and sent them in shifts, 10,000 at a time, to Lebanon, 1 month on and 2 at home. Adoniram was over the levy. He had 70,000 that bore burdens, and 80,000 hewers in the mountains, and 3,300 who supervised, and all of them were working on one building. In the 4th year of his reign, in the month Ziv, which is the 2nd month, the foundation was laid. 7 years later, in the month Bul, which is the 8th month, the house was finished throughout all the parts thereof, and according to all the fashion of it. 7 years the temple took. It is good to hold that number in your hand when you hear the next one. The building itself was modest in size, measured the way modern people measure. 60 cubits long, 20 broad, 30 high. Say in modern units 90 feet by 30, by 45. That is not a cathedral. It is a house. Large, yes, but a house. It was the covering of it that made it what it was. The walls were lined with cedar, carved with cherubim and palm trees and open flowers, and every carving was overlaid with gold. The floor was cedar, overlaid with gold. The inner sanctuary, the Holy of Holies, was a perfect cube, 20 cubits each way, overlaid entirely with pure gold. Within it stood 2 cherubim of olive wood, each 10 cubits high, their wings spread so that the wing of one touched one wall, and the wing of the other touched the other wall, and their inner wings met in the middle. The ark, when it arrived, would rest beneath those wings. The doors of the inner sanctuary were olive wood, carved golden. The doors of the outer house were fir, carved golden. The whole of it was so consumed with gold that the eye had no corner of ordinary material to rest on. Every surface answered light. Outside, Hiram of Tyre, not the king, but a craftsman of the same name, a man whose mother was of the tribe of Naphtali, and whose father was a man of Tyre, cast 2 pillars of brass. Each was 18 cubits high, and a line of 12 cubits compassed it about. He set them on the porch of the temple. The right one he called Jachin, meaning he will establish. The left he called Boaz, meaning in him is strength. No one has ever been entirely certain what the names were supposed to mean standing together, but the pillars themselves, vast and hollow and ornamented at the top with pomegranates and chainwork and lilywork, stood in front of the house like 2 brass sentinels and were seen by everyone who came. Hiram also cast a basin, round, 10 cubits from brim to brim, 5 cubits high, 30 cubits in circumference, standing on 12 brass oxen, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, 3 facing east, their hindquarters inward. It held 2,000 baths. It was for the washing of the priests. It was a thing that no one in the country had seen before. Not the priests, not the farmers who came up to gawk. Then 10 lavers of brass on 10 bases, movable, and the lampstands, and the tables of showbread, and the altar of incense, all of gold, all arranged in their places. The record lists the furnishings as if listing a dowry. It is listing a dowry, the dowry of a marriage between a people and their God. And while the temple was going up, Solomon was building his own house too, because a palace for a king who had built this temple could not be a smaller project. The palace, in its full complex, took 13 years. It had the house of the forest of Lebanon, 100 cubits long, 50 broad, and 30 high, with 4 rows of cedar pillars, its name earned by the forest of wood within it. It had the porch of pillars, 50 by 30. It had the porch of judgment, where he set his throne, a seat of ivory overlaid with the best gold, with 6 steps and 2 lions standing beside the stays, and 12 lions upon the 6 steps, 1 at each end. The record says there was nothing like it in any kingdom. It had his own house to dwell in, another court. And for the daughter of Pharaoh, whom he had married, he made a house in the same proportion. 13 years on his own house, 7 on God's. There are people who have argued about those numbers ever since, about what they say, about whether they say anything. The numbers say what they say. When the temple was finished, he brought the ark up. He gathered the elders of Israel and all the heads of the tribes in the month of Ethanim at the feast, and they brought the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the city of David, which is Zion, and the priests took it up. Solomon and all the congregation sacrificed sheep and oxen that could not be told nor numbered for their multitude. They brought it under the wings of the cherubim, and the cloud filled the house of the Lord, so that the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house. Solomon stood before the altar in the sight of all Israel and spread his hands toward heaven. He prayed a prayer that is one of the longest in the record. He asked that God would hear from heaven, his dwelling place, when the people prayed toward this house, that he would hear when they sinned and came back, that he would hear the stranger who came from far countries for his name's sake, that he would hear when they were defeated in battle and confessed their sin, that he would hear when drought came, that he would hear when famine came, that he would hear when pestilence came, that he would hear when they were carried away captive to the land of the enemy, far off or near, and repented there with all their heart and all their soul. The prayer of a young king hedging very thoroughly against every future his country might enter. The prayer of a man who, for just a moment, could see exactly how many ways this could go wrong. And he sacrificed, at the dedication, 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. The middle of the court he had to hallow in addition to the altar, because the altar was too small for the burnt offerings of that week. He kept the feast for 7 days, and 7 days, 14 days in all. And on the 8th day he sent the people away, and they blessed the king, and went to their tents joyful and glad of heart, for all the goodness the Lord had done for David his servant, and for Israel his people. God appeared to Solomon a second time, as he had appeared at Gibeon. I have heard thy prayer, he said. I have hallowed this house which thou hast built, to put my name there forever. Mine eyes and mine heart shall be there perpetually. And if thou wilt walk before me as David thy father walked, in integrity of heart and in uprightness, to do according to all that I have commanded thee, then I will establish the throne of thy kingdom upon Israel forever. But if ye shall turn from following me, ye or your children, and will not keep my commandments and my statutes which I have set before you, but go and serve other gods and worship them, then will I cut off Israel out of the land which I have given them, and this house which I have hallowed for my name will I cast out of my sight. And Israel shall be a proverb and a byword among all people. And at this house, which is high, every one that passeth by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss. The second conversation was full of the things the first conversation had implied. The if in the middle was, once again, the clause that mattered most. The years that followed were the golden years, the ones that went into the legend. Hiram of Tyre had a long-standing trade partnership with Solomon that extended beyond wood. Solomon ceded him 20 cities in the land of Galilee in payment for the gold Hiram had advanced, though when Hiram came out to see them, he was not pleased with them, and called them Kabul, a land good for nothing, and the name stuck. Solomon built Tadmor in the wilderness, which would one day be Palmyra, and he built store cities, and cities for his chariots, and cities for his horsemen. He built up Hazor in the north, and Megiddo in the valley of Jezreel, and Gezer, which Pharaoh had taken and given him as the dowry of his daughter. He built Lower Beth-horon, and Upper Beth-horon, and Baalath, and he fortified everywhere a king fortifies when he is planning to stay. He built a navy of ships at Ezion-Geber on the shore of the Red Sea, and Hiram sent his sailors, men who knew the sea, along with Solomon's servants, and they went to Ophir, wherever Ophir was, and brought back 420 talents of gold. The queen of Sheba heard of him. She came from the south, from the land of frankincense, with a great train, camels bearing spices and gold and precious stones. She came to prove him with hard questions. She had prepared, before she left home, a list of riddles and puzzles and matters that only a wise man could unravel. And when she had seen all Solomon's wisdom, and the house he had built, and the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers and their apparel, and his cupbearers, and his ascent by which he went up to the house of the Lord, there was no more spirit in her. She said to the king, The report which I heard in mine own land was true. Howbeit I believed not the words until I came, and mine eyes had seen it, and behold, the half was not told me. Happy are thy men, happy are thy servants which stand continually before thee, and hear thy wisdom. And she gave him 120 talents of gold, and spices in abundance, and precious stones, and Solomon gave her of his royal bounty whatever she asked for, and she turned and went back to her country. She and her servants, and into her country she carried, the oldest tellers say, a son. There is no word of a son in the record that is before us. The Ethiopians have a different record. The Ethiopians say his name was Menelik. Legends are like that. They keep going where the record stops. Gold came to Solomon at the rate of 660 and 6 talents a year, apart from trade, apart from tribute, apart from what the governors of the country brought in. He made 200 targets of beaten gold, 600 shekels of gold going to one target, and 300 shields of beaten gold, 3 pound of gold going to one shield, and the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon. His drinking vessels were gold. None were silver. Silver was of no account in the days of Solomon. He had horses brought out of Egypt and out of Kuwait at a price, and his merchants received a trained horse for 150 shekels of silver, and a chariot for 600, and so they exported them to the kings of the Hittites and to the kings of Syria as middlemen. He had 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots and 12,000 horsemen. He had 40,000 stalls of horses. The record mentions this in a tone that sounds admiring, but every word of that last paragraph is the slow breaking of an old law. In the book of the king's instructions, the book that had been written against the day a king would arise in Israel, it had been said that the king shall not multiply horses to himself. It had been said that he shall not cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. It had been said that neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. He multiplied horses. He multiplied gold. He multiplied silver. And then he multiplied wives. 700 princesses he married. 300 concubines. 1,000 women in round numbers. Some of them were alliances. Moabite, Ammonite, Edomite, Sidonian, Hittite. Each marriage was a treaty. Each marriage meant that a foreign prince would not send an army into the valleys. Each marriage meant peace bought on the cheap. Each marriage came with its own household and its own gods, and its own altar somewhere on a hill within a day's ride of the great temple he had built to the one God who had appeared to him twice at night. The daughter of Pharaoh had been the first. She had lived in David's city until her house was ready, and Solomon had said in those years that she should not live in the place where the ark had rested, because the place was holy. He had been scrupulous about it then. He had been young. The scruples did not last. He loved many strange women. That is the phrase the record uses. He loved them. It was not policy in the end. It was temperament. Of the nations concerning which the Lord had said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall not go into them, neither shall they come in unto you, for surely they will turn away your heart after their gods. Solomon clave unto these in love. His wives turned away his heart. When Solomon was old, his wives turned away his heart after other gods. And his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father. He built a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, on the hill that was before Jerusalem. He built one for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon, on the same ridge. He built for Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians. He built for all his strange wives, who burnt incense and sacrificed unto their gods. And the smoke of those altars went up from the Mount of Olives, and the temple of the Lord on the mount opposite watched. The young man who had once asked for an understanding heart, and had spoken of discernment between good and evil in his old age, knew the difference and built the altars anyway. God was angry with Solomon. The record says this plainly. There is no softening. God spoke to him a third time. He had spoken to him twice before, and now he spoke once more. And this time the voice was not giving. I have heard you, he had said at Gibeon. I have blessed you, he had said at the dedication. Now he said something else. Forasmuch as this is done of thee, and thou hast not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded thee, I will surely rend the kingdom from thee, and will give it to thy servant. Notwithstanding, in thy days I will not do it, for David thy father's sake, but I will rend it out of the hand of thy son. Howbeit, I will not rend away all the kingdom, but I will give one tribe to thy son for David, my servant's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen. Solomon at this did not weep. He did not tear his garments. He did not go up the mountain to pray. He heard the sentence and went back to his business, and the business began quietly to come apart at the edges. The Lord stirred up an adversary to him. The word in the old tongue is Satan, not yet the proper name it would later become, just the word for an accuser, an opposer, a man standing in the way. Hadad the Edomite, of the royal seed, was the first. He was a boy when David and Joab had gone through Edom, killing every male. His servants had carried him out of the country by night and down to Egypt, where he had grown up in the house of Pharaoh, whose sister Tahpenes had become his wife. When Hadad heard in Egypt that David slept with his fathers, and Joab, the captain of the host, was dead, he went home. The Egyptian Pharaoh had tried to talk him out of it. "What have you lacked with me?" Pharaoh had asked, "that behold, thou seekest to go to thine own country?" Hadad had answered, "Nothing. Howbeit let me go in any wise." And Pharaoh had let him go. He went back to Edom and began to make trouble. Rezon, the son of Eliada, was the second adversary. He had been a captain in the army of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, when David had fought there. He had escaped. He had gathered a band of men about him. He had become a captain over a band, and he went to Damascus and reigned there. And he was an adversary to Israel all the days of Solomon, abhorring Israel, and reigning over Syria. And the third was not a foreigner. The third was one of Solomon's own men. Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, was an Ephrathite of Zeredah, whose mother's name was Zeruah, a widow. Solomon had seen him and marked him as a valiant young man, industrious, competent, the sort of man a king wants on his staff, and he had made him ruler over all the charge of the house of Joseph. The charge of the house of Joseph was the forced labor of the northern tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh, who together were called Joseph, because Joseph had been their father. It was the manual muscle of the kingdom, and Solomon had put a northerner in charge of it. It was meant to be a promotion. It turned out to be a key that unlocked a door. And about that time, Jeroboam went out of Jerusalem, and a prophet named Ahijah the Shilonite found him on the road. Ahijah was from Shiloh, the old sanctuary of the ark before Eli's day, the old sanctuary that had been destroyed long ago. He had been watching Solomon. He had seen the high places on the mount. He had seen 1,000 women. He had seen the silver become of no account. And he had been waiting for a man on a road. Ahijah had clothed himself with a new garment that morning. When they two were alone in the field, Ahijah took the garment that was on him and rent it in 12 pieces. And he said to Jeroboam, "Take thee 10 pieces, for thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Behold, I will rend the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and will give 10 tribes to thee. Howbeit he shall have 1 tribe for my servant David's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, the city which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel. Because that they have forsaken me, and have worshipped Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Zidonians, Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, and Milcom, the god of the children of Ammon, and have not walked in my ways, to do that which is right in mine eyes, to keep my statutes and my judgments, as did David his father. I will take the kingdom out of his son's hand, and will give it unto thee, even 10 tribes. And thou shalt reign according to all that thy soul desireth, and shalt be king over Israel." It was the same sentence God had spoken privately to Solomon, now spoken publicly to the man who would benefit from it, with the conditions attached. If Jeroboam would hearken and walk in God's ways, God would build him a sure house as he had built for David. The conditions were always the conditions. Jeroboam, a man who had been unloading stone blocks for the capital of a kingdom, stood on a road with 10 pieces of a linen garment in his hand, and a prophecy in his ears, and a future shouting at him from both directions. Solomon, predictably, heard about it, because a king with 40,000 stalls of horses hears about everything. He sent to kill Jeroboam. Jeroboam fled. He fled the way Hadad had come, down to Egypt, to Shishak, king of Egypt, who was the first pharaoh of the new 22nd dynasty, a Libyan named Shoshenq, a man who was in no mood to favor Solomon, and every reason to shelter a pretender to his throne. And Jeroboam was in Egypt until the death of Solomon, working presumably, and listening, and waiting. And Solomon slept with his fathers, the record says, in the quickest sentence it ever uses for a king. He was buried in the city of David his father. He had reigned over Israel 40 years, the same as David, the same as Saul, 3 generations of 40 years. That is the symmetry the old scribes admired. Rehoboam his son reigned in his stead. Rehoboam was the son of Naamah, an Ammonitess. He was 41 years old when he began to reign. He had been born, that is to say, the year before his father became king, to a woman from one of the peoples Solomon's God had warned against. He had grown up in a palace full of women from 1,000 different places, speaking 1,000 different accents, worshiping 1,000 different altars, and he had not, the record implies very strongly, learned much. He went to Shechem. He did not go to Jerusalem, where he was already king by inheritance. He went to Shechem, which was the ancient gathering place of the northern tribes, where Joshua had made a covenant long before there was ever a king, because all Israel had come to Shechem to make him king. And the arithmetic of the kingdom was that one did not become king of Israel without the consent of Israel. Judah he had by birth. Israel he had to ask for. Word went to Egypt. Jeroboam heard, in the court of Shishak, that Solomon was dead. He came back. The record says they sent and called him, and he came, and the congregation of Israel came, and they spoke to Rehoboam with one voice, and Jeroboam spoke for them. Thy father made our yoke grievous, they said. Now therefore make thou the grievous service of thy father, and his heavy yoke which he put upon us lighter, and we will serve thee. It was a reasonable request. The forced labor of the temple years and the palace years had ground the northern tribes. The taxation had ground them. The provisioning of a court that ate its way through 12 administrative districts, month by month, had ground them. They were not asking for anything they had not already been promised by the old book of Moses. Rehoboam said, "Come again to me after 3 days." And the people departed. Those 3 days are the hinge of the story. The old men who had stood before Solomon his father while he yet lived advised him one way: "If thou wilt be a servant unto this people this day, and wilt serve them, and answer them, and speak good words to them, then they will be thy servants forever. Be a servant. Say good words. The kingdom is bigger than your throne." This was the counsel of men who had watched Solomon over 40 years and had seen how a kingdom can get away from its king. He forsook the counsel of the old men. He consulted with the young men that were grown up with him, and that stood before him. They were his friends. They had been his contemporaries in the nursery. They had no memory of a time before their families were rich. They gave him the answer a 41-year-old man wants to hear from his friends when he has just inherited his father's house. "Thus shalt thou speak unto this people that spake unto thee, saying, Thy father made our yoke heavy, but make thou it lighter unto us. Thus shalt thou say unto them, My little finger shall be thicker than my father's loins. And now, whereas my father did lade you with a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father hath chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions." It was the sort of answer a frightened man gives when he believes the answer will make him look unfrightened. On the 3rd day, Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam, as the king had appointed. And the king answered the people roughly, and forsook the old men's counsel which they had given him, and spake to them after the counsel of the young men, saying, My father made your yoke heavy, and I will add to your yoke. My father also chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. The silence in that tent, before the next sentence was spoken, must have been the longest silence the kingdom had known since the day Samuel died. And the sentence that broke the silence was a song. It had been a song before, in the days of Sheba, son of Bishri, long ago. They used the same words because the words were already waiting for the moment. What portion have we in David? Nor do we have inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents, O Israel. Now see to thine own house, David. And they went home. Rehoboam sent Adoram, who was over the tribute, to speak to them. Adoram was an old man. He had served Solomon as the chief of the forced labor all those years. Whether Rehoboam sent him because he had not understood the mood of the country, or because he had and wanted to use Adoram's familiar face to calm it, or because there was nobody else who would go, no one can say. Adoram went out to the crowd at Shechem and did not come back. All Israel stoned him, with stones that he died. King Rehoboam, the record says, made speed to get him up to his chariot to flee to Jerusalem. He left Shechem with his life. He left the country with a fraction of itself. And Jeroboam came back again out of the memory of the people, out of exile, out of Egypt, out of the prophecy of Ahijah that had fallen on his shoulders on a road. When all Israel heard that Jeroboam was come again, they sent and called him unto the congregation, and made him king over all Israel. There was none that followed the house of David, but the tribe of Judah only. And Benjamin, the tiny southern tribe, stayed with Judah because Jerusalem was on its border. So the arithmetic was almost what Ahijah had said, 10 to the north. One, a little thicker than it looked, to the south. Simeon, in the deep south, had long been absorbed into Judah. Levi, of course, was scattered through all the tribes, and served the altars wherever those altars stood. 10 and 1. A kingdom split on the third day of its new king's reign. Rehoboam reached Jerusalem. He assembled the house of Judah, with the tribe of Benjamin, 180,000 chosen men, which were warriors, to fight against the house of Israel, to bring the kingdom again to Rehoboam, the son of Solomon. He was going to reverse it by force. He had the numbers. He had the horses his father had stabled. He had Jerusalem as a base. He was about to begin a civil war that might have been very long and very terrible. But the word of God came unto Shemaiah, the man of God, saying, Speak unto Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, king of Judah, and unto all the house of Judah and Benjamin, and to the remnant of the people, saying, Thus saith the Lord, Ye shall not go up, nor fight against your brethren, the children of Israel. Return every man to his house, for this thing is from me. And they hearkened unto the word of the Lord, and returned to depart, according to the word of the Lord. It was the second prophet in a week to stop a king at the door. It is striking how often, in that country, the word of a man standing alone on a road was heavier than the word of a captain of 180,000. Jeroboam, meanwhile, was thinking. He had a kingdom. He had not chosen it exactly. It had fallen on him in a field, and then it had landed on his head at Shechem, and now he had to rule it, and ruling it meant keeping it. He built up Shechem in Mount Ephraim, and dwelt there. Then he went out from there and built Penuel, east of the Jordan, to secure the Gilead side. And then he thought, and the thinking that he did is the thinking the record gives us in his own voice, the only time a king's interior monologue is written down in such detail. Now shall the kingdom return to the house of David, he said to himself. If this people go up to do sacrifice in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, then shall the heart of this people turn again unto their Lord, even unto Rehoboam king of Judah, and they shall kill me, and go again to Rehoboam king of Judah. He was not wrong about the danger. The temple was in Jerusalem. The temple was the center of the religion he was nominally trying to keep. Every pilgrimage feast, 3 times a year by the law, sent the men of his country walking south across the border to worship in the capital of his rival. Every feast was a possible defection. Every feast was a man coming home with a different idea. Whereupon the king took counsel, and made 2 calves of gold, and said unto the people, It is too much for you to go up to Jerusalem. Behold thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And he set the one in Bethel, at the southern border near Judah, and the other put he in Dan, in the far north. And this thing became a sin, for the people went to worship before the one, even unto Dan. And he made a house of high places, and made priests of the lowest of the people, which were not of the sons of Levi. He had, in a single stroke, deliberately or not, recreated the sin of the wilderness generation. A golden calf at Bethel, a golden calf at Dan. The same words almost that Aaron had said under Sinai 4 centuries before. Behold thy gods, O Israel. There are some phrases that the ear remembers whether the mind wants to remember them or not. The northerners who came to Bethel or Dan to sacrifice may not have consciously connected them, but the old men and the priests of Levi and the prophet in his hut at Shiloh connected them without thinking. It was the moment the northern kingdom chose its own liturgy, and its own liturgy was the liturgy of apostasy. He ordained a feast in the 8th month, on the 15th day of the month, like the Feast of Tabernacles that was in Judah, and he offered upon the altar. It was the 8th month, not the 7th, a month later than the real feast. So he made it like. He made everything like. A like kingdom, a like temple, a like priesthood, a like feast, and the likeness was the problem. The likeness was what would damn him, in the reading of the chroniclers. For 300 years after he was dust, he stood on his altar at Bethel to burn incense. And a man of God came out of Judah by the word of the Lord, and he cried against the altar, O altar, altar, thus saith the Lord, behold, a child shall be born unto the house of David, Josiah by name, and upon thee shall he offer the priests of the high places that burn incense upon thee, and men's bones shall be burnt upon thee. The prophecy was specific. It named a name. It named a king of Judah, 3 centuries into the future, who would come up and desecrate this altar. And to prove it, the altar was rent in that hour, and the ashes poured out. And Jeroboam in rage stretched out his hand from the altar, saying, Lay hold on him. And his hand, which he put forth against the prophet, dried up, so that he could not pull it in again to him. He stood on the altar with a withered arm and an ash-strewn floor, and a man of God walking away, and he changed his voice. Entreat now the face of the Lord thy God, he said to the prophet, and pray for me, that my hand may be restored. And the man of God besought the Lord, and the king's hand was restored again, and became as it was before. The king recovered his arm. He did not recover his theology. He offered the man of God food and a reward. The man of God refused, because he had been told by the Lord to eat no bread, nor drink any water in that place, nor to return by the way he came. He set off for home. And on the road, an old prophet from Bethel, who had heard what had happened, rode after him and lied. An angel spoke to me by the word of the Lord, he said, saying, Bring him back with thee into thine house, that he may eat bread and drink water. He lied unto him. And the man of God, tired and hungry, believed him, and returned, and ate bread in his house, and drank water. And as they sat at the table, the word of the Lord came unto the prophet that brought him back. And he cried out to the man of God, Thus saith the Lord, Forasmuch as thou hast disobeyed the mouth of the Lord, thy carcass shall not come unto the sepulchre of thy fathers. The man of God mounted his ass again, and set off. A lion met him in the way, and slew him. The lion did not eat him, the ass did not flee. Men passing by saw the carcass cast in the way, the lion and the ass standing side by side, and brought the news back to Bethel. And the old prophet who had lied went out and took up the body and buried it in his own grave, and said, Lay my bones beside his bones. It is an extraordinary little story. Dropped into the record like a parable, the writer could not quite fit anywhere else. 2 prophets, a lie, a lion that does not eat, a king who does not repent even after the altar has split under him. Jeroboam, after all that, did not repent. He made again of the lowest of the people priests of the high places. Whosoever would, he consecrated him, and he became one of the priests of the high places. And this thing became sin unto the house of Jeroboam, even to cut it off and to destroy it from off the face of the earth. His son Abijah fell sick. Abijah, not the Abijah who was also Rehoboam's son, a different boy altogether, but a boy of Jeroboam's house, a boy who the prophets had hinted was the only good thing in his father's family. Jeroboam frightened, said to his wife, Arise, I pray thee, and disguise thyself, that thou be not known to be the wife of Jeroboam, and get thee to Shiloh. Behold, there is Ahijah the prophet, which told me that I should be king over this people. He shall tell thee what shall become of the child. She went. She took 10 loaves and cracknels and a cruse of honey as a gift, the offering of an ordinary woman to an ordinary prophet, and she went north to Shiloh, to the man who had rent a garment in a field all those years ago. Ahijah could not see. His eyes were set by reason of his age. But the Lord said to him, Behold, the wife of Jeroboam cometh to ask a thing of thee for her son, for he is sick. Thus and thus shalt thou say unto her, for it shall be when she cometh in, that she shall feign herself to be another woman. And when Ahijah heard the sound of her feet, as she came in at the door, he said, Come in, thou wife of Jeroboam. Why feignest thou thyself to be another? I am sent to thee with heavy tidings. Go, tell Jeroboam, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Forasmuch as I exalted thee from among the people, and made thee prince over my people Israel, and rent the kingdom away from the house of David, and gave it thee, and yet thou hast not been as my servant David, who kept my commandments, and who followed me with all his heart to do that only which was right in mine eyes, but hast done evil above all that were before thee. For thou hast gone and made thee other gods, and molten images to provoke me to anger, and hast cast me behind thy back. Therefore, behold, I will bring evil upon the house of Jeroboam, and will cut off from Jeroboam every man-child. I will take away the remnant of the house of Jeroboam, as a man taketh away dung, till it be all gone. Him that dieth of Jeroboam in the city shall the dogs eat, and him that dieth in the field shall the fowls of the air eat. And as for the child, arise thou therefore, get thee to thine own house. When thy feet enter into the city, the child shall die. And all Israel shall mourn for him, and bury him. For he only of Jeroboam shall come to the grave, because in him there is found some good thing toward the Lord God of Israel in the house of Jeroboam. She rose, and she left, and she walked home. When she came to the threshold of the door, the child died. They buried him, and all Israel mourned for him, according to the word of the Lord, which he spake by the hand of his servant Ahijah the prophet. The days that Jeroboam reigned were 22 years, and he slept with his fathers. His son Nadab reigned in his stead. The story of Nadab would be short and bloody, and would happen very soon. In the south, Rehoboam had been doing what he could with what he had left. He had lost the 10 tribes. He had not lost Jerusalem. He had not lost the temple. He had not lost the storehouse of gold his father had accumulated. He built cities for defense in Judah, Bethlehem and Edom and Tekoa, Beth-zur and Shoko and Adullam, Gath, Mareshah, Ziph, Adoraim, Lachish, Azekah, Zorah, Aijalon, and Hebron. He fortified the strongholds, and put captains in them, and store of victual, and of oil and wine. In every several city he put shields and spears. He strengthened himself. And he took 18 wives and 60 concubines, and begat 28 sons and 60 daughters. He loved Maachah, the daughter of Absalom, above all his wives and concubines. He made Abijah her son the chief, to be ruler among his brethren, for he thought to make him king. And he dealt wisely, the record says in a sentence that is almost a joke at this distance, and dispersed of all his children throughout all the countries of Judah and Benjamin, unto every fenced city. He gave them victual in abundance, and he desired many wives. He did not learn a great deal from his father. He learned some things. He did not learn enough. And in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, Shishak, king of Egypt, came up against Jerusalem, the same Shishak who had hidden Jeroboam. The Libyan pharaoh Shoshenq, founder of his 22nd dynasty, whose name and campaign are recorded not only in the chronicles of Israel, but on the wall of the temple of Amun at Karnak, where he had his victories carved in stone. He came with 1,200 chariots, and 70,000 horsemen, and the people were without number that came with him out of Egypt, the Lubims, the Sukkiims, and the Ethiopians. He took the fenced cities of Judah and came to Jerusalem. Then came Shemaiah the prophet, the same Shemaiah who had stopped the civil war, to Rehoboam, and to the princes of Judah that were gathered together to Jerusalem because of Shishak. Thus saith the Lord, he said, Ye have forsaken me, and therefore have I also left you in the hand of Shishak. Whereupon the princes of Israel and the king humbled themselves, and said, The Lord is righteous. And when the Lord saw that they humbled themselves, the word of the Lord came to Shemaiah again, saying, They have humbled themselves. Therefore I will not destroy them, but I will grant them some deliverance. And my wrath shall not be poured out upon Jerusalem by the hand of Shishak. Nevertheless, they shall be his servants, that they may know my service, and the service of the kingdoms of the countries. So Shishak did not destroy Jerusalem. He accepted its tribute. He took away the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king's house. He took all. He carried away also the shields of gold which Solomon had made. Those beaten shields that had hung in the house of the forest of Lebanon, where the silver had been of no account, went south with him back to Egypt. Rehoboam, needing something for the royal bodyguard to carry when it went up to the temple, made in their stead shields of brass, and committed them unto the hands of the chief of the guard, which kept the door of the king's house. And it was so, when the king went into the house of the Lord, the guard came and fetched them, and brought them again into the guard chamber. Brass instead of gold. The generation that replaces gold with brass and pretends not to notice is a generation living in the shadow of what was. The shields went to and fro from that day forward. The generation remembered, even as they pretended not to remember. There were wars between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all their days. The chronicler does not bother to describe them in detail. Small wars, border wars, wars of raid and counter-raid up and down the ridge of Ephraim. Two kings who had once sat together in the court of a single man, now aging opposite one another, neither of them strong enough to finish the other, both of them stubborn enough not to make peace. Rehoboam reigned 17 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Naamah, an Ammonitess. And Rehoboam slept with his fathers, and was buried with his fathers in the city of David. And Abijah his son reigned in his stead. Abijah would reign 3 years. 3 years only. His story would be short. The story of what became of the kingdoms on either side of this fracture, of Jeroboam's son Nadab and the coup that ended the house of the first northern king, of Abijah's son Asa and the long reform the south would attempt, of the wars and alliances and marriages and murders, and the dynasties that would rise and fall like grain in wind through the first long century of the divided monarchy, all of that was what happened next. Jeroboam sat in Shechem in the first weeks of his reign and did the arithmetic of rule. He had a kingdom, he had an army, he had 10 of the 12 tribes. He had the northern fields and the northern roads, and the trade that moved between Damascus and the sea. What he did not have was the mountain. The mountain was in the south. The ark was in the south. The temple, newly built and still smelling of cedar and gold leaf, was in the south. And 3 times a year, at Passover and Pentecost and the Feast of Booths, the festivals of pilgrimage, would draw his men and his women and his children down the ridge road toward Jerusalem, toward the sanctuary of the king he had broken away from, toward the court of the son of the man whose yoke he had refused to bend beneath. He saw the danger clearly. If the people walked south to worship, they would eventually walk south to live. Religion is the thread that stitches a kingdom together, and the thread of Israel ran for the moment through the wrong capital. And so he committed the sin that every subsequent king of the north would be measured against, the sin that would hang like a stain across 2 centuries of chroniclers and prophets. He called his craftsmen, and he commissioned 2 calves of gold. He set one at Bethel, on the southern edge of his territory, where pilgrims heading for Jerusalem would encounter it first. He set the other at Dan, in the far north, where the Jordan rose cold out of the rock, and the old shrine of the tribe of Dan had stood since the days of the judges. And he gathered the people, and he said the words that every storyteller afterward would repeat with a shudder. Behold your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt. It was a deliberate echo of the golden calf at Sinai, though whether Jeroboam meant the echo or blundered into it is a question no one would ever answer. He built altars. He appointed priests who were not of the tribe of Levi. He invented a feast in the 8th month to rival the feast of the south in the 7th. And he ascended the altar at Bethel himself and burned incense on it with his own hands. It was at this moment, while his hand was still on the altar, that the man of God from Judah arrived. He came out of the southern hills without warning, a prophet whose name no one bothered to record, and he cried against the altar in a voice that carried across the whole assembly. A child would be born to the house of David, he said, Josiah by name, and upon this altar he would burn the bones of these priests. To prove the word, he said, the altar would split and the ashes would pour out. Jeroboam, enraged, pointed at the prophet and ordered him seized. And the hand he stretched out withered where it hung in the air, locked in its own gesture of command, and the altar at that instant cracked down its length, and the ashes spilled across the stone. Jeroboam, suddenly humble, begged the prophet to pray for his hand, and the prophet did, and the hand came back, and the king offered him dinner. The prophet refused. He had been forbidden, he said, to eat bread or drink water in that place, and forbidden to return the way he had come. He left on a different road. What happened to him on that road became one of the strangest episodes in the whole long history of the two kingdoms. An old prophet who lived at Bethel, hearing what had happened, rode out after him, found him resting under a tree, and lied to him. He too was a prophet, he said, and an angel had told him to bring the southern man home. The man of God from Judah, who had stood his ground before a king, believed the old liar, turned back, ate, and drank. A lion killed him on the road afterward. The lion stood beside the body and did not eat it, did not touch the donkey that had carried the man, did not maul anyone who came to look. It was a strange scene. A lion waiting beside a corpse like a sentry, and the people who saw it understood they were looking at a judgment, though not on the kind of man they would have expected. The old prophet buried him in his own tomb and told his sons to lay him beside the southern stranger when he died, because the word the man had cried against the altar at Bethel would surely come to pass. None of this turned Jeroboam from his path. He went on with his counterfeit religion, his untribal priesthood, his festival in the wrong month, and then his son Abijah fell ill. This Abijah, not to be confused with the southern Abijah who would come later, was the child Jeroboam loved best. The king, unwilling to consult the prophet Ahijah of Shiloh openly because Ahijah had once prophesied his rise but might now prophesy his fall, sent his wife in disguise to the old man's house, carrying 10 loaves and some cakes and a jar of honey, as if she were a peasant seeking a word for her sick boy. Ahijah was nearly blind with age. He could not see her face, but he heard the sound of her feet at the door, and he called out before she had even entered. "Come in, wife of Jeroboam," he said. "Why do you pretend to be someone else?" And then, without mercy, he told her what her husband had built and what her husband had become, and he told her that every male of Jeroboam's house would be cut off, that dogs would eat those who died in the city, and birds would eat those who died in the field, and that her son, the boy for whose sake she had come, was already as good as dead. The moment she set foot back in her own house, he said, the child would die. She walked home through her own dread, opened her own door, and the boy breathed out as she stepped across the threshold. The whole kingdom mourned him, the only member of the house of Jeroboam who would ever be buried with honor. The rest of the dynasty was already under sentence. Jeroboam reigned for 22 years and never recovered from that prophecy. though he governed as if he had. He fortified Shechem, and he fortified Penuel across the Jordan. He fought his southern cousin all his days, an endless low-grade war over the border hills. He built, and he taxed, and he administered, and he died in his bed, which in the chronicles of the north would eventually come to look like a kind of luck. His son Nadab inherited a kingdom in which the priesthood was corrupt, the shrines were illegitimate, and the prophetic word hanging over the whole dynasty said simply, "Wait." Meanwhile, on the other side of the new border, Rehoboam in Jerusalem was learning what it meant to be half a king. He had taken his father's throne, expecting the empire his father had held, and had woken to discover he held only a strip of it. The tribe of Judah, the small tribe of Benjamin to the north, and whatever Southerners and Levites had refused to follow Jeroboam. The great campaigns of conquest that the house of David had prosecuted for 2 generations were now impossible. He did not have the men. He fortified what he had. He built up 15 cities across Judah, Bethlehem and Etam and Tekoa and Bethzur and Soko and Adullam and Gath and Mareshah and Ziph and Adaraim and Lachish and Azekah and Zorah and Aijalon and Hebron, stuffing them with commanders and shields and spears. He distributed his sons through the provinces and married them well. He kept his throne and he kept his peace, more or less, by building walls. It was not enough. In the 5th year of his reign, an army came up out of the south that made every one of his fortifications feel thin. Shishak, Pharaoh of Egypt, the king who had once sheltered Jeroboam in his exile and was now, perhaps, shrewdly playing both sides, marched into Judah with 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen and footmen without number from Libya and Nubia and all the old Egyptian dependencies. He took the fortified cities one after another, and he came up against Jerusalem. Rehoboam had nothing to stop him. The prophet Shemaiah came to him and to his princes and said, "You abandoned the Lord, and so he has abandoned you to Shishak." The king and his men humbled themselves and said simply, "The Lord is righteous." And the word came back softer. They would not be destroyed, but they would be servants, and they would learn the difference between serving God and serving the king of Egypt. Shishak entered Jerusalem and stripped it. He took the treasures of the temple. He took the treasures of the king's house. He took the 300 shields of gold that Solomon had made to display in the house of the forest of Lebanon, and carried them south with him to hang, perhaps, in some hall at Thebes, where their Hebrew inscriptions would be read by no one, and eventually melted down for other purposes. Rehoboam, humiliated, ordered shields of bronze to be made in place of the gold, and established an elaborate ceremonial rule for them. When the king went to the temple, the runners carried the bronze shields ahead of him. After the ceremony, they returned them to the guardroom. He had lost the gold, but he kept the theater. He was trying, as best he could, to look like a king in the hollow that Solomon's son had inherited. He reigned 17 years. His mother was Naamah the Ammonitess, and whether that ancestry counted for anything in his religious policy is hard to say. But shrines to foreign gods multiplied on the high places across Judah during his reign, and sacred pillars and ritual prostitutes appeared in groves where his grandfather David would have torn them down, and his father Solomon, at least in his early years, would have forbidden them. He loved Maacah, daughter of Absalom, above all his wives, and set her son Abijah over his other sons as heir. And then he died, and they buried him in the city of David, and Abijah took the throne. Abijah, whose name in some tellings is Abijam, reigned only 3 years. He is an easy king to overlook. He does one thing of note, and then he dies. The one thing is the battle he fought against Jeroboam. The armies met at Mount Zemaraim in the hill country of Ephraim, and Jeroboam had twice the numbers, 400,000 to Abijah's 200,000, and had set an ambush in Abijah's rear, so that when the southern king looked up, he saw the northern host in front and heard the northern host behind. Abijah stood on the mountain and shouted across the valley before the battle began. He shouted at Jeroboam and at the men of Israel, and his voice is preserved with a specificity the chronicles rarely give. He told them they had fought against the kingdom of the Lord in the hand of the sons of David. He told them they were leaning on their golden calves as if calves could save them. He told them that the priests of Judah still burned incense morning and evening on the altar the Lord had chosen, while their priests were anyone who had shown up with a bull and 7 rams. God, he shouted across the wind on that mountain, is with us at our head. Do not fight against him. You will not succeed. The ambush sprang. The southern army found itself surrounded. The priests of Judah blew their trumpets. The men of Judah shouted, and the battle improbably turned. 500,000 men of Israel fell that day, the chronicler tells us, a number so vast it is best understood as a way of saying the kingdom of the north was nearly broken. Abijah took Bethel and the shrine with its calf and 2 other cities from Jeroboam, and the old king of the north never recovered. He died not long after that battle, and Abijah himself, who had won so decisively, died 3 years into his reign, leaving the kingdom to his son Asa. Asa of Judah would reign for 41 years, and those 4 decades are the first long, serious attempt any king of either kingdom would make to take the theology of the nation seriously. He came to the throne as a young man, and he looked at the shrines his grandfather had permitted, and his father had not bothered to dismantle, and he started pulling them down. He removed the foreign altars. He broke the pillars. He cut the sacred trees and hauled away the poles. He went into his own household and discovered that his grandmother Maacah, who still held the title of Queen Mother with all its ceremonial weight, had made an obscene image for the goddess Asherah and set it up where the court could see it. He stripped her of her title. He took the image out of the palace and hacked it to pieces and burned the pieces at the brook Kidron. To depose your own grandmother is not a small act in any culture, and in the ancient Near East, where the Queen Mother was effectively the senior woman of the state, it was nearly seismic. Asa did it anyway. He had peace for 10 years, a gift of space in which to rebuild what his father and grandfather had lost. He fortified the cities of Judah, set up store cities, built towers and gates and bars, and raised an army of 300,000 from Judah and 280,000 from Benjamin, all men of valor, all equipped. And then Zerah the Cushite, whoever exactly he was, came up against him with 1,000,000 men and 300 chariots, and Asa went out to meet him at the valley of Zephathah near Marashah. And he prayed a prayer that was preserved because it was shorter and starker than most royal prayers of that era. Lord, he said, there is no one like you to help between the mighty and the weak. Help us, O Lord our God, for we rely on you, and in your name we have come against this multitude. O Lord, you are our God. Let no mortal prevail against you. And the invaders broke before Judah. The army pursued them to Gerar, took a vast spoil, broke their towns, and came home. A prophet named Azariah, son of Oded, met Asa on the way back and spoke to him in terms that both flattered and warned him. The Lord is with you when you are with him. If you seek him, he will be found by you. If you forsake him, he will forsake you. And Asa, hearing it, doubled down on his reform. He gathered Judah and Benjamin and the refugees from the northern kingdom who had migrated south in search of a legitimate altar, and he presided over a great renewal of the covenant at Jerusalem, with sacrifices of 700 oxen and 7,000 sheep out of the spoil, and an oath sworn with trumpets and horns that whoever would not seek the God of Israel, whether small or great, whether man or woman, should be put to death. The land had rest. And then Baasha of Israel, who had long since taken the northern throne, began fortifying Ramah, a town just 5 miles from Jerusalem, to choke the roads in and out of Asa's capital. Asa made a decision here that historians and theologians have argued about ever since. He took the silver and gold out of the temple treasury and out of his own treasury, and he sent it to Ben-Hadad, king of Damascus, who had an alliance with Baasha, and he bought the alliance away. Come and break your league with Baasha, he said. "Here is money." Ben-Hadad took the money and turned on his former ally. He struck Ijon and Dan and Abel-Maim and the store cities of Naphtali, and Baasha had to drop his project at Ramah and rush north to meet the new threat. Asa called out every man in Judah, without exception, and they carried off the stones and timber of Ramah that Baasha had been stockpiling, and used them to fortify Geba and Mizpah on his own side of the border. It had worked. Ramah was never built. The northern pressure on Jerusalem eased, but a prophet named Hanani came to Asa and told him he had done wrong. "You relied on the king of Syria," he said, "not on the Lord your God. You had the armies of Cush in your hand once, and you have missed the chance to have the army of Syria in your hand now. From this time on, you will have wars." Asa, whose youthful humility seemed to be curdling in middle age, was enraged. He put Hanani in the stocks. He began, the chronicler says, to oppress some of the people. And in the 39th year of his reign he was struck with a disease in his feet. The disease was severe. It spread. It would probably, in modern terms, be called gangrene. And he who had prayed so simply against the million men of Cush now, the chronicler adds with surgical understatement, did not seek the Lord, but rather the physicians. He died in the 41st year of his reign. They made for him a vast burning of spices in his tomb in the city of David, a grand send-off for a king whose final decade had lost the thread of his opening one. While Asa had been reforming Judah, the northern throne had been passing through the hands of men whose time on it grew shorter and shorter, and whose deaths grew more and more violent. Nadab, son of Jeroboam, took the throne after his father and reigned 2 years. He continued his father's way in religion, kept the calves, kept the festival in the 8th month, kept the unlawful priests, and went out to campaign against the Philistines at Gibbethon on the coastal plain. The siege of Gibbethon would become a running joke of the northern military. Armies kept going down to it, and failing to take it and dying under it. Nadab was besieging Gibbethon when a man named Baasha, son of Ahijah of the tribe of Issachar, killed him. No explanation, no grand treason narrative, just a soldier stabbing a king in his own camp and then turning the army around and marching on the capital. Baasha took the throne. And to settle the matter, he did what he had to do to prevent every son of Jeroboam from growing up to avenge Nadab. He killed all the house of Jeroboam. He did not spare a dog against a wall, the chronicler tells us in the idiom of the time. The prophecy of Ahijah of Shiloh, spoken over the queen at his door years before, came true to the last male child. Baasha reigned 24 years, a long reign by northern standards, and for all the blood he had spilled to get the throne, he kept it by doing nothing very different from the man he had killed. He kept the calves. He kept the shrines. He left the state religion exactly as Jeroboam had built it. His was the reign that rebuilt Ramah, until Asa's money bought Ben-Hadad away. A prophet named Jehu, son of Hanani, came to him and told him that because he had walked in the way of Jeroboam, after God had raised him up to be prince over Israel, the same sentence that had fallen on Jeroboam's house would fall on his. His house would be given to the dogs of the city and the birds of the air. Baasha did not repent. He reigned on. He died in Tirzah, which had now become the northern capital in a semi-permanent way, a pleasant town in a green bowl of hills, and his body was buried there, and his son Elah took the throne. Elah reigned 2 years. He is not remembered for very much, because he did not live long enough to do very much. He was in Tirzah, the chronicler says with the dryness of a man who disapproved of what he was about to describe, drinking himself senseless in the house of Arzah, who was over his household, when one of his own commanders came in and killed him. The commander was Zimri, captain of half the chariots. Whether he had been plotting for years or decided in the hour is not recorded. He walked into the drinking party, killed the king, walked out, and announced himself as king. His first act, even before he left the town, was to slaughter every living male of the house of Baasha, both the royal relatives and the close friends, executing to the last man the sentence the prophet Jehu had pronounced over Baasha's house. 2 dynasties of the north had now been extinguished in the manner their founders had employed to take the throne. The pattern was setting, but Zimri would not enjoy his coup. The army of Israel was still at Gibbethon, still trying to take that stubborn Philistine town. And when the news reached the camp, the soldiers in the field proclaimed Omri, their commander, king of Israel, on the spot. They abandoned the siege. They marched on Tirzah. Zimri, seeing the dust of the approaching army from his palace windows, and understanding with a terrible clarity what was about to happen to him, went into the citadel of the king's house and burned it down over himself. 7 days. That was his reign. 7 days on the throne of a kingdom that did not even recognize him outside the walls of Tirzah. His name survived in a single phrase used for centuries afterward as a byword for treachery and the brevity of unearned power. Is it peace, Zimri, murderer of your master? But Zimri was already ash. The kingdom did not pass cleanly to Omri, however. Half the people of Israel followed a man named Tibni, son of Ginath, whose claim is never explained in any detail, and whose political base is never named. Omri had the army. Tibni had, apparently, a faction. The north fell into civil war, 2 kings facing each other across an uncertain territory for something like 4 years, until Tibni died, whether in battle or by assassination or by some ordinary disease, the chronicler does not bother to specify, and Omri stood alone. He would reign in total 12 years. 6 of those years were spent ruling from Tirzah, the capital Baasha had favored and Zimri had burned. He then did something that no previous northern king had done, and that would shape the kingdom for the next century and a half. He bought a hill. A man named Shemer owned a defensive position above the coastal road, a rise of limestone steep enough to hold a city and central enough to govern both the interior valleys and the trade route to the sea. Omri bought it for 2 talents of silver and named the city he built on it Samaria, after the former owner. Samaria was not a town he inherited. It was a town he invented. He laid out the streets. He poured the walls. He designed the palace. He built storehouses and gates and a royal quarter. When archaeologists would eventually dig through those stones, what they found would be the finest masonry any Hebrew kingdom had yet produced, cut stones dressed to match edges like jewelry. Samaria would become the capital of Israel for as long as there was an Israel. Omri did more than build a city. He imposed Israel for the first time on the map of the great powers. The nations around him learned his name. Generations later, the Assyrian scribes, writing in their cuneiform ledgers about events in the Levant, would still refer to the kingdom of Israel as the house of Omri, even when the descendants of Omri had been annihilated and the throne held by dynasties with no connection to him at all. He subdued Moab, east of the Jordan, and imposed tribute upon it, 100,000 lambs and the wool of 100,000 rams, a burden that would simmer in the heart of Moab for 2 generations until a stone was carved in Dibon that told the story, in the Moabite king's own voice, of how Omri had oppressed Moab for many days. The Moabite stone, that bitter black slab of basalt inscribed in a script almost identical to the Hebrew of his own court, would survive to speak of Omri in the enemy's own words nearly 3,000 years later. A piece of evidence that this man, so briefly sketched in the sacred chronicles, had loomed immense over the politics of his age. And yet the chronicles of his own people give him 8 verses. 8 verses for 12 years. A new capital, a subdued Moab, a name that would identify his kingdom in foreign archives for generations after his death. 8 verses, because he walked in the way of Jeroboam and in the sin that Jeroboam had made Israel to sin. And the men writing down the history of the kings measured kings by one standard and one only. A king who built a city but kept the calves was worth a paragraph. A king who built a city and tore down the calves would have been worth a chapter. What he did, however, that the chronicler could not dismiss in a paragraph, was to marry his son. He made an alliance with Ethbal, king of the Sidonians, that old Phoenician port kingdom on the coast to the north, and he arranged for his son Ahab to take Ethbal's daughter to wife. Her name was a sharp Phoenician name, a name built from the name of her god. She would come south across the border with her servants and her priests and her cult objects, and she would walk into Samaria, and she would change the kingdom in a way that Omri, who had negotiated the treaty, could not have foreseen, and would not live to regret. Omri died in Samaria, and was buried there, the first king of Israel to be buried in the city he himself had founded, and his son Ahab, husband of Ethbal's daughter, took the throne. But before the northern story opened onto that long, dark chapter that was waiting, the southern story had its own long reign to run, and the man who was running it was the son of Asa, Jehoshaphat, son of Asa, who had taken the throne in Jerusalem while Ahab was still settling into Samaria, and whose reign of 25 years would, in many ways, be the best governed stretch the southern kingdom had yet seen. Jehoshaphat inherited the reform his father had begun and extended it. He took the remaining high places and groves and removed them, continuing the slow, stubborn work his father had partly abandoned in his last bitter years. He sent out a royal commission in the 3rd year of his reign, a remarkable administrative innovation. 5 princes, 9 Levites, and 2 priests traveled through every city of Judah with the book of the law in their hands, teaching the people. It is an image one does not expect to find in the bloody chronicles of the Iron Age. A kingdom deliberately educating its own population in the terms of its own sacred text. Jehoshaphat built up fortresses and store cities throughout Judah. He stationed garrisons. He accumulated riches and honor in abundance. The fear of the Lord, the chronicler says, fell on all the kingdoms of the lands round about Judah, so that they did not make war against him. The Philistines brought tribute. Arab chieftains brought flocks, 7,700 rams and 7,700 goats a year. His army, when he mustered it, numbered over 1,000,000 men under the banners of his 5 great commanders, though whatever the real number was. The point the chronicler meant to make was that Jehoshaphat had turned Judah into something no southern kingdom had looked like, since the palace of Solomon was still new. And he did one thing that in the ancient world was almost unheard of. He reformed the judiciary. He appointed judges in all the fortified cities of Judah, city by city, and he charged them in person. "Consider what you do," he told them, "for you judge not for man, but for the Lord, who is with you in the judgment. Therefore let the fear of the Lord be upon you. Take heed and do it. For there is no iniquity with the Lord our God, nor respect of persons, nor taking of bribes." In Jerusalem, he appointed a high court of Levites and priests and heads of families to hear appeals, with the high priest over religious cases and a prince of Judah over civil cases. It was, perhaps, the first deliberate separation of ecclesiastical and civil jurisdiction in any kingdom in that corner of the world. And the king who ordered it did so because he genuinely feared that a bribe taken in a city gate in the hill country would be counted against his own account before God. And yet, this same careful, devout, administratively brilliant king made a decision that the prophets would condemn him for and that would poison his dynasty. He made an alliance with the house of Omri. He married his son Jehoram to Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab, the daughter of the Phoenician queen who had come south into Samaria. He went up to Samaria himself, feasting with the northern king, sitting on a throne at Samaria's gate, dressed in his royal robes, while the northern court celebrated the southern visitor. He went with that king to war at Ramoth-Gilead against the Syrians, stood beside him in the chariots, cried out when the Syrian archer drew his bow at venture, and struck the king of Israel through the joints of his armor, so that the northern king died, leaning in his chariot at sunset. Jehoshaphat himself nearly died that day, ringed about by Syrian captains who had mistaken him for the king they had been ordered to kill, saved only by his shout and the Syrians' sudden recognition that they had the wrong man. He came home shaken, and was met at the gate by a prophet named Jehu, son of Hanani, the same family that had warned his father in his final errant years. "Shouldest thou help the ungodly and love them that hate the Lord?" Jehu asked him, "There is wrath upon thee from before the Lord. Nevertheless," the prophet added, "there is some good found in thee, in that thou hast taken away the groves out of the land, and hast prepared thine heart to seek God." That partial verdict was perhaps the fairest thing any prophet would say about Jehoshaphat. He was a mixed man. He was genuinely good, and he was genuinely compromised. And he could not seem to see that his alliance with the north was slowly funneling the calves and the Phoenician priestess and all her retinue toward the throne of David through his own son's bedroom. He did not stop. After the Ramoth-Gilead disaster, he entered into a second alliance with the house of Omri, this time with the next northern king, a shipbuilding partnership to revive the old sea trade from Ezion-Geber on the Red Sea that Solomon had pioneered. A prophet named Eleazar of Marisha came to him and said, "Because thou hast joined thyself with the king of Israel, the Lord hath broken thy works." The ships were broken at the harbor, wrecked on the rocks before they could sail, and Jehoshaphat, slow to learn, at last refused further partnerships. He had one more great crisis. A coalition came against him from the east, Moabites and Ammonites and men from Mount Seir, a multitude so great his scouts could not count them. They crossed the Dead Sea at En-Gedi and came up toward Jerusalem. Jehoshaphat was afraid. He proclaimed a fast throughout all Judah. The people gathered from every city, men and women and children, and stood in the court of the temple. And Jehoshaphat stood in front of them, and prayed a prayer that is preserved almost whole in the memory of the south. "We have no might against this great company that cometh against us," he said. "Neither know we what to do, but our eyes are upon thee." A Levite named Jahaziel, standing in the assembly, was suddenly moved to speak. "Be not afraid nor dismayed by reason of this great multitude," he said. "The battle is not yours, but God's. Tomorrow go down against them. Ye shall not need to fight in this battle. Set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord." The king bowed his face to the ground, and the people fell before the Lord, worshiping. And in the morning he did something no sensible commander in the history of Near Eastern warfare would have done. He put the singers in front of the army. Before the men with swords, he set a choir. They marched out toward the wilderness of Tekoa. And as they came over the rise, the singers began, "Praise the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever." And the Ammonites and Moabites and the men of Mount Seir fell into confusion against one another. By the time the men of Judah reached the watchtower over the wilderness and looked down, they saw only corpses. 3 days it took them to gather the spoil. It was so much. On the 4th day they assembled in a valley that they named the Valley of Blessing, because there they blessed the Lord. And they returned to Jerusalem with psalteries and harps and trumpets, and came into the house of the Lord. And the kingdoms around about learned again that God had fought for Israel, and Judah had rest. He died in the 25th year of his reign, a reign of reform, of justice, of narrow military escape, of a great unearned victory, and of one persistent bad decision concerning the north that he never quite managed to undo. They buried him in the city of David with his fathers. And the throne passed to Jehoram, his son, the one married to Athaliah the Sidonian daughter. And everything Jehoshaphat had worked to build would begin to unravel inside a single generation through the hands of the woman he had brought south, through the policies her mother had installed in Samaria, through the slow leaching of the north's religion into the court of David. The two kingdoms had now been separate for almost 100 years. They had fought each other, they had married into each other, they had exchanged prophets and refugees and cultic influence. The south had been seriously reformed twice, and had partly slipped back both times. The north had changed dynasties 4 times, every change accompanied by fire or knife. 4 houses had risen in Samaria and Tirzah. The house of Jeroboam, extinguished by Baasha. The house of Baasha, extinguished by Zimri. Zimri's would-be house, extinguished by his own torch in a burning palace. And now the house of Omri, the 4th dynasty, still standing, more firmly established than any before it, with a Phoenician queen in its capital, and a daughter of that queen now sitting in Jerusalem as the wife of the heir of David. Her name was Jezebel. She was the daughter of a man called Ethbaal, who styled himself king of the Sidonians and served as high priest of Melkart, the devouring sun god of Tyre, whose worship required fire and whose temples ran with rendered fat. She had grown up in that worship. She had been instructed from childhood in the rites, the sacred prostitutions, the seasonal dramas in which the god died in winter and was howled back to life in spring. She had not been sent south to Samaria as a diplomatic ornament or a harbor deposit for an allied port. She had been sent as a queen, and she understood herself as one, and she brought with her the gods of her father, because in the world she came from a royal marriage without gods was a contract without a guarantee. She arrived in Samaria with her retinue of eunuchs, her cedar chests, her priests. She arrived knowing, as any educated Phoenician princess would have known, that the kingdom she had married into held a god who did not tolerate other gods. She did not intend to be tolerated around. She intended to replace. Ahab was not the man to stop her. He was the sort of king who preferred administration to argument. He loved building, the chronicles tell us almost wistfully, and his great vanity was not cruelty or vice, but cedar and ivory. The inner rooms of his palace in Samaria were inlaid with carved bone until the walls glowed in lamplight like polished tusk, and his country villa at Jezreel, that terrible fortified town on the northern edge of the valley, was laid out like a garden around a pool. He built cities the chroniclers could not keep up with listing. He was not cruel. He was not particularly devout in any direction. When his wife asked for a temple to Baal in the heart of Samaria, he built it. When she asked for the high place of Asherah and the sacred grove, he permitted it. When her 450 prophets of Baal arrived from the ships of Tyre, and the 400 prophets of Asherah who ate daily at her own royal table arrived beside them, he housed them at her expense, and did not object to the expense. What she wanted, he gave. He had married a woman with stronger convictions than his own, and had never quite developed any convictions of comparable strength, and so the weight of the household slid, as it tends to, toward whichever spouse actually cared. In the early years of his reign, a man named Heel of Bethel, wealthy and ambitious, decided to rebuild Jericho. That city had lain uninhabited since the days of Joshua, cursed by an old oath that said whoever laid its foundation would do so at the cost of his firstborn, and whoever set up its gates would do so at the cost of his youngest. Heel rebuilt it anyway. Heel of Bethel laid the foundation at the loss of Abiram, his firstborn, and he set up the gates at the loss of his youngest son, Segub. The children died. The city rose. And everyone in Israel watched it happen and said nothing, because the age had grown accustomed to old curses coming true slowly, and old gods falling silent, and nobody noticed when the older word still kept its appointments. But the older word was not silent. It was, at that moment, walking down out of Gilead, east of the Jordan, in the body of a man whose name meant only "My God is Yahweh," a man whose hair hung loose on his shoulders, and whose garment was a coarse wrap fastened with a leather belt, a man whose village no one would ever quite be able to identify afterward. Elijah the Tishbite walked past the gatekeepers at Samaria, walked past the courtiers, walked into the hall where Ahab sat, and said one sentence: "As the Lord God of Israel liveth, before whom I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, but according to my word." He did not wait for a response. He did not negotiate. He walked back out, and he disappeared. He had disappeared because he had been told to. The word of the Lord came to him and sent him east, back across the Jordan, to a ravine called Cherith, a narrow cleft where a small brook ran down among the rocks. He drank from the brook, and twice a day, morning and evening, ravens, those black carrion birds who keep nothing for anyone but themselves, brought him bread and meat in their beaks. He ate what the birds brought, and he slept on the rocks, and he listened to the brook running lower and lower as the drought he had announced pressed down on the country he had left behind. When the brook at last dried up, the word of the Lord sent him further north, into the country of the woman who had introduced this trouble to Samaria, to a town called Zarephath in the territory of Sidon itself, and told him a widow there would sustain him. He found her at the gate of the town, gathering sticks. She was thin in a way that meant she was going to die, and her son was thin in the same way. And when Elijah asked her for water and a bit of bread, she told him, with the flat honesty of a woman past lying, that she had a handful of meal in a barrel and a little oil in a cruse, and she was gathering 2 sticks to make a last fire, to bake one last loaf for herself and her boy, that they might eat it and die. He told her to make him his loaf first. He told her the barrel of meal would not waste, and the cruse of oil would not fail, until the Lord sent rain upon the earth. She obeyed him. This widow whose name is never recorded, this foreign widow of a foreign God country, who placed her trust in the word of an Israelite fugitive because she had nothing left to lose by trying. The barrel did not waste. The cruse did not fail. For many days the 3 of them ate from it, the prophet and the widow and the child, and at the bottom of the barrel the meal always remained. Then the child sickened. His illness was sharp and fast and final, and he stopped breathing in his mother's arms. She turned on Elijah in fury. "What have I to do with thee, thou man of God? Art thou come unto me to call my sin to remembrance and to slay my son?" Elijah did not defend himself. He took the dead boy from her. He carried him up into the loft where he himself slept. He laid the child on his own bed, and he stretched himself upon the body 3 times, lying the length of the corpse, and he cried out to the Lord, "O Lord my God, let this child's soul come into him again." The soul came. The child's chest rose. Elijah carried him back down the stairs and put him in his mother's arms and said simply, "See, thy son liveth." And she, the widow of Zarephath, said the sentence every prophet hopes eventually to hear from the people he has been sent to. "Now by this I know that thou art a man of God, and that the word of the Lord in thy mouth is truth." 3 years the drought lasted. 3 years and 6 months by the careful calendars of later reckoning. The land baked, the cattle died, the rivers shrank. Ahab sent search parties into every kingdom to look for Elijah and could not find him, and he raged in Samaria like a man whose roof was falling in. A servant of his, however, held together what dignity the kingdom still carried. Obadiah was governor of the royal house, and he was, the chronicles say with a small and careful emphasis, a man who feared the Lord greatly from his youth. When Jezebel had set about exterminating the prophets of Yahweh, going house to house through the kingdom, Obadiah had taken 100 of them and hidden them in 2 caves, 50 and 50, and had brought them bread and water for months at his own expense and under his own cloak. The king did not know. Jezebel did not know. The caves held, and the 100 prophets ate. And Obadiah walked through the palace each morning with the fear of God in his gut and the blood of prophets not on his hands. In the 3rd year of the drought, Ahab ordered Obadiah to go through the land with him, king and steward each taking one road, searching for grass enough to keep the royal horses alive. They split, and Obadiah was walking his road when Elijah stepped out of nowhere into his path. Obadiah fell on his face. "Art thou that my lord Elijah?" He was afraid, the old prophet hider, because Elijah was telling him to go find Ahab and bring him, and Obadiah feared that the moment he left, the Spirit of the Lord would carry Elijah off again, and he himself would be killed for the false report. Elijah swore by the Lord of hosts that he would stand in that place until Ahab came. And Ahab came. "Art thou he that troubleth Israel?" the king said. Elijah did not flinch. "I have not troubled Israel," he said, "but thou and thy father's house, in that ye have forsaken the commandments of the Lord, and thou hast followed Baalim." Then, in a voice that cut through the whole exchange, he gave the order that the king, against every instinct, somehow obeyed. "Gather to me all Israel unto Mount Carmel, and the prophets of Baal 450, and the prophets of the groves 400, which eat at Jezebel's table." They came, all of them. The contest that followed is one of those scenes that the old storytellers polished for generations until every gesture shone. Mount Carmel rises green from the coastal plain, looking west toward the Mediterranean, and on its summit the people of Israel gathered. The 450 prophets of Baal stood in their vestments on one side. The 400 prophets of Asherah, summoned by royal order, stood near them. The king sat in his chariot, and Elijah alone faced all of them. "How long halt ye between two opinions?" he cried to the people. "If the Lord be God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him." The people did not answer. The people, who had lived through 3 years of drought and the murder of their prophets and the imposition of a foreign queen's religion, had developed the habit of saying nothing to anyone holding a sharp question. The silence on the mountain was enormous. He proposed a trial by fire. 2 bullocks, one for Baal, one for the Lord. No fire below, no coals, no flame. Let each side cut its bullock and lay it on its altar. Let each side call on its God. The God that answers by fire, let him be God. The people found their voices then. It is well spoken. The prophets of Baal chose their bullock, and cut it, and laid it on their altar, and began to call upon the name of Baal from morning until noon. "O Baal, hear us." There was no voice, nor any that answered. They leaped upon the altar. Noon came. The sun climbed. Elijah, sitting below them, began to mock them in a way that has never quite left the language. "Cry aloud," he said, "for he is a god. Either he is talking, or he is pursuing, or he is on a journey, or perhaps he sleepeth, and must be awaked." They cried louder. They cut themselves with knives and lancets after their manner, until the blood gushed out upon them. The afternoon wore on. The evening sacrifice hour came, the hour at which, in the temple far to the south, lambs would be burning on the proper altar at Jerusalem. And there was no voice, nor any to answer, nor any that regarded. Elijah called the people to him. He rebuilt the old altar of the Lord that had stood on that mountain and had been broken down. He took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes of Israel, and laid them in order. He dug a trench around the altar. He laid the wood, he cut his bullock, he laid it on the wood. And then he did what no careful man lighting a fire would ever do. He commanded them to fill 4 barrels with water and pour it on the sacrifice and on the wood. They did, he said. Do it a second time. They did. He said, do it a third time. They did. And the water ran around the altar and filled the trench. 12 great barrels of it, soaked into wood that would not burn if a torch were held against it for an hour. He stepped forward at the time of the evening offering, and he prayed a prayer that was not long. Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, let it be known this day that thou art God in Israel, and that I am thy servant, and that I have done all these things at thy word. Hear me, O Lord, hear me, that this people may know that thou art the Lord God, and that thou hast turned their heart back again. The fire fell. It fell from the clear sky of a summer afternoon, and consumed the bullock, consumed the wood, consumed the stones, consumed the dust around the altar, and licked up the water in the trench. The people fell on their faces. They cried, "The Lord, He is the God. The Lord, He is the God." And Elijah, with a cold and unconcealed triumph, shouted, "Take the prophets of Baal. Let not one of them escape." They took them, every one. They were brought down the mountain to the brook Kishon at its base, and there, in a rushing line of summary execution, all 450 throats were opened, and the brook ran red into the plain of Jezreel. Then to Ahab, almost gently, Elijah said, "Get thee up, eat and drink, for there is a sound of abundance of rain." Ahab went up to eat. Elijah climbed to the top of Carmel and put his face between his knees. He sent his servant to look toward the sea. Nothing. He sent him again. Nothing. 7 times he sent him. On the 7th time the servant came back and said, "Behold, a little cloud ariseth out of the sea, like a man's hand." Elijah leaped up. "Tell Ahab," he said, "prepare thy chariot, and get thee down, that the rain stop thee not." The sky darkened in minutes. The sea wind rose. The clouds ran black and heavy across the plain. Ahab jumped into his chariot and whipped his horses for Jezreel, 15 miles across the flat earth, through rain so thick the drivers could not see the reins. And Elijah, an old hairy man in a coarse cloak, girded up his loins and ran ahead of the king's horses all the way to the gate of Jezreel, because the hand of the Lord was upon him, and arrived before the chariot. It should have been a turning. The fire had fallen, the drought had broken, the 450 prophets of Baal lay dead on the banks of a river, and the king had seen it all with his own eyes. But the king, driven to the palace through the rain, did not go and humble himself before the God who had sent the rain. He went and told his wife. He told Jezebel everything. He told her about the altar, the fire, the water in the trench, the broken sky, the blood in Kishon. She did not weep, and she did not kneel. She picked up her stylus, and she sent a messenger to Elijah with 6 words. "So let the gods do to me, and more also, if I make not thy life as the life of one of them by tomorrow about this time." Elijah, who had stood against 850 prophets alone on a mountain that morning, received the message in the evening and ran for his life. Fire had not broken him. An empty threat from a furious queen emptied him. He fled south into Judah, down through the roads of Ahaziah's kingdom to Beersheba, the last inhabited settlement before the wilderness of the Negev, and he left his servant there. And he went alone into the wilderness, and he walked a day, and he sat down under a juniper tree, one of those low broom bushes that dot the Negev like dark green umbrellas over the sand, and he asked to die. "It is enough now, O Lord. Take away my life, for I am not better than my fathers." He lay down and slept. An angel touched him. He opened his eyes. A cake baked on the coals, and a cruse of water lay at his head. He ate and drank and lay down again. The angel came a second time and touched him and said, "Arise and eat, because the journey is too great for thee." He ate again, and in the strength of that meat he walked 40 days and 40 nights across the Negev, across the Sinai, to the mountain of God at Horeb, the same mountain where Moses had once stood. He went into a cave in the mountain. He slept in the cave, and the word of the Lord came to him, "What doest thou here, Elijah?" "I have been very jealous for the Lord God of hosts," he said. "For the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant, thrown down thine altars, and slain thy prophets with the sword. And I, even I only, am left, and they seek my life to take it away. Go forth," the word said, "and stand upon the mount before the Lord." And the Lord passed by. A great and strong wind tore up the mountain and broke the rocks in pieces, but the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind, an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake, a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire, a still small voice. When Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his mantle and went out and stood at the mouth of the cave. The voice spoke again. "What doest thou here, Elijah?" He gave the same answer. He had not been consoled. He had been given what consolation he was going to get, which was the knowledge that his God was not in the spectacular, and that a man who walked in the way of the spectacular, whether fire on a mountain or drought across a kingdom, would not always hear him. "Go, return," said the voice, "on thy way to the wilderness of Damascus. Anoint Hazael to be king over Syria. Anoint Jehu, the son of Nimshi, to be king over Israel. And Elisha, the son of Shaphat of Abel-Meholah, shalt thou anoint to be prophet in thy room." 3 anointings for 3 instruments of what was coming. Also 7,000 in Israel, all the knees which have not bowed unto Baal, and every mouth which hath not kissed him. He was not alone. He had never been alone. He had only felt alone, which is not the same thing, though it feels like the same thing to the man feeling it. He walked back north. He found Elisha, son of Shaphat, in a field, plowing with 12 yoke of oxen, himself driving the 12th. Elijah walked up to him in silence, and threw his mantle over the young man's shoulders, and kept walking. Elisha understood. He ran after Elijah, and asked only to kiss his father and mother goodbye. And Elijah gave him permission, and Elisha went back to the field, and slaughtered the yoke of oxen. He had been driving and used the wood of the plow as firewood to boil the meat, and gave the boiled meat to the people, and then followed Elijah, and poured water on his hands, and served him from that day forward. He did not go home again. The plow was burned. The oxen were eaten. Elisha was committed. During those same years, the kingdom that Ahab governed was pressed from the north. Ben-Hadad of Damascus, a different Ben-Hadad from the one Asa had bought away a generation before, marched down with 32 kings riding with him as allies, and laid siege to Samaria. He sent messengers to Ahab, saying, "Thy silver and thy gold is mine. Thy wives also and thy children, even the goodliest, are mine." Ahab, weak as he was, bent. "All that I am, and all that I have, thine." But Ben-Hadad pushed further. "Tomorrow my servants will come into thy house, and search it, and take whatsoever is pleasant in thine eyes." Ahab called the elders. The elders said, "Hearken not unto him, nor consent." Ahab sent back, "All that thou didst send for at the first I will do, but this thing I may not do." Ben-Hadad, drinking with his allied kings in his tent, sent back a boast so grotesque it has been quoted ever since as the signature of overreach. "The gods do so unto me, and more also, if the dust of Samaria shall suffice for handfuls for all the people that follow me." Ahab's answer was short and dry. "Let not him that girdeth on his harness boast himself as he that putteth it off." A prophet whose name is lost came to Ahab and told him to send out his commanders of the provinces, 232 young men, and the rest of the army, 7,000, and at noon, while the Syrian kings were drunk, attack. They attacked. The Syrians broke. Ben-Hadad fled on a horse. His advisers, coming to him afterward, gave him the consoling theory that the gods of Israel were gods of the hills, which was why the Syrians had lost in the hill country around Samaria. If they fought on level ground, they would prevail. The next spring, Ben-Hadad came down to Aphek in the plain with a fresh host, vast enough that the Israelite army camping across from him looked, the chroniclers said, like 2 little flocks of kid-goats. The battle went against Syria all the same. 100,000 footmen of Syria fell in a single day. The rest fled into the city of Aphek, and the wall of the city fell upon 27,000 of them, which is a detail so strange the old tellers simply recorded it and moved on. Ben-Hadad hid in an inner chamber with his servants. His servants proposed throwing themselves on Ahab's mercy with ropes around their necks and sackcloth on their heads, hoping the kings of Israel had a reputation for mercy. They came out to Ahab. "Thy servant Ben-Hadad saith, I pray thee, let me live." Ahab said, almost astonished, "Is he yet alive? He is my brother." And he let him ride up into his own chariot, and made a covenant with him. and released him in exchange for the border cities that had been taken and the right to have Israelite trading quarters in the markets of Damascus. A prophet, unnamed again, one of the sons of the prophets, had himself struck in the face by a passing companion until the blood ran, and had put a bandage over his eyes, and stationed himself by the road where Ahab would pass. When the king came by, the bandaged man called out a cryptic parable. A soldier had been given a captive to keep, and had lost him, and now must give his life for the life of his captive, and pay a talent of silver. Ahab passed judgment on the case without thinking. So shall thy judgment be, he said. Thyself hast decided it. The prophet tore off the bandage. Thus saith the Lord, because thou hast let go out of thy hand a man whom I appointed to utter destruction, therefore thy life shall go for his life, and thy people for his people. Ahab went home to Samaria, heavy and displeased. Which brings us, at last, to the vineyard. Naboth the Jezreelite owned a small piece of vineyard next to the country palace of Ahab at Jezreel, and the king wanted it. Not because he needed it, because he did not, but because it lay conveniently near his property, and he thought to turn it into a herb garden. He offered Naboth a better vineyard somewhere else, or silver, whichever he preferred. Naboth refused. The Lord forbid it me, he said, that I should give the inheritance of my fathers unto thee. The phrase was not a flourish. In Israel, the land of a man's fathers was understood to be the gift of God to that family in perpetuity, not tradable by any free contract, because the land itself belonged to God, and was merely stewarded through the generations. Naboth was not being stubborn. He was being faithful. He would no more have sold his vineyard than he would have sold his name. Ahab refused, went home and lay down on his bed and turned his face to the wall and would not eat. A child's response from a grown king. Jezebel came in. What aileth thee? He told her. She said the sentence that reveals the difference between the marriage. Dost thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let thine heart be merry. I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. She sat down at his desk. She wrote letters in his name. She sealed them with his seal. She sent them to the elders and nobles of Jezreel. Proclaim a fast, the letters said. Set Naboth on high among the people. Set 2 men, sons of Belial, before him to bear witness against him, saying, Thou didst blaspheme God and the king. And then carry him out and stone him to death. The elders did what they were told. They proclaimed the fast. They seated Naboth. 2 hired perjurers rose and swore the charge. The crowd, who had perhaps gone along with fakery before, dragged Naboth and his sons out of the town and stoned them until nothing moved. The elders sent back a small note to the palace. Naboth is stoned and is dead. Jezebel came to Ahab. Arise, take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. He arose. He walked down to the vineyard. He stood among Naboth's vines and surveyed what was now his. And Elijah was there. He had come from wherever he had been, and he was waiting. Ahab looked up and saw him, and said the words of a man who knows in a single breath that his life has just ended, though not today. Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? I have found thee, Elijah said, because thou hast sold thyself to work evil in the sight of the Lord. And then he delivered the curse. In the place where dogs licked the blood of Naboth shall dogs lick thy blood, even thine, and of Jezebel also. The dogs shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. The dogs shall eat him that dieth of Ahab in the city, and him that dieth in the field shall the fowls of the air eat. Ahab tore his clothes. He put sackcloth upon his skin. He fasted. He slept in sackcloth. He walked softly. He was not Jezebel. He was a weak man who understood he had been ruined, and his grief was real. And the Lord, seeing that he humbled himself, sent word to Elijah, Because he humbleth himself, I will not bring the evil in his days, but in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house. The sentence was not canceled. It was only postponed. 3 years passed without war. Then the old wound, Ramoth-Gilead east of the Jordan, a city Ben-Hadad had promised to return and never had, began to prick Ahab again. An alliance was arranged with a kingdom to the south, and in the spring Ahab rode out, and with him went the king of Judah in his southern chariots, and the 2 kingdoms prepared to take back the city. Ahab, however, had developed by now a superstitious interest in prophets, and he had 400 of them, palace prophets fed by the king's bread, and he summoned them and asked whether to go. They said, "Go, for the Lord shall deliver it into the king's hand." All 400 said it, in a single voice, and one of them, a man named Zedekiah, son of Chenaanah, had fashioned horns of iron for himself, and was walking about in front of the others, snorting like a bull, saying, "With these shalt thou push the Syrians until they be consumed." The southern king, looking at this performance, asked whether there was not somewhere in the kingdom one other prophet of the Lord whom they might also inquire of. Ahab said, irritated, "There was one man, Micaiah, son of Imlah, but he hated him, because he never prophesied good concerning him, but evil." "Bring him anyway," the southern king said. They fetched Micaiah from wherever he had been kept, and on the way the officer warned him that all the other prophets had spoken with one mouth, so let him speak well too. Micaiah answered, "As the Lord liveth, what the Lord saith unto me, that will I speak." He came into the court. Ahab asked. Micaiah, with a straight face, said, "Go and prosper." Ahab, who knew the voice of a man mocking him when he heard it, said, "How many times shall I adjure thee that thou tell me nothing but that which is true?" Micaiah straightened. "I saw all Israel scattered upon the hills, as sheep that have not a shepherd. And the Lord said, These have no master. Let them return every man to his house in peace." He went on. He described a vision of the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven around him, and a spirit stepping forward, and offering to be a lying spirit in the mouth of Ahab's prophets, to entice him to Ramoth-Gilead, that he might fall there. Zedekiah of the iron horns walked up and slapped Micaiah across the face. "Which way went the Spirit of the Lord from me to speak unto thee?" Micaiah answered, "Thou shalt see in that day, when thou shalt go into an inner chamber to hide thyself." Ahab ordered Micaiah back to prison, to be fed the bread and water of affliction until the king returned victorious. "If thou return at all in peace," Micaiah said as they led him out, "the Lord hath not spoken by me." And he said it to the whole crowd, "Hearken, O people, every one of you." The campaign went forward anyway. Ahab, prickling under Micaiah's words, decided on a trick. He would go into battle disguised as an ordinary charioteer, while his ally wore the royal robes. The Syrian commanders, as it happened, had been ordered by Ben-Hadad to fight with no one except the king of Israel. They saw the royal robes of the southern king and thought they had their target, and closed in on him, and nearly killed him, and let him go when he cried out, and they realized their mistake. And Ahab rode through the battle in his anonymous armor, and one Syrian archer, the chronicles tell us with a kind of quiet satisfaction, drew his bow at a venture, not aiming at anyone in particular, and the arrow flew across the noisy field, and found the one place where the joints of Ahab's armor did not quite meet, and sank into him. He said to his driver, "Turn thine hand, and carry me out of the host, for I am wounded." They carried him out, but the battle was hot, and they could not get him to safety, so they stayed him up in his chariot against the side of it. He stood there all day, holding himself up against the chariot wall, bleeding, watching his own army. The blood ran down inside the chariot and pooled at his feet. At evening, he died. The proclamation went through the camp at sunset. Every man to his city, and every man to his own country. The army scattered. They carried his body back to Samaria and buried him there. They washed his chariot in the pool of Samaria, the same pool where the harlots bathed, and the dogs came down to drink from the mixed water, and they licked his blood from the wet stones. The prophecy Elijah had spoken in the vineyard of Naboth, came precisely true at the edge of a dirty pool in the capital city he had built. Ahaziah his son took the throne. He reigned 2 years. He was his mother's son and his father's son both, worshipping Baal and angering the Lord. One afternoon in his palace at Samaria, he was walking on the upper floor, and he leaned against a lattice of carved wood screening the terrace, and the lattice gave way beneath him, and he fell to the pavement below, breaking his body in ways that would not heal. He sent messengers to Ekron, to the shrine of Baal-zebub, lord of the flies, to inquire whether he would recover. The messengers went, but on the road they met a rough man with a cloak fastened by a leather belt, who told them to turn back. Is it not because there is not a God in Israel that ye go to inquire of Baal-zebub, the god of Ekron? Thus saith the Lord, Thou shalt not come down from that bed on which thou art gone up, but shalt surely die. The messengers came back to Ahaziah. They described the man, a hairy man, girt with a girdle of leather. It is Elijah the Tishbite, the king said, his breath catching. He sent a captain with 50 men to arrest the prophet. They came upon him on the top of a hill. The captain called up, Thou man of God, the king hath said, come down. Elijah said, If I be a man of God, let fire come down from heaven and consume thee and thy 50. The fire came down. It consumed them. Another captain with another 50 was sent. The same words. The same fire. A third captain came up the hill and did not call from below. He came up, knelt on his knees, and begged, O man of God, I pray thee, let my life and the life of these 50 be precious in thy sight. I am just a man who was sent. The angel of the Lord told Elijah to go with him, and he went, and came to the king's bed, and stood over Ahaziah, and said the word face to face that he had said to the messengers on the road. Ahaziah died in his bed. He left no son. His brother Jehoram took the throne. The older brother of Jehoram, Ahaziah, was now dead, the drought and its violence past, the house of Omri still standing but bruised. Jehoram, more cautious than his mother, removed the pillar of Baal that his father had erected in Samaria. But he kept the calves at Bethel and Dan, as every king of Israel had kept them since Jeroboam first cast them, and in the accounting by which the chroniclers weighed kings. This was not repentance, but merely a little less provocation. And around the time he took the throne, a remarkable scene unfolded along the west bank of the Jordan. Elijah and Elisha had been walking together from Gilgal, down through Bethel, down to Jericho, and the sons of the prophets at each stop came to Elisha quietly and asked, Knowest thou that the Lord will take away thy master from thy head today? Elisha said, Yea, I know it. Hold ye your peace. At the Jordan, 50 of these sons of the prophets stood on the bluff to watch. Elijah took his mantle, the same rough cloak that had been thrown over Elisha's shoulders in a plowed field years before, and he wrapped it together and smote the water with it, and the water parted. And the two of them crossed the Jordan on dry ground, going east, as Moses and Joshua had once crossed, only in the other direction. On the far side, Elijah asked Elisha what he could do for him before he was taken, and Elisha asked for a double portion of his spirit. A hard thing, Elijah said, but if thou see me when I am taken, thou shalt have it. They walked on talking. And suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire parted them asunder, and Elijah went up in a whirlwind into heaven. Elisha saw it. He cried out, my father, the chariot of Israel and the horsemen thereof. And he saw him no more. He tore his own clothes in two, and he picked up the mantle that had fallen from Elijah as he rose, and he walked back to the Jordan. He smote the water with the mantle. Where is the Lord God of Elijah? He said. The water parted. He crossed back on dry ground. The 50 sons of the prophets on the far bluff, watching, said to one another, The spirit of Elijah doth rest on Elisha. And they came and bowed before him. The next 15 years of the northern kingdom were the years of Elisha, and the miracles came one after another with a casual plenitude that nothing in the earlier histories had matched. He healed the brackish spring at Jericho by throwing salt into it from a new cruse. He cursed the youths at Bethel, who mocked his bald head with the line, Go up, thou bald head. And 2 she-bears came out of the wood and tore 42 of them, a scene so disproportionate that the chroniclers recorded it without comment, as if to say, decide for yourself what it means that a prophet can be mocked into bears. He multiplied a widow's pot of oil until it filled every vessel her neighbors could lend her, enough to pay her dead husband's debts and keep her sons from being taken as slaves. He promised a son to the great woman of Shunem, who had built a little roof chamber for him with a bed, a table, a stool, and a candlestick. And when the boy was born and grew and died one afternoon in his mother's lap of what was probably sunstroke in the harvest fields, Elisha came and stretched himself upon the corpse, as Elijah had once stretched himself upon the corpse of the widow's son, and the child's body warmed, and he sneezed 7 times and opened his eyes. Elisha purified the poisoned pottage in the school of the prophets with a handful of flour cast into the pot. He fed 100 men with 20 loaves and had some left over. He made an iron axe head float on the Jordan by cutting a stick and casting it into the water beside the place where the head had sunk. He cured Naaman, captain of the host of the king of Syria, of his leprosy. Naaman came down to Samaria with a letter from his king and a great train of servants and silver, and was sent to Elisha, and was offended when the prophet did not even come out of his house to greet him, sending only a servant with an instruction to go dip 7 times in the Jordan. Naaman raged. The rivers of Damascus were cleaner than all the waters of Israel, he said, and turned to go home. His servants reasoned with him, and at last he went down and dipped once, twice, 7 times, and came up with the skin of a little child. He returned to Elisha with all his retinue and offered him a fortune. Elisha refused any gift. And Gehazi his servant, who had watched the gift refused, ran after Naaman and lied, asking for a talent of silver and 2 changes of garments, saying his master had changed his mind. Elisha knew it without being told. The leprosy of Naaman, he said to Gehazi when he returned, shall cleave unto thee and unto thy seed forever. Gehazi went out from his presence, a leper as white as snow. He blinded once a whole band of Syrian raiders sent to capture him at Dothan, leading them into the middle of Samaria before opening their eyes again, and then feeding them a feast and sending them home to their king. And once, in a darker hour, the same Ben-Hadad who had been captured and released by Ahab came down again and laid siege to Samaria, and the siege was so long that famine broke the city, until a donkey's head sold for 80 pieces of silver, and a 1/4 cab of dove's dung for 5. Jehoram walked on the city wall in inspection, and a woman cried up to him, "Help, my lord, O king!" He said, "If the Lord do not help thee, whence shall I help thee? What aileth thee?" And she told him a story that broke his mind. She and her neighbor had agreed in the famine that they would boil her son today and eat him, and tomorrow they would boil the neighbor's son. She had brought her son, they had boiled him, they had eaten him, and now the neighbor was hiding her own son and would not produce him. Jehoram tore his clothes on the wall, and the people saw that he had sackcloth on underneath against his skin, and he swore he would have the head of Elisha, son of Shaphat, that day. But Elisha, sitting in his house with the elders, heard him coming, and said, "See how this son of a murderer hath sent to take away mine head." Then Elisha told the king through his messenger that by tomorrow at this time a measure of fine flour would sell for a shekel at the gate of Samaria. The king's officer beside him laughed. "If the Lord would make windows in heaven, might this thing be?" Elisha said, "Thou shalt see it with thine eyes, but shalt not eat thereof." That night, 4 lepers sitting at the city gate in the outer darkness decided there was no point in starving where they sat, so they walked out into the Syrian camp to surrender, reasoning that they could only be killed once. They found the camp empty. The Syrians had heard in their own ears the sound of a great army, chariots and horses, a noise like the approach of the Hittites and the Egyptians at once, and had fled in the dusk, abandoning tents and food and horses and silver. The lepers ate, gathered loot, hid it, ate again, and only then thought to tell the city. By dawn the people had poured out of the gates and looted the camp, and flour sold at the gate for exactly the price Elisha had foretold. And the king's officer, the one who had laughed, was posted at the gate to keep order, and the crowd rushing out trampled him, and he died before he could eat from the plenty. Elisha also went, at the Lord's word, to Damascus. Ben-Hadad was sick. He sent his servant Hazael with a great gift of 40 camels' burden to ask Elisha whether he would recover. Elisha gave a strange answer. "Tell him he may certainly recover," he said, then paused, and then added, "But the Lord hath shown me that he shall surely die." And Elisha, looking at Hazael, wept. "Why weepest thou, my lord?" Hazael asked. "Because I know," Elisha said, "the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Thou wilt set their strongholds on fire, and their young men wilt thou slay with the sword, and wilt dash their children, and rip up their women with child." Hazael said, "But what? Is thy servant a dog, that he should do this great thing?" Elisha said, "The Lord hath shown me that thou shalt be king over Syria." Hazael went home. He told his master Ben-Hadad only half the answer, the part about recovery. The next day he took a thick cloth, dipped it in water, and laid it on his master's face, and held it there until the old king stopped breathing. Hazael reigned in his stead. The second of the 3 anointings Elijah had been commissioned to perform at Horeb was now accomplished by proxy and by prophecy, which left only the third. The third would be Jehu. Meanwhile, in the south, the kingdom of Judah had been sliding in a darker direction than anyone who remembered the good old days of reform would have predicted. Jehoram, son of Jehoshaphat, married to Athaliah, daughter of Ahab, had taken the southern throne after his father's death. His first act, when his grip was firm, was to murder all his brothers, 6 of them, and with them certain of the princes of Israel who had followed his father, because he did not intend to rule with rivals. He built high places in the mountains of Judah, and caused the inhabitants of Jerusalem to commit fornication after the gods of his wife's family. Edom revolted against him and set up its own king, and he went out with his chariots to crush the rebellion and was nearly captured, escaping only by cutting his way through the Edomite encirclement at night. Libnah, a town on his western border, also revolted. The southern kingdom was shedding territory. A letter came to him. The letter was signed by Elijah the Tishbite, which was strange, because Elijah had been taken up into heaven some time before. The letter laid out the sentence: because he had walked in the way of the kings of Israel, because he had killed his brothers, because he had led Judah into idolatry, the Lord would strike his people with a great plague, and his wives and sons and possessions with them, and he himself with a disease of the bowels that would last until his entrails fell out day by day. The letter arrived. It was read. The king, it seems, did not repent. What followed was exactly what the letter had said. Philistines and Arabs came up against Judah and broke into the royal household at Jerusalem itself. They carried away everything in the king's house, his wives, his sons, all but the youngest, whose name was Jehoahaz, also called Ahaziah. And Jehoram fell ill, and the illness was a disease of the bowels, and it burned in him for 2 years until his internal organs passed out of him piece by piece, and he died in great pain in the 40th year of his life and the 8th of his reign. They did not burn spices for him in the southern custom, and he was not buried in the sepulchres of the kings, and the chronicler ends his account of him with a single flat sentence that has rarely been surpassed for understatement. He departed without being desired. His son Ahaziah, the one the Arab raiders had not managed to take, became king. He reigned 1 year. His mother Athaliah was his counselor, and his mother was her mother's daughter, and the counsels she gave him were wicked counsels from the beginning. He went down, in that 1 year, to Jezreel to visit his uncle Jehoram of Israel, who had been wounded fighting the Syrians at Ramoth-Gilead and had come home to recover in the palace there. The 2 kings of the family sat together on palace couches, 2 cousins really, nephews of different mothers of the house of Omri, and they did not know that they were sitting in the moment just before the end. Elisha, at that moment, in his lodgings at Samaria, called one of the young sons of the prophets to him, gave him a small flask of oil, and said, Gird up thy loins, and take this box of oil in thine hand, and go to Ramoth-Gilead. When thou comest thither, look out Jehu the son of Jehoshaphat the son of Nimshi, and call him out from among his brethren, and take him to an inner chamber, and pour the oil on his head, and say, Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel. Then open the door, and flee, and tarry not. The young prophet went. He found Jehu sitting among the other captains, a grizzled cavalry commander with a reputation for driving his chariot faster than any other man in the kingdom. He drew him aside. He took him into an inner room. He poured the oil on his head. He said the words. And then, like a man who had been given a dangerous piece of fire to carry, he opened the door and ran. Jehu came back out to his brother officers. They asked, Wherefore came this mad fellow to thee? He tried to deflect. They pressed him. It is false, he said. Then he told them. The young man said, Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel. The men threw their garments down on the steps for him to stand on, blew a trumpet, and shouted, Jehu is king. And Jehu, within minutes of the oil drying on his forehead, was in his chariot with a small band of loyal men, driving east to Jezreel to kill the king he had just minutes before served. The watchman on the tower of Jezreel saw a dust cloud on the horizon and reported it. Jehoram, convalescing on his couch, sent out a horseman. The horseman reached Jehu and asked, Is it peace? Jehu said, What hast thou to do with peace? Turn thee behind me. And the horseman fell in behind Jehu's chariot. A second horseman was sent. The same exchange. The watchman reported, The driving is like the driving of Jehu son of Nimshi, for he driveth furiously. Jehoram and Ahaziah, the two kings together, rode out in their chariots to meet him, and met him by a cruel and exact geography in the plot of ground that had belonged to Naboth the Jezreelite. Jehoram called out, Is it peace, Jehu? Jehu answered, What peace, so long as the whoredoms of thy mother Jezebel and her witchcrafts are so many? Jehoram wheeled his chariot to flee, crying to Ahaziah, Treachery, O Ahaziah. Jehu drew his bow with his full strength, and smote Jehoram between his arms, and the arrow came out at his heart, and he sunk down in his chariot. Jehu ordered his captain Bidkar to lift him out, and throw him into the field of Naboth. The word the Lord had spoken in that very place years before was keeping an appointment. Ahaziah of Judah fled on his chariot. Jehu's men pursued him up the pass of Gur near Ibleam and wounded him there, and he drove on to Megiddo and died in his chariot at Megiddo. And his servants carried his body back to Jerusalem and buried him in the city of David. He was the last ripple of the southern visit. But for the palace at Jerusalem, which would now discover that its connection to the throne of David was suddenly down to one infant, not yet a year old, the consequences were only beginning. And Jehu, having killed the two kings, rode into Jezreel. Jezebel was in her chamber. She had known, the moment the news reached her, exactly what Jehu coming meant. And the daughter of the high priest of Melkart did not cower. She painted her eyes with kohl. She dressed her hair. She put on, perhaps, the robes of a queen. She went to the upper window of the palace that overlooked the courtyard. She heard the chariot enter beneath her, the hooves clatter on the flagstones. She looked down, and, with the last flash of the old Phoenician royal pride, she called out a sentence designed to wound, using the old byword that every king of the north had inherited for treachery. Is it peace, Zimri, murderer of thy master? He looked up. Who is on my side, who? He called. 2 or 3 eunuchs looked out of the windows above her. He said only, Throw her down. They threw her down. Her body struck the flagstones, and her blood spattered on the wall and on the horses of his chariot, and the horses trampled her. Jehu went into the palace. He ate and drank. When he had eaten, he said, almost offhandedly, Go, see now this cursed woman, and bury her, for she is a king's daughter." They went to bury her. They found the skull, the feet, and the palms of her hands. The dogs had eaten the rest. They came back to tell him. He said, "This is the word of the Lord which he spake by his servant Elijah the Tishbite, saying, In the portion of Jezreel shall dogs eat the flesh of Jezebel, and the carcass of Jezebel shall be as dung upon the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, so that they shall not say, This is Jezebel." The queen was dead. The kings were dead. But the house of Ahab had 70 sons, raised and maintained by the elders and guardians of Samaria. Jehu wrote letters to Samaria. "Take the heads," the letters said, "of your master's sons, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow this time." The guardians of the 70 were terrified. "Behold, 2 kings stood not before him. How then shall we stand?" They wrote back, "We are thy servants, and will do all that thou shalt bid us." Jehu wrote a second letter. "If ye be mine, and will hearken unto my voice, take ye the heads of the men your master's sons, and come to me to Jezreel by tomorrow this time." They took the 70 heads. They put them in baskets. They sent them to Jezreel. Jehu commanded them to be laid in 2 heaps at the entering of the gate until the morning. And the morning he went out and stood before the people. "Know now that there shall fall unto the earth nothing of the word of the Lord, which the Lord spake concerning the house of Ahab, for the Lord hath done that which he spake by his servant Elijah. And he slew all that remained of the house of Ahab in Jezreel, and all his great men, and his kinsfolks, and his priests, until he left him none remaining. Then he rode for Samaria. On the road he met 42 men, brothers of Ahaziah of Judah, come up to visit their northern relatives, unaware of what had just happened. "Who are ye?" he asked. "We are the brethren of Ahaziah," they said, "and we go down to salute the children of the king and the children of the queen." "Take them alive," Jehu said. They took them. They slew them at the pit of the shearing house, all 42, and threw the bodies into the pit. A little further on, he met a man walking up the road named Jehonadab son of Rechab, a desert ascetic of a strange old order, who did not drink wine, and did not plant vineyards, and did not build houses, keeping the old nomadic purity his fathers had sworn to. Jehu saluted him. "Is thine heart right, as my heart is with thy heart?" "It is." "If it be, give me thine hand." He gave his hand. Jehu lifted him up into the chariot beside him. "Come with me," Jehu said, "and see my zeal for the Lord." Jehonadab rode beside him into Samaria. They came into the city, and Jehu slew every remaining member of the house of Ahab in Samaria. Not one was spared. He was not done. He called a great assembly. "Proclaim a solemn assembly for Baal," he ordered. "Let not one of his servants be absent." He gathered the priests of Baal, the prophets of Baal, the worshippers of Baal, from every corner of the kingdom, and he had them vested in their ceremonial robes. And he had the temple of Baal in Samaria filled wall to wall with them. He stationed 80 armed men outside the doors, with orders that if any escaped, the soldier through whose post he fled would die for him. He went in, he made the sacrifice, and then, at the signal, he gave the command. "Go in and slay them. Let none come forth." The 80 came in through the doors. They killed every man inside. They brought out the image of Baal and burned it. They broke down the pillar of Baal. They broke down the temple of Baal itself, and turned the place into a public latrine, which it remained, the chronicler notes, with a kind of ferocious satisfaction unto this day. Thus he destroyed Baal out of Israel. The chronicler is generous enough to record it, and the verdict the Lord gives Jehu in his own words is unusual. "Because thou hast done well in executing that which is right in mine eyes, and hast done unto the house of Ahab according to all that was in mine heart, thy children of the 4th generation shall sit on the throne of Israel." 4 generations of royal continuity, promised to a man whose coup had lasted one long afternoon, from the chariot's first turn out of Ramoth-Gilead to the last sword stroke in Samaria. No other northern king would ever be given such a promise again. And yet, the calves remained. The calves at Bethel and Dan, cast by Jeroboam a century and a half before, worshipped by every northern king through 4 changes of dynasty, remained in their shrines. Jehu, for all his zeal against the Phoenician god, never touched the calves. He could bring himself to slaughter a queen, 70 princes, the priests of Baal to the last man, the nobles, the kinsmen, the servants of the house he had overturned. He could not bring himself to climb the steps at Bethel and shatter the gold. And so, the kingdom of Israel, now ruled by the 5th northern dynasty, entered its new reign exactly where it had been before. Gripping the sin of Jeroboam with both hands, having changed its rulers but not its religion, Jehu reigned 28 years in Samaria. In his days, Hazael, newly crowned in Damascus, cut Israel short, took all the land east of the Jordan from Aroer by the river Arnon to Gilead and Bashan, ate up the border tribes, and kept pressing. The 4th generation promise was sitting in the womb of history, but the kingdom itself was already shrinking, and the instruments that would shrink it further had already taken their first bites. Jehu died in his bed in Samaria, an old man, having kept his throne for 28 years by a combination of zeal and good timing, and the throne passed to his son Jehoahaz. The Syrians were already at the gates. Hazael of Damascus, now at the full height of his power, was pressing the northern border from the east with a methodical appetite that did not seem to lose any of its teeth across the years, and Ben-Hadad, his son, who was named for the dynasty his father had extinguished in order to found a new one, would soon be pressing in his turn. Jehoahaz reigned 17 years and spent almost all of them being pushed back. The Syrian armies took city after city east of the Jordan. They took cities west of the Jordan. They stripped the kingdom of chariots, of cavalry, and of infantry until the Chronicles, in a detail that reads like an inventory of humiliation, recorded that the king of Israel had left him only 50 horsemen, 10 chariots, and 10,000 footmen, the rest having been destroyed, and the king of Syria had made them like dust by threshing. A nation that had once fought the armies of Sidon and the armies of Egypt in pitched battles on open plains was now a mendicant state clinging to its northern hills with an army smaller than the palace guard of any respectable kingdom in plains. The region. Jehoahaz at last did what his father Jehu had never quite done. He prayed. The chronicler, who does not give these men much benefit of the doubt, records that the Lord hearkened unto him, for he saw the oppression of Israel, because the king of Syria oppressed them. And a Savior was sent, though the chronicler does not say at that point who the Savior was, leaving the sentence dangling as if to say, "Wait, you will see." Jehoahaz was not himself reformed. He did not tear down the calves at Bethel or Dan. He did not uproot the grove of Asherah that still stood in Samaria. He walked through his reign with the same stubborn half-devotion every king of his line had worn. But he prayed in his desperation, and his prayer was counted to him for something, because the oppression was, for a little while at least, eased. He died, and his son Joash took the throne, called also in some accounts Jehoash, a king whose 16 years contained the last stretch of the old prophetic age. Because while Joash was in his first year, the man who had been the living voice of God in Israel for nearly 6 decades fell sick with the illness that he would not recover from. Elisha, son of Shaphat, the prophet who had walked through 2 dynasties with his mantle and his staff, who had cleansed the springs and raised the dead and parted the river and fed the multitudes, who had cured the Syrian general and cursed the faithless servant, was dying in his house. Joash went down to see him. The king wept over his face and used the very words that Elisha had once shouted at the whirlwind that took his own master up. My father, the chariot of Israel! and the horsemen thereof. A generation's reckoning of what a prophet could be was being closed at that bedside. Elisha, conserving his last strength for one final act, told the king to take up a bow and arrows. Joash did. "Put thine hand upon the bow," Elisha said. Joash put his hand upon it. The old prophet laid his own hands over the king's hands. "Open the east window," he said. Joash opened it. "Shoot," he said. Joash shot. "The Lord's arrow of deliverance," Elisha said as the shaft flew away, "and the arrow of deliverance from Syria. For thou shalt smite the Syrians in Aphek, till thou have consumed them." Then he said, "Take the arrows, smite upon the ground." Joash struck the ground 3 times and stopped. Elisha was angry with him. "Thou shouldest have smitten 5 or 6 times. Then hadst thou smitten Syria till thou hadst consumed it. Whereas now thou shalt smite Syria but thrice." Then Elisha lay back and died. They buried him in a cave somewhere in his own country, and the burial party was interrupted the following spring by a band of raiding Moabites, who surprised them on the road, and they flung the body they were carrying into Elisha's open tomb in haste and ran. The man they had been burying touched the bones of Elisha as he fell, and stood up on his feet alive. Even dead, the prophet was more powerful than most kings. The man walked home to his family from his own funeral and never, as far as the chronicler knows, quite explained what had happened to him underground in the half-second between going into Elisha's cave and coming out again. Joash smote Syria 3 times, precisely, and recovered the cities that his father had lost. No more, no less, as the old man had promised. The kingdom began to breathe again. And while it was breathing again, the old madwoman in Jerusalem was beginning her last winter. Athaliah had come south as a girl, the daughter of the Phoenician queen, the daughter of the dynasty that had been extinguished in Jezreel and at the pit of the shearing house. She had married the king of Judah. She had watched her son take the southern throne and reign for 1 year. And she had received in her palace in Jerusalem, on a morning whose exact date is not recorded, but whose news struck the palace like a thunderclap, the report that her son Ahaziah had been killed by the same man who had killed her brother and thrown her mother from a window. She understood because she was the daughter of Jezebel, and she had inherited her mother's instinct for the moves that preserve a house, that she had perhaps a day, perhaps 2. Ahaziah had left behind, in the nursery of the palace, his sons. They were her grandchildren. They were children of the body she had nursed. But they were also the last connections between her household and the throne of David, and if any of them lived to be crowned by the priests of Jerusalem, her own power would go the way of her mother's. She made the decision with her own hands. She gave the orders, and she went through the nursery and destroyed all the seed royal of the house of Judah. The princes, the infants, the cousins of the line, she killed them. She did not spare her own flesh. She killed every child who could claim descent from David, and then she sat down on the throne and ruled. Almost every child. 1 escaped. The sister of the murdered king, a woman named Yehosheba, who was also the wife of the high priest Jehoiada, moved quickly in the other direction. In the chaos of the massacre, in the moment when the guards were going from room to room, Jehosheba stole a baby from among the doomed princes. The child was named Joash, and he was not yet a year old, and he was the last remaining male descendant of David in the world. She wrapped him in whatever she wrapped him in. She took him and his wet nurse, and she hid him first in a bedroom of the palace, and then, as soon as the watch was distracted enough, she smuggled him across the courtyard and into the temple, into an inner chamber where only the priests came. She and her husband Jehoiada hid the boy in the temple for 6 years while Athaliah ruled. A child growing up between altar and curtain, knowing the smell of incense better than the smell of a street, being taught to read and to walk and to speak by priests, never going outdoors, never seen by any face outside the inner circle of the priesthood. Athaliah's 6 years are recorded almost without detail, as if the chroniclers refused to dignify them by noticing. She kept Baal worship alive in Jerusalem. She neglected the temple. She lived as a Phoenician queen had always lived, grandly and with contempt for the sensibilities of her Hebrew subjects. And she did not know the child in the temple. She did not know that the high priest, her own ceremonial functionary, carried the secret that would unmake her. In the 7th year, Jehoiada struck. He had been planning it. He had spoken quietly to captains and officers. He had sworn them by oath in the temple precincts. He had shown them the boy. Then on a Sabbath, the day of maximum crowds and minimum suspicion, he gathered the guards and the Levites and stationed them in concentric rings around the temple. He armed them with the spears and the shields that had belonged to King David, the old weapons kept in the temple armory as relics. He posted them at every door. "Every man that comes within the ranges," he said, "let him be slain." And then he brought the boy out. Joash, a child now of 7 years, was led into the sunlight for the first time in 6 years. Jehoiada placed the crown upon his head. He put the book of the testimony, the scroll of the law, into his hand. He poured oil upon him, and they proclaimed him king, and the people clapped their hands, and they cried, "God save the king!" The noise rose through the temple courts and out across the palace quarter of Jerusalem, and in her chambers Athaliah heard it. She heard singing, she heard horns, she heard voices shouting. She went out to the temple to see what was happening, and she saw, standing on the pillar by the door of the temple, as was the ancient coronation custom, a child wearing a crown and a scroll, surrounded by captains with trumpets, with the whole people of the land rejoicing around him. She tore her clothes. "Treason!" she cried. "Treason!" It was the last word she would speak as a free woman. Jehoiada ordered her taken out of the temple precincts, without defiling them with her blood, and she was led down the path by which horses entered the palace, and there at the horse gate the guards cut her down. They killed as well the priest of Baal who served her, a man named Mattan. They broke the Baal temple. They threw down its altars. The city came alive with the sound of idols being smashed. Joash reigned 40 years in Jerusalem, and for as long as Jehoiada the priest lived, the boy king was a king who did right. Jehoiada was effectively his father. Jehoiada chose his wives. Jehoiada taught him the law, and Jehoiada, who had grown to understand that the temple itself had fallen into disrepair during the years Athaliah neglected it, set Joash to the great project of repairing the house of the Lord. The collection was clumsy at first. The priests were asked to gather money from the people for the repairs, and the repairs did not get done, and the silver went somewhere into the treasury and did not emerge. Joash, now grown, was irritated. "Why do you not repair the breaches of the house? Take no more money of your acquaintance, but deliver it for the breaches of the house." Jehoiada agreed. He made a wooden chest and bored a hole in its lid and set it beside the altar on the right side as a man comes into the temple, and ordered the priests to put into it all the money that people brought. The people brought it gladly. And when the chest was full, the king's scribe and the high priest came and emptied it out and counted it out and gave it in bundles to the foreman who paid the masons and the carpenters and the workers in brass. The repairs got done. The temple was whole again. For the first time in living memory, the house of the Lord in Jerusalem stood in its proper state of maintenance, gleaming as it had not gleamed since Solomon. Then Jehoiada died. He was, the chronicler says, with a reverence rare in the accounts, 130 years old when he died. And they buried him among the kings in the city of David because of the good that he had done in Israel toward God and toward his house. He alone, among non-royal persons, was given that honor. Israel would not see his equal for generations. And Joash, without the hand of his foster father on his shoulder, began to drift. The princes of Judah came to him and flattered him, and asked his leave to revive the old high places and the groves of Asherah, and Joash gave it. Idolatry crept back into a city that had, a few months before, been carting its idols out to the valley for burning. The Lord sent prophets to call them back. They did not listen. And Zechariah the son of Jehoiada, the son of the man who had saved Joash from death, who had been effectively the king's brother in the years of Jehoiada's house, stood up in the court of the temple, clothed with the Spirit of God, and cried out against the people. Thus saith God, Why transgress ye the commandments of the Lord, that ye cannot prosper? Because ye have forsaken the Lord, he hath also forsaken you. And the people conspired against him. Not the people only, but the king. The king Joash, who owed Zechariah his life and his throne, gave the order. They stoned Zechariah in the court of the temple, between the altar and the sanctuary, until he died. As he was dying, he spoke, The Lord look upon it and require it. The blood of the son of the man who had saved him cried out from the stones of the temple that his father had repaired, and Joash, who had once been the child hidden in that same temple, had become the king who had that blood on his hands. The year turned. A Syrian army came up. The army was small. The chronicler notes with a chill, a little company of men. But the Lord delivered into their hand a very great host of Judah. They destroyed the princes of the people. They spoiled Jerusalem. Joash was wounded. And while he lay in bed recovering, 2 of his own servants, a man named Zabad and a man named Jehozabad, conspired against him and killed him on his bed, in vengeance for the blood of the son of Jehoiada. They did not bury him in the sepulchres of the kings. Even after 40 years on the throne, a long reign by any measure, they laid him in the city of David, but not among the kings. The grave was given to him. The honor of a royal tomb was not. His son Amaziah took the throne. He was a man of small and careful virtues and large and careless failures, and his reign ran for 29 years. He began sensibly. He put to death the servants who had killed his father, but he did not, as the practice of those days would normally have required, put to death their children, because the law of Moses had said that fathers should not be put to death for their children, nor children for their fathers, but every man should die for his own sin. He took the point seriously. It was the sort of thing that made one hope. He then decided to restore Judah's old dominion over Edom. He mustered 300,000 choice men, and because that did not seem to him enough, he hired 100,000 mercenaries from Israel, paying 100 talents of silver for them. A man of God came to him before the army marched, and told him the king of Israel should not go with him, for the Lord was not with Israel. Amaziah asked, But what shall we do for the 100 talents? The man of God said, The Lord is able to give thee much more than this. Amaziah, to his credit, obeyed. He sent the Israelite mercenaries home. They left in a rage, robbed of the plunder they had been counting on, and on their way home they attacked 3 cities of Judah and killed 3,000 people in vengeance. Amaziah, having dismissed them, went down to the valley of Salt with his own army and defeated the Edomites. Killing 10,000 in the battle and hurling 10,000 prisoners of war from the top of the cliff of the rock, so that they were all dashed in pieces. It was a cruel victory, but it was a victory. And then he did the strange thing, the thing that has baffled readers ever since. He took the gods of Edom, the little clay figurines the Edomites had worshipped, the gods who had just failed to save them, and he brought them back to Jerusalem and set them up in his own palace and began to burn incense to them. A man of God came to him and asked the obvious question, Why hast thou sought after the gods of the people, which could not deliver their own people out of thine hand? Amaziah, who had listened to the man of God before his campaign, did not wish to listen now. Art thou made of the king's counsel? Forbear, he said. Why shouldest thou be smitten? The prophet, withdrawing, said one last sentence as he left the king's presence. I know that God hath determined to destroy thee, because thou hast done this, and hast not hearkened unto my counsel. What followed was a campaign so ill-conceived the chronicler almost sighs in recording it. Amaziah, flushed with his cliff and his 10,000, sent messengers to Joash, king of Israel, saying, Come, let us see one another in the face. It was a challenge. Joash of Israel, a man whose 3 victories over Syria had given him the confidence of a seasoned campaigner, sent back a small fable. The thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, "Give thy daughter to my son to wife." And there passed by a wild beast that was in Lebanon, and trode down the thistle. Thou hast indeed smitten Edom, and thine heart lifteth thee up to boast. Abide now at home. Why shouldest thou meddle to thine hurt, that thou shouldest fall, even thou and Judah with thee? Amaziah would not listen. He marched. They met at Beth-shemesh, in the valley where the Ark of the Covenant had once returned to Israel across generations of storied transit. And the armies of Judah were routed, and Amaziah himself was taken captive. Joash of Israel marched the captured king to Jerusalem and broke down 400 cubits of the city wall, from the gate of Ephraim to the corner gate, a breach of perhaps 600 feet of Jerusalem's defenses. He took all the gold and silver in the temple and in the king's treasuries. He took hostages. He marched home to Samaria. Amaziah survived and was returned to his throne, but he returned to a Jerusalem with a broken wall and an empty treasury and a population who had lost their confidence in him. He lived another 15 years in that shame. Then a conspiracy formed against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish, and his pursuers found him there and killed him, and they carried his body back on horses and buried him with his fathers in the city of David. 2 kings of Judah in a row, father and son, had died at the hands of their own people. Meanwhile, the throne in the north had passed from Joash of Israel to his son, and this son was a man who would, against all expectation, preside over the longest and richest summer the northern kingdom had ever known. Jeroboam II, named after the founder of the kingdom, in an unmistakable gesture of dynastic ambition, reigned 41 years in Samaria. He was born into a kingdom that had been wounded nearly to death by Syria and repaired in part by his father's 3 arrow strikes. He picked up what his father had begun and carried it further than anyone could have predicted. He recovered the old northern boundaries. He pushed the Syrians back. He took Damascus, the ancient humiliator, the city that had eaten his grandfather's provinces. He took Hamath further north. He pushed the borders southward toward the Sea of the Plain, the Dead Sea, and eastward into the old territories of Gilead and Bashan. He restored, as the chronicler puts it, the coast of Israel from the entering of Hamath unto the Sea of the Plain, which meant the whole old shape of the kingdom was, for a brief period, nearly back to what it had been. A prophet named Jonah, son of Amittai, of Gath-hepher in Galilee, had spoken of this restoration beforehand, and the word came true. It came true because the Lord saw the affliction of Israel, that it was very bitter, for there was not any shut up, nor any left, nor any helper for Israel. And the Lord had not said he would blot out the name of Israel from under heaven, so he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam the son of Joash. This is a strange theological note for the chroniclers to strike about a king whose personal walk they disapproved of entirely. A wicked king, worshipping at the calves of his great ancestor whose name he bore, was nevertheless made by God the instrument of Israel's restoration, because God had pity on the suffering of ordinary people. Jeroboam II was a minor evil king and a major lucky king, and the 2 facts were, for once, allowed to stand together without reconciling. The 41 years of his reign, however, produced the most corrupt and deluded prosperity the kingdom ever enjoyed, and it was into that prosperity that 2 prophets walked, neither of them welcome. Amos came up from the south. He was a herdsman of Tekoa, a little town in the hills of Judah south of Bethlehem, a man who had tended sycamore fig trees and looked after flocks of sheep. And the Lord took him from behind the sheep and sent him north, to the royal sanctuary at Bethel, to prophesy against the house of Jeroboam. His voice was the voice of a countryman, unpolished, ferocious, carrying the smells of goats and figs and threshing floors into the marble quarters of the northern court. He stood in Bethel, and cried out against the rich who sold the poor for silver, and the needy for a pair of shoes, who trampled the heads of the poor into the dust, who drank wine in bowls, and anointed themselves with the chief ointments, and were not grieved for the affliction of Joseph. He mocked the pilgrims who came to Bethel and Gilgal to sacrifice, as though the sacrifices would purchase them a license to keep grinding their workers. He said the day of the Lord was coming, and that for them it would be darkness, not light, as if a man fled from a lion and a bear met him, or went into a house and leaned his hand on the wall, and a serpent bit him. The priest of Bethel, a man named Amaziah, sent word to the king that Amos was conspiring against the state, and sent word also to Amos to go home. Go, thou seer, flee thee away into the land of Judah, and there eat bread, and prophesy there. But prophesy not again any more at Bethel, for it is the king's chapel, and it is the king's court. Amos answered him in words that ought to be carved in stone over every pulpit. I was no prophet, neither was I a prophet's son, but I was a herdsman and a gatherer of sycamore fruit. And the Lord took me as I followed the flock, and the Lord said unto me, Go, prophesy unto my people Israel. And he kept prophesying. He was not silenced. The wealthy of Samaria took no more heed of him than a rich host takes of a beggar at the gate. But the words he spoke lodged in the written record, and when the kingdom at last fell, men would remember what the herdsman from Tekoa had said. Hosea was homegrown. He was a northerner, from somewhere within the kingdom itself, and his message was delivered through the pain of his own marriage. The word of the Lord came to him, and told him to go, and take an unfaithful woman for his wife, and to love her, and to name his children with names that spoke judgment. He obeyed. He took a woman named Gomer. She bore him 3 children, a son named Jezreel, after the valley where the house of Ahab had ended, a daughter named Lo-Ruhamah, which means not having obtained mercy, and a second son named Lo-Ammi, which means not my people. Gomer betrayed him. Whether in body or only in heart, the text leaves deliberately vague, but the suffering was real, and Hosea, at the Lord's command, went into the marketplace where she had been sold, and bought her back with silver and barley, 15 pieces of silver and a homer and a half of barley, and brought her home. She would not go to another man, he told her, nor should he to her for many days. It was an enacted parable. Israel had been unfaithful to the Lord as Gomer to Hosea. Israel would be brought back at great cost. Hosea's prophecies are the love songs of a wounded man speaking for a wounded God, and they circulated through the northern kingdom in the last years of Jeroboam's reign as the storm clouds gathered. Jeroboam II died, and the storm began. His son Zechariah took the throne. He was the 4th generation in direct line from Jehu, and he was, unknowingly, the fulfillment of a promise that had been made on the doorstep of a slaughtered dynasty 100 years before. Zechariah reigned 6 months. He was not a serious king. He had been raised in the late softness of his father's prosperity, and did not know how to hold what he had been given. A man named Shallum, son of Jabesh, struck him down in public, in Ibleam or in Samaria, depending on the reading, killing him before the people, and proclaimed himself king. The word God had spoken to Jehu had been kept to the letter, and the house of Jehu ended. Shallum reigned 1 month. 1 month. 31 days by the most generous reckoning, during which he sat upon the throne of Omri and Ahab and Jehu, while a man from Tirzah named Menahem son of Gadi gathered a force and rode up from his town to end the matter. Menahem killed Shallum in Samaria and reigned in his stead. So began the long, slow disintegration the chroniclers had been dreading. For 200 years, the northern throne had passed through a succession of dynasties, some violent, some stable, but each had held for at least a generation. From Shallum onward, the throne would barely last. As a saying of the period had it, longer than a bowl of curdled milk. Menahem was a brutal man. His first recorded act on taking the throne was to march against the town of Tifsah, whose gates had refused to open to him, And when he took it, he killed the men, and he opened the wombs of all the women that were with child, a detail the chronicler does not embellish, because the detail is enough. He reigned 10 years. And into his 10th year came the first shadow of the empire that would eventually eat the kingdom. Far to the east, in the Tigris Valley, the Assyrian Empire was waking into its most aggressive period. Its new king Pul, whose throne name was Tiglath-Pileser, had restored the old conquests of his ancestors and was looking westward with a hungry, methodical eye. He marched into the Levant, and the kinglets of the region scrambled to buy him off. Menahem bought him off. He called in all the wealthy men of Israel, all the mighty men of wealth, as the chronicler phrases it, and he exacted from each of them 50 shekels of silver, and he gathered in total 1,000 talents, and he delivered it to the hand of the Assyrian king. And the Assyrian king went away, turned back from his kingdom, and confirmed Menahem in the throne. It was the first tribute Israel ever paid to Assyria. It would not be the last. The chronicler says, with a spare and terrible accuracy, that the hand of Menahem was confirmed in the kingdom by the king of Assyria. Israel was now a client state of the empire. Menahem died in his bed by some miracle and left the throne to his son Pekahiah. Pekahiah reigned 2 years. He was killed by his own captain, Pekah, son of Remaliah, who brought with him 50 Gileadites into the palace at Samaria and cut the king down in the royal chamber along with a commander named Argob and another named Ariah. Pekah took the throne and was, for all practical purposes, the last northern king who would try to fight rather than pay. He reigned 20 years. And during his reign, the geography of power around Israel changed fatally. Pekah made a pact with Rezin, the king of Damascus, against the rising power of Assyria, because Pekah saw, as Menahem had perhaps not wished to see, that paying tribute forever meant losing the kingdom slowly, and paying nothing meant losing the kingdom fast. They needed a third partner. They turned to the south, to Judah, and they tried to force Judah into the coalition. Judah refused. The throne of Judah, during these decades of northern turmoil, had been held by a king whose long reign and general faithfulness had produced a kingdom in as healthy a condition as anyone in Jerusalem could remember. Uzziah, son of Amaziah, also called Azariah, took the throne when he was 16, after his father was killed at Lachish, and he reigned 52 years. 52 years of patient reconstruction in a Jerusalem that had entered his reign with a broken wall and an empty treasury. He rebuilt the wall. He rebuilt it higher and stronger than it had been. He fortified towers at the corner gate and the valley gate and at the turning of the wall. He constructed engines invented by clever men to shoot arrows and great stones from the towers. He kept a standing army, 183 times 1,000 men of war able to go forth to battle under their captains. And he equipped them with shields and spears and helmets and habergeons and bows and slings. He subdued the Philistines on the coast and broke down the wall of Gath and Jabneh and Ashdod. He received tribute from the Ammonites. His name spread abroad even to the entering in of Egypt, for he strengthened himself exceedingly. He built towers in the desert and hewed many cisterns, for he had much cattle both in the low country and in the plains, and husbandmen and vine dressers in the mountains and in Carmel, for he loved husbandry. It was a genuinely good reign. And then, at the height of his power, when he was strong, his heart was lifted up to his destruction, and he went into the temple of the Lord to burn incense upon the altar of incense. The priest Azariah went in after him with 80 priests of the Lord, valiant men, and they withstood Uzziah the king. It appertaineth not unto thee, Uzziah, to burn incense unto the Lord, but to the priests, the sons of Aaron, that are consecrated to burn incense. Go out of the sanctuary, for thou hast trespassed. Uzziah was furious. He had a censer in his hand. As he raged at the priests, The leprosy rose on his forehead like a thing bursting through him, and the priests saw it and thrust him out in horror, and Uzziah himself, understanding what had happened, fled from the sanctuary. He lived the rest of his life in a separate house, cut off from the temple, cut off from the palace, while his son Jotham ruled as regent over the kingdom. He died a leper, and was buried in the field of burial which belonged to the kings, not with the kings themselves, because he was a leper. The kingdom he had built survived him. Jotham, his son, took the throne in name when his father died, though he had been running it for years already. He reigned 16 years in all. He was a good king in the manner his father had been, though he did not enter the temple to burn incense, having learned from his father's scar. He fought against the Ammonites and beat them, and they gave him in each of 3 years 100 talents of silver and 10,000 measures of wheat and 10,000 measures of barley. He built the upper gate of the temple and many works on the wall of Ophel and cities in the mountains of Judah. The chronicler gives him a simple benediction. So Jotham became mighty, because he prepared his ways before the Lord his God. His son Ahaz took the throne after him and reigned 16 years, and the 16 years of Ahaz undid a great deal of what the 2 previous reigns had built. Ahaz was not merely imperfect. He was actively religious in the wrong direction. He made molten images for Baalim. He burned incense in the valley of the son of Hinnom, that narrow ravine south of the city that would later become the metaphorical image of hell in Hebrew speech. And there he passed his own children through the fire, offering sons of the house of David to Molech in flames, as the Canaanite cults had done for centuries, and as Ahaz now revived in the capital of his fathers. And into the first years of his reign came the crisis Pekah and Rezin had been building toward. The 2 kings came up against Jerusalem. Their aim was to depose Ahaz and put a puppet king on the throne of Judah, a man known only as the son of Tabeel, to force the southern kingdom into the anti-Assyrian coalition. Ahaz was terrified. His heart was moved, and the heart of his people, as the trees of the wood are moved with the wind. The casualties were staggering. In a single day in the field, Pekah of Israel killed 120,000 men of Judah, all men of valor, because they had forsaken the Lord God of their fathers. A single soldier of Ephraim, a mighty man named Zikri, killed Maaseiah the king's son, and Azrikam the governor of the house, and Elkanah who was next to the king. 200,000 women and children and sons and daughters were carried off to Samaria, along with vast plunder. The Edomites and the Philistines, seeing Judah weaken, took the opportunity to raid the south and the coast. A remarkable thing happened at Samaria. The northern army marched in with its southern captives, and a prophet named Oded came out to meet them. "Behold," he said, "because the Lord God of your fathers was wroth with Judah, he hath delivered them into your hand, and ye have slain them in a rage. But now, do not think ye will make these captives bondmen and bondwomen of your own. Are ye not yourselves guilty of sins against the Lord?" The heads of the children of Ephraim stood up, 4 of them, and agreed. They took the captives, and they clothed the naked, and they fed the hungry, and they anointed them, and carried all the feeble on asses, and they brought them as far as Jericho, the city of palm trees, to their brethren. It was an unexpected mercy in a chronicle full of the other kind. But Ahaz in Jerusalem was beyond mercy. Rather than turn to the Lord, he sent messengers and silver to Tiglath-Pileser, the king of Assyria, stripping the temple and his own treasury to make up the gift, asking the empire to save him from the coalition, pressing him from the north. Isaiah the prophet came to him. Isaiah, son of Amoz, a man of the upper classes in Jerusalem, who had been called to his ministry in a great vision of the Lord, high and lifted up, Isaiah came down to the conduit of the upper pool, where Ahaz was inspecting the water supply against the coming siege, and he delivered a message that rang with confidence. "Take heed, and be quiet. Fear not, neither be faint-hearted for the 2 tails of these smoking firebrands. It will not stand. It will not come to pass. Ask a sign of the Lord thy God. Ask it either in the depth or in the height above. Ahaz, who had already made his decision and did not want it challenged, gave a falsely pious answer. I will not ask, neither will I tempt the Lord. Isaiah, in disgust, said, Hear ye now, O house of David. Is it a small thing for you to weary men? But will ye weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land that thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of both her kings. The sign was given over the head of a king who did not want it, and it would resonate for centuries in directions Ahaz could not imagine. For the immediate purpose, the promise was simple. The coalition that was pressing him would be gone. It was gone within 2 years, though not because of Ahaz's faith. Tiglath-Pileser responded to the tribute and came west with the full force of the Assyrian army. He took Damascus. He killed Rezin. He deported the people of Damascus into exile. He swept through the northern tribes of Israel. He took Ijon and Abel-Beth-Maachah and Janoah and Kedesh and Hazor, all the land of Naphtali, all the land of Gilead, all the land of the tribe of Asher and of the tribe of Zebulun, all the country east of the Jordan where Reuben and Gad and half of Manasseh had pastured their flocks since the days of Moses. He swept the cream of those regions into captivity, a deportation unprecedented in scale in that part of the world. Tens of thousands of farmers and craftsmen and families carried off in long columns along the roads east, never to return. The tribes of the north were, from that hour, broken. The kingdom of Israel was reduced to the hill country around Samaria and the plain of Jezreel, a small thing now, a rump. Ahaz, learning that Tiglath-Pileser was at Damascus and would receive his vassals there, traveled north to pay his respects. He met the emperor in the city Tiglath-Pileser had just emptied. He saw, among the ruins of the old Syrian court, a great altar, an altar of the kind the Assyrians and their vassals used, massive and intricately carved, and he was impressed by it. He sent a drawing of it back to Uriah the priest in Jerusalem with detailed instructions. By the time Ahaz came home, the altar had been built exactly to the model, and it stood in the court of the temple. Ahaz ordered the bronze altar that had stood there since the days of Solomon to be moved aside, and his new Assyrian altar to be the principal place of sacrifice. He cut off the panels of the brass bases of the lavers. He removed the brazen sea from off the brazen oxen that carried it, and set it on a pavement of stones. He removed the covered walkway for the Sabbath and the king's entrance into the house of the Lord, on account of the king of Assyria, to show, one supposes, that Ahaz was the right kind of client. In the last years of his life he shut up the doors of the house of the Lord altogether, and he made altars in every corner of Jerusalem, and in every single city of Judah he made high places to burn incense unto other gods, and he provoked to anger the Lord God of his fathers. He died. He was buried in Jerusalem, but not in the sepulchres of the kings, because the people of the time could not bring themselves to honor him that far. Meanwhile, the northern rump was dying by degrees. Pekah, who had started the Syro-Ephraimite war and lost most of his kingdom in consequence, was assassinated in his turn by Hoshea, son of Elah, who took the throne in Samaria as the last man to wear the crown of Israel. Hoshea reigned 9 years. He was, the chronicler notes, with a surprising moderation, evil in the sight of the Lord, but not as the kings of Israel that were before him, perhaps because there was very little kingdom left to misrule. He paid tribute to Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, the son and successor of Tiglath-Pileser, for the first years of his reign. Then he made a fatal calculation. He sent messengers to So king of Egypt, whose precise identity the chroniclers never quite managed to clarify, but who was, in any case, far enough from Nineveh to seem a plausible counterweight, and he stopped sending the annual tribute to Shalmaneser. Shalmaneser found out. He marched. He captured Hoshea, bound him, and put him in prison. Then he came up against all the land, and came up against Samaria, and besieged it. The siege lasted 3 years. 3 years of starvation inside the walls. 3 years of slow constriction. 3 years in which what remained of the kingdom of Israel sat in one mountaintop city and waited for the inevitable. In the 9th year of Hoshea, in the 6th year of the reign of Hezekiah in the south, the walls of Samaria fell. The Assyrians took the city. They took it apart. And they did what they had done at Damascus and in the Galilee. They emptied it. They carried Israel away into Assyria, and placed them in Halah and in Habor, by the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes, on the far eastern edge of the empire among the Iranian tribes, where a Hebrew-speaking exile community would exist for a generation or two, and then vanish into the general population of the East, never to reappear in any identifiable form in the written record. 10 tribes, or what remained of them, vanished from history that way. Some had already been carried off. Some remained in the land as peasants and laborers beneath the new order. Most went east. The phrase 10 lost tribes, which later generations would use with a kind of mystical weight, began there in the gradual flattening of a whole people into the vast, indifferent archive of the Assyrian deportation lists. The king of Assyria then did the other thing the empire always did after emptying a country. He brought other peoples in to replace the population he had removed. Men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Ava and from Hamath and from Sepharvaim were brought into the cities of Samaria and settled there, each with their own ancestral gods in their luggage. They moved into the emptied farms and emptied towns and tried to make a life. Lions came out of the hill country and ate them. It was not, the chroniclers explained dryly, random. The new settlers did not know how to fear the lord of the land, and the land was protesting against them. The settlers complained to the king of Assyria. The king ordered one of the priests he had taken captive from the old northern sanctuaries to be sent back and to teach them how. The priest settled at Bethel and taught them, and they mixed. They kept worshiping their old gods and also learned to bow at the altar of the Lord. Every nation made gods of their own, and put them in the houses of the high places which the Samaritans had made. The men of Babylon made Succoth-Benoth. The men of Cuth made Nergal. The men of Hamath made Ashima. The Avites made Nibhaz and Tartak. And the Sepharvites burnt their children in fire to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of Sepharvaim. And so, in the villages of what had been Israel, a peculiar and muddled religion was born, half Hebrew and half foreign, that would eventually harden into the community later ages, would call the Samaritans, a people who kept much of the law, but were always, in the eyes of the South, compromised by the mixed blood and mixed cult of their origin. That was the end of the northern kingdom. 200 and more years after Jeroboam son of Nebat had cast his calves and set them up at Dan and Bethel, the kingdom he founded was empty. Its cities were held by foreigners. Its tribes were scattered across the plateaus of Media. Its shrines were in ruins. Its prophets were in the south. Its name would survive only as a geography and as a byword, and the chroniclers, who had watched it rot through the reigns of 20 kings in 9 dynasties, recorded its end with an unblinking clinical coldness. Israel was carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. No room for rhetoric, no eulogy, a fact laid down like a stone on a grave. And in Jerusalem, a young king named Hezekiah, son of Ahaz, was watching it all happen from the south. Hezekiah took the throne at 25, in the 3rd year of Hoshea, king of Israel, while the final drama was still unfolding in Samaria. And he reigned 29 years. He came to the throne of a kingdom that his father had systematically corrupted. The temple doors shut, foreign altars in every town, the traditional priesthood dispersed, the liturgy dark. His first act in the first month of his reign was to open the doors of the temple. He called the Levites and charged them with cleansing the sanctuary. They went in carefully, clearing out the rubbish that 16 years of neglect had accumulated. They brought the foreign altars out and burned them in the brook Kidron. They restored the instruments that his father had thrown down. Within 16 days they had the temple ready for service. Hezekiah led the king's offering. He appointed courses of priests and Levites. He set the singers in their old places with the instruments of David. He revived, after years of silence, the morning and evening continual burnt offering. The kingdom, after a long interval of spiritual holding of breath, began to breathe again. And then he did a bold thing. He sent letters throughout Judah, and also, extraordinarily, north into what remained of Israel, into Ephraim and Manasseh and the remnant peoples still living under the Assyrian occupation, inviting them to come to Jerusalem to keep the Passover. The letters went out. The couriers ran from city to city. They were laughed at in many places. The people of Ephraim and Manasseh mocked them and scorned them, but some responded. Men of Asher and of Manasseh and of Zebulun came down, humbling themselves, traveling south to join their southern cousins at the festival. The Passover was kept imperfectly, with many of the pilgrims not yet ritually pure, but Hezekiah prayed a prayer for them, that the Lord would pardon their uncleanness. And the Passover feast ran for its full 7 days, and then the people agreed to hold it for another 7. And there was great joy in Jerusalem, such as, the chronicler notes, had not been seen since the days of Solomon son of David. When the pilgrims went home, they broke the pillars in their own cities on the way and cut down the groves. Judah entered into a time of reform. Hezekiah pressed the reform further. He broke the bronze serpent that Moses had made in the wilderness centuries before, because the people had begun to burn incense to it, and he called it Nehushtan, a piece of bronze, and shattered it. He cut down groves. He broke down pillars. He reorganized the courses of the priesthood. He stored up grain in the royal storehouses. He dug a tunnel, a great feat of engineering, from the spring of Gihon under the hill of Ophel to a pool inside the city wall, so that if Jerusalem were besieged, the city would still have water, and the besiegers would not. The tunnel is still there. 1,750 feet of it, cut through solid rock by 2 teams digging from opposite ends and meeting in the middle, and on a wall of it, a plaque in the old Hebrew script records the moment the 2 teams heard each other's picks through the last wall of stone and met. Hezekiah was building for what was coming. And what was coming came. Sennacherib, son of Sargon, king of Assyria, had, by this time, taken the throne of the empire. He came west. He came down along the coast road, reducing city after city of Judah, 46 fortified cities in total by his own count, a count carved in the wall of his palace at Nineveh, where he also had himself depicted on his throne, receiving the surrender of Lachish, the great southern fortress whose fall he considered the highlight of the campaign. Hezekiah, watching his kingdom be eaten from the south, panicked. He sent tribute, 300 talents of silver, 30 talents of gold. He stripped the gold from the doors of the temple and from the pillars. Gold Hezekiah himself had overlaid in the early years of his reform, and gave it to the king of Assyria to buy off the siege. Sennacherib took the tribute. He then sent his armies up against Jerusalem anyway. A great Assyrian commander, known by his title the Rabshakeh, which meant roughly chief officer, came up with his army and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, at the same place where Isaiah had once stood with Ahaz, and he called for a parley. 3 officers of Hezekiah's court came out, a man named Eliakim, who was the steward, a man named Shebna, who was the scribe, and a man named Joah, the recorder. The Rabshakeh had prepared a speech, and he delivered it in the open air in fluent Hebrew, in the hearing of the people on the walls. It was a magnificent and cruel piece of psychological warfare. What confidence is this wherein thou trustest? Thinkest thou that vain words are strength and counsel for the war? On whom dost thou trust that thou rebellest against me? Lo, thou trustest upon the staff of this bruised reed, even upon Egypt, on which if a man lean, it will go into his hand and pierce it. But if ye say unto me, We trust in the Lord our God, is not that he, whose high places and whose altars Hezekiah hath taken away, and hath said to Judah and to Jerusalem, Ye shall worship before this altar in Jerusalem? He was turning the king's own reforms against him, painting Hezekiah as a man who had angered his own God by demolishing shrines. I will deliver thee 2,000 horses, he said almost cheerfully, if thou be able on thy part to set riders upon them. Knowing full well that Judah could no longer muster 2,000 trained riders if it stripped every province. How then wilt thou turn away the face of one captain of the least of my master's servants? The three officials, realizing the speech was being heard by the men on the wall and fearing panic, asked him, Speak to thy servants in the Syrian language, for we understand it, and talk not with us in the Jews' language, in the ears of the people that are on the wall. The Rabshakeh's answer was crueler still. Hath my master sent me to thy master, and to thee to speak these words? Hath he not sent me to the men which sit on the wall, that they may eat their own dung, and drink their own piss with you? Then he cried out in Hebrew again, louder, so every defender could hear, Let not Hezekiah deceive you, for he shall not be able to deliver you out of his hand. Neither let Hezekiah make you trust in the Lord, saying, The Lord will surely deliver us. This city shall not be delivered into the hand of the king of Assyria. Hearken not to Hezekiah. Thus saith the king of Assyria, Make an agreement with me by a present, and come out to me. Eat every man of his own vine, and every man of his own fig tree, and drink ye every one the waters of his cistern, until I come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of corn and wine, a land of bread and vineyards. Where are the gods of Hamath and of Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim? Have they delivered Samaria out of mine hand? Who are they among all the gods of the countries that have delivered their country out of mine hand, that the Lord should deliver Jerusalem out of mine hand? The people on the wall held their silence. The king had commanded them, before the embassy went out, to answer not a word. The three officials tore their clothes and went in to Hezekiah, with their clothes torn, and delivered the speech word for word. Hezekiah himself tore his clothes, covered himself with sackcloth, and went into the house of the Lord. He sent Eliakim and Shebna and the elders of the priests, covered with sackcloth, to Isaiah son of Amos. This day is a day of trouble, and of rebuke, and of blasphemy, he said through them. For the children are come to the birth, and there is not strength to bring forth. It may be the Lord thy God will hear the words of Rabshakeh, whom the king of Assyria his master hath sent to reproach the living God. Isaiah's answer was swift and dry. Thus shall ye say unto your master, Thus saith the Lord, Be not afraid of the words which thou hast heard, wherewith the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. Behold, I will send a blast upon him, and he shall hear a rumor, and shall return to his own land, and I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land. Sennacherib, meanwhile, had heard a rumor. It was that Tirhakah, king of Ethiopia, an African pharaoh of the 25th dynasty of Egypt, was marching to fight him. He had to redeploy. But he did not want Jerusalem to think he was retreating. So he sent a second letter to Hezekiah, in his absence, boasting and threatening. Hezekiah received the letter and went up into the temple. He spread the letter before the Lord, as if laying it out before a court, and he prayed, Lord God of Israel, which dwellest between the cherubim, thou art the God, even thou alone, of all the kingdoms of the earth. Thou hast made heaven and earth. Lord, bow down thine ear, and hear. Open, Lord, thine eyes, and see and hear the words of Sennacherib, which hath sent him to reproach the living God. Of a truth, Lord, The kings of Assyria have destroyed the nations and their lands, and have cast their gods into the fire, for they were no gods, but the work of men's hands, wood and stone. Therefore they have destroyed them. Now therefore, O Lord our God, I beseech thee, save thou us out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that thou art the Lord God, even thou only. Isaiah sent him a reply almost immediately. It was a long oracle in poetic form, full of the image of a chained bull and a hook in the nose, describing the empire of Assyria as a tool the Lord had once used and would now set aside. Because of thy rage against me, and thy tumult is come up into mine ears. Therefore I will put my hook in thy nose, and my bridle in thy lips, and I will turn thee back by the way which thou camest. And this shall be a sign unto thee. Ye shall eat this year such things as grow of themselves, and in the second year that which springeth of the same, and in the third year sow ye, and reap, and plant vineyards, and eat the fruits thereof. He shall not come into this city, nor shoot an arrow there, nor come before it with shield, nor cast a bank against it. By the way that he came, by the same shall he return, and shall not come into this city, saith the Lord. For I will defend this city to save it, for mine own sake, and for my servant David's sake. That night the angel of the Lord went out and smote in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000 men. And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses. The armies of the greatest empire on earth, the armies that had swallowed Damascus and emptied Samaria and reduced Judah to a single walled city, were in a single night corpses. Some later historians have speculated about plague, about bubonic outbreak moving through the crowded conditions of a siege camp, about a rodent infection. The chronicler does not speculate. He simply says the angel went out and smote them. The outcome was what mattered. Sennacherib rose in the morning and saw his army dead in the grass around his tent and departed. He went home to Nineveh. He did not march on Jerusalem. He went back to his palace, and he was, one day a little later, as he was worshiping in the temple of his god Nisroch, struck down by two of his own sons, Adramelech and Sharezer, who came into the temple with swords and killed him as he prayed. They fled to the land of Armenia, and his other son Esarhaddon took his throne. The king who had mocked the gods of Hamath and Arpad and Sepharvaim had been killed in the temple of his own god by his own sons in the act of worship. The irony was not lost on the chroniclers, who recorded it with a grim satisfaction. Hezekiah, having survived the Assyrian siege, fell ill shortly afterward. He took sick with a boil on his body, and the illness was severe enough that Isaiah came to him with a word that sounded final. Set thine house in order, for thou shalt die, and not live. Hezekiah turned his face to the wall. He prayed, I beseech thee, O Lord, remember now how I have walked before thee in truth, and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in thy sight. And he wept sore. Isaiah had not yet gone out of the middle court of the palace when the word of the Lord came to him again. Turn again, and tell Hezekiah the captain of my people, Thus saith the Lord, the God of David thy father, I have heard thy prayer, I have seen thy tears. Behold, I will heal thee. On the third day thou shalt go up to the house of the Lord. I will add unto thy days 15 years. The poultice of figs was to be laid upon the boil, and it would recover. Hezekiah asked for a sign. Isaiah offered a choice. The shadow on the sundial of Ahaz could go forward 10 degrees, which was natural, or it could go backward 10 degrees, which was not. Hezekiah chose the harder sign. The shadow, the chronicler says simply, went backward 10 degrees. The king recovered. He went up to the temple on the third day as promised. It was in the years after his recovery that the most troubling episode of his reign took place, quiet in its unfolding, but enormous in its implication. Envoys came from Babylon. A young Babylonian prince named Merodach-Baladan had briefly won the throne of Babylon out of Assyrian hands, and he was sending embassies to kings who had stood up to Assyria, seeking allies. he sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, ostensibly to inquire after his health. Hezekiah was delighted by the attention. He received the envoys grandly. He showed them everything. He showed them his silver, his gold, his spices, his precious ointment, his armory, every treasure in his storehouses. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominion, that Hezekiah showed them not. Isaiah came to him afterward. What said these men, and from whence came they? From a far country, Hezekiah said, even from Babylon. What have they seen in thine house? All the things that are in mine house have they seen, Hezekiah said. There is nothing among my treasures that I have not showed them. Isaiah's face did not move. Hear the word of the Lord of hosts. Behold, the days come, that all that is in thine house, and that which thy fathers have laid up in store unto this day, shall be carried into Babylon. Nothing shall be left, saith the Lord. And of thy sons that shall issue from thee, which thou shalt beget, shall they take away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. Hezekiah's response is one of the most chilling lines in the whole chronicle, because it is not cruel, it is not defiant, it is only human in the way that breaks your heart. Good is the word of the Lord which thou hast spoken, he said. And then, privately to himself, though the chronicler recorded it, for there shall be peace and truth in my days. It would be after him. It would not be in his lifetime. He could not quite bring himself to mourn for grandchildren he did not know. He lived the 15 years Isaiah had given him. He accomplished more in those last years, fortified more of the city, laid by more stores, wrote psalms that would be collected and sung for centuries. He died, and they buried him in the chiefest of the sepulchres of the sons of David, and all Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem did him honor at his death. The southern kingdom, reduced now to a single mountain city and its surrounding country, stood alone on its ridge. North of it, for 150 miles up to Galilee and beyond, stretched emptied countryside ruled by Assyrian governors and populated by resettled foreigners. To the east, the empire continued to watch. To the south, Egypt waited. The ridge was narrow, and the wind from it was cold. And the boy who would inherit Hezekiah's throne was 12 years old, a child of his old age, a child born in the years the sundial had given him, and the boy's name was Manasseh. And nobody yet knew what kind of king he would be. They found out quickly enough. The child who ascended the throne in Jerusalem in that year and kept it for 55 years, the longest reign any king of either kingdom would ever enjoy, became, in the reckoning of every chronicler who bothered to record him, the single worst king in the line of David. Everything his father had torn down, he rebuilt. The high places that Hezekiah had demolished, Manasseh restored. The altars of Baal that had been thrown down, he raised again. The grove of Asherah, the sacred tree goddess, his grandfather Ahaz had venerated and his father had burned, he planted once more. He built altars in the courts of the temple itself, the 2 courts the temple possessed, and filled the house of the Lord with the apparatus of foreign cults, erecting altars for all the host of heaven in the outer court, and setting a carved image of Asherah in the inner court, where once the ark had been placed, in the holiest space the kingdom possessed. He observed times. He used enchantments. He dealt with familiar spirits and with wizards. He consulted diviners, and he practiced the black forms of worship the ancient law had forbidden on pain of death. He caused his own sons to pass through the fire in the valley of the son of Hinnom, as his grandfather had caused his children to be offered, carrying on in the next generation what the previous generation had begun. He shed innocent blood very much till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another, which the chronicler noted in a single devastating sentence without elaboration, though later tradition held that among the blood Manasseh shed was the blood of Isaiah the prophet himself, the old seer of Hezekiah's court, now gone gray and dangerous to the king. The tradition says Isaiah fled from him into the woods near Jerusalem, that the king's men pursued, that they found him hiding inside the hollow of a cedar tree, and that they sawed the tree in two with the prophet inside it. And thus the man who had once seen the Lord high and lifted up in the temple was cut in pieces with a carpenter's tool under the orders of the king to whom his childhood had been a blessing. Whether this was literally what happened, or whether it was the way later generations chose to remember what the king had done to the prophetic voice, the effect was the same. The city Isaiah had walked for decades fell silent in the long, dark afternoon of Manasseh's reign. The Lord spoke to Manasseh and to his people, the chronicler says, but they would not hearken. And so the Lord brought upon them the captains of the host of the king of Assyria, who took Manasseh among the thorns, and bound him with fetters, and carried him to Babylon. A king of Judah in chains, hauled through the hook in his cheek, like the kings the Assyrians had so often humiliated in their reliefs, dragged across the eastern deserts to a cell somewhere in the Assyrian system of imperial administration, there to rot or to die or to be forgotten. He did not die. Something broke in him in that cell. When he was in affliction, the chronicler says, he besought the Lord his God, and humbled himself greatly before the God of his fathers, and prayed unto him. And the Lord heard him, and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord, he was God. The later Jewish tradition preserved a short prayer that Manasseh was said to have composed in his Assyrian prison, a prayer of contrition that would circulate for centuries as one of the most humble confessions a penitent could offer. Whether he had actually written the prayer or not, the chronicler accepted that the king had returned from Babylon a different man. He came home and tried to repair what he had spent decades destroying. He built up the outer wall of Jerusalem on the west side of Gihon in the valley and brought it around to the fish gate. He put captains of war in all the fortified cities of Judah. He took away the strange gods and the idol out of the house of the Lord, and all the altars he had built in the mount of the house of the Lord and in Jerusalem, and cast them out of the city. He repaired the altar of the Lord, and sacrificed peace offerings and thank offerings, and commanded Judah to serve the Lord God of Israel. Nevertheless, the people sacrificed, still in the high places, though only to the Lord their God. A corrupted half-reform, but a reform nonetheless. He had ruined the country's religion for 50 years, and had, in his last decade, made an imperfect attempt to mend it. He died in his palace, and was buried in the garden of his own house, in the garden of Uzzah, not in the royal tombs, because his long early darkness was not washed out by his late repentance in the memory of the men who decided where kings should lie. His son Amon took the throne at 22 and reigned 2 years. 2 years. He was his father's worst side without his father's eventual turning. He walked in all the way that his father walked in, the chronicler says dryly, and served the idols that his father served, and worshipped them, and humbled not himself before the Lord. As Manasseh his father had humbled himself, but Amon trespassed more and more. The servants of his house conspired against him, and killed him in his own palace. It is not recorded what they meant to accomplish by killing him, whether they intended to install someone else or seize the throne themselves, or were simply reacting to some specific abuse in the household. But whatever they intended, the people of the land overruled them. The people of the land killed the conspirators, all of them, and made Amon's son Josiah king in his father's stead. Josiah was 8 years old, a child on the throne of a kingdom whose theology had been ravaged for 2 generations, and whose boundaries had been shrunk to a bare ridge country around a single capital. Judah had been ruled, since Hezekiah's death, by 2 men who between them had poisoned the soil the old king had tried to purify. The household staff and the elders and the priesthood governed in Josiah's name while he grew, and whoever among them kept him pointed in the right direction kept him pointed there firmly, because by the time the boy was 16, the chronicler says, in the 8th year of his reign, while he was yet young, he began to seek after the God of David his father. By the 12th year, at 20, he had begun to do something about it. He went out through Judah and Jerusalem with a hammer. He broke down the altars of the Baals. He cut down the images that stood above them. He cut the groves and ground the carved images and the molten images to powder. He strewed the powder on the graves of those who had sacrificed to the idols, mixing the dust of the gods with the dust of their worshippers, an act of systematic pollution designed to render both untouchable. He burned the bones of the priests of those gods upon their own altars, extending the destruction northward beyond the borders of Judah into what had once been Israel, into Manasseh and Ephraim and Simeon, and as far as Naphtali, and into the ruined cities of Samaria, where the Assyrian governors now reigned in what had been the kingdom of Jeroboam and Omri. At Bethel, where Jeroboam had long ago set up one of his calves, Josiah tore down the altar, and he gathered the bones out of the old tombs nearby and burned them on the altar he was breaking, defiling it utterly. And as he did so, he noticed one tomb and asked whose it was, and the men of the city told him. It was the sepulchre of the man of God who had come out of Judah, and proclaimed against this altar the things thou hast done. Let him alone, Josiah said. Let no man move his bones. And they let him alone, with the bones of another prophet that came out of Samaria. The old forgotten word cried a century and a half before at the dedication of the altar that a child of the house of David named Josiah would one day burn the bones of the priests of that altar upon it was, in that moment, coming true before the king's own eyes, and he did not, apparently, understand that he was the subject of the prophecy. He was simply doing what he had come to do. He was 18, in the 18th year of his reign, when he decided the temple itself needed repair, more thorough than anything Joash had done a century and a half before, and he sent Shaphan the scribe up with orders to clear out the house of the Lord. The silver was to be collected, the workmen paid, the carpenters and the masons given materials, the woodwork repaired, the foundations strengthened. Shaphan went. And while the workers were clearing out a storeroom in the temple, they found a scroll. The high priest, a man named Hilkiah, came out to Shaphan holding it. I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. He handed it to Shaphan. Shaphan took it back to the king and reported first on the progress of the repairs, the money, the workmen, all the normal business, and then, almost as an afterthought, said, Hilkiah the priest hath delivered me a book, and he read it before the king. What was in the book has been debated ever since. Most of those who thought about it most carefully decided that what Hilkiah had found, or what had been deliberately produced and placed there to be found, depending on which theory one preferred, was the core of what later ages would call the Book of Deuteronomy, Moses' last speeches at the edge of the Jordan, with their long catalog of blessings for obedience, and their longer, more appalling catalog of curses for disobedience, including curses that read like a detailed description of what had already happened to the northern kingdom and what was, increasingly, beginning to feel as though it might happen to the southern. The book had been perhaps lost during the long occupation of the temple by Manasseh's foreign cults. Perhaps it had been hidden by some faithful priest. Perhaps it had been written by the reforming faction and planted. Whatever its history, what it did to Josiah is the only thing the chronicler cares about. He tore his clothes. That was his first response. Before any political calculation, before any summoning of advisers, before any consultation with a prophet, the 26-year-old king sat on his throne and tore his clothes like a man at a funeral, because as Shaphan read the words of the book aloud, Josiah heard, one after another, the curses he and his people had earned. Go, inquire of the Lord for me, and for the people, and for all Judah, he said to Hilkiah, and to Shaphan, and to 3 other officers, whose names the chronicler preserves, Ahikam the son of Shaphan, and Achbor the son of Micaiah, and Asahiah a servant of the king, concerning the words of this book that is found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not hearkened unto the words of this book, to do according unto all that which is written concerning us. They went to a prophetess. Her name was Huldah, the wife of Shallum, son of Tikvah, son of Harhas, keeper of the wardrobe, and she lived in Jerusalem in the college, which was a district of the city, possibly the academic quarter where the scribes and teachers lived. It is a remarkable little detail that Judah still had living female prophets, and that in a kingdom that had a dozen famous male prophetic figures, the king's envoys went to a woman to get the ruling on the book. Huldah gave them her answer without pleasantries. "Tell the man that sent you to me, thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will bring evil upon this place, and upon the inhabitants thereof, even all the words of the book which the king of Judah hath read, because they have forsaken me, and have burned incense unto other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. Therefore my wrath shall be kindled against this place, and shall not be quenched." Then she softened her answer for Josiah personally. "Because thine heart was tender, and thou hast humbled thyself before the Lord, when thou heardest what I spake against this place, and hast rent thy clothes, and wept before me, I also have heard thee, saith the Lord. Behold, therefore I will gather thee unto thy fathers, and thou shalt be gathered into thy grave in peace, and thine eyes shall not see all the evil which I will bring upon this place." Personally, the king would be spared the sight of the disaster. Nationally, the disaster was still coming. Josiah pressed on anyway. He gathered every elder of Judah and Jerusalem to the temple. He stood on a platform by a pillar, the king himself, and he read aloud the whole book, every word of it, in the hearing of all the people, small and great. He made a covenant before the Lord, to walk after the Lord, and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all his heart and all his soul. And the people stood to the covenant. Then he began the most thorough reformation the southern kingdom had ever seen. He ordered Hilkiah the high priest and the priests of the second order to bring out of the temple all the vessels that had been made for Baal and for the grove and for all the host of heaven. He burned them outside Jerusalem in the fields of the Kidron and carried the ashes to Bethel. He put down the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah and in the places round about Jerusalem, those that burned incense unto Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the host of heaven. He brought out the grove from the house of the Lord to the brook Kidron outside Jerusalem, and burned it there, and stamped it small to powder, and cast the powder upon the graves of the children of the people. He broke down the houses of the Sodomites that were by the house of the Lord, where the women wove hangings for the grove. He defiled Topheth, which was in the valley of the children of Hinnom, that no man might make his son or his daughter to pass through the fire to Molech. He took away the horses that the kings of Judah had given to the sun, at the entering in of the house of the Lord, and burned the chariots of the sun with fire. The altars that were on the top of the upper chamber of Ahaz, which the kings of Judah had made, and the altars which Manasseh had made in the two courts of the house of the Lord, he beat down, breaking them there, and casting the dust of them into the brook Kidron. The high places that were before Jerusalem, which were on the right hand of the mount of corruption, which Solomon the king of Israel had builded for Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Sidonians, and for Chemosh, the abomination of the Moabites, and for Milcom, the abomination of the children of Ammon, the king defiled. He broke in pieces the pillars, and cut down the groves, and filled their places with the bones of men. He put away the workers with familiar spirits, and the wizards, and the teraphim, and the idols, and all the abominations that were spied in the land of Judah and in Jerusalem. And he celebrated a Passover that the chroniclers said surpassed any Passover held in Jerusalem since the days of the judges. Not since Samuel the prophet had Israel kept such a Passover, the chronicler insists. The king gave from his own flocks 30,000 lambs and kids and 3,000 oxen for the offering. His princes gave willingly. Hilkiah and Zechariah and Jehiel, the rulers of the house of God, gave the priests 2,600 small cattle and 300 oxen. The Levites slew the Passover for the priests, and the priests sprinkled the blood from their hands, and the burnt offerings burned all day and all night. And in the streets of Jerusalem men ate the lamb and sang the psalms, and the city remembered what it had been created for. Like no king before him, the chronicler says, did Josiah turn to the Lord with all his heart, and with all his soul, and with all his might, according to all the law of Moses. Neither after him arose there any like him. And yet, notwithstanding, the Lord turned not from the fierceness of his great wrath, wherewith his anger was kindled against Judah, because of all the provocations that Manasseh had provoked him withal. The Lord said, I will remove Judah also out of my sight, as I have removed Israel, and will cast off this city Jerusalem which I have chosen, and the house of which I said, My name shall be there. One king's righteousness, however total, could not retroactively unmake another king's damage. The verdict had been rendered in Manasseh's reign. The stay of execution granted to Josiah was personal. It did not extend to the kingdom. Josiah, in his hammer-handed reforming glory, was being given a generation of clean religion in a country whose appointment with catastrophe had already been entered in the register. Meanwhile, into that generation of clean religion, a young priest of Anathoth, a small village 3 miles northeast of Jerusalem, received his call. He was perhaps 17. His name was Jeremiah, son of Hilkiah. The word of the Lord came to him in the 13th year of Josiah, and would not after that cease coming until Jeremiah was an old man in a cave in Egypt, and the city he had prophesied to was in ashes behind him. Before I formed thee in the belly I knew thee, the word said to him. And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. Jeremiah objected. Ah, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. Say not, I am a child, the Lord answered. For thou shalt go to all that I shall send thee, and whatsoever I command thee thou shalt speak. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee. And he touched his mouth and said, Behold, I have put my words in thy mouth. See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down and to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. He would prophesy for 4 decades. Through the last years of Josiah's reform, he spoke under cover of royal approval, though his message was already bleaker than the reform would have preferred. He walked the streets of Jerusalem and described visions, an almond tree, a boiling pot facing away from the north. He cried woes on those who trusted in the temple itself as a magical protection against judgment, on those who said, The temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, without any corresponding change of heart. The temple, he told them, would come down, like the sanctuary of Shiloh that had been destroyed in the days of the judges, if the men within it did not repent. The men within it did not love him for this. But Josiah was king, and Josiah's reform was official policy, and Jeremiah's voice was suffered, even when it cut. Then Josiah died. He died young, in a war he should not have fought. The king of Egypt, Pharaoh Necho II, a powerful new pharaoh who was trying to prop up the remnants of Assyria against the rising Babylonian Empire, marched up the coastal road with a great army, heading north to Carchemish on the Euphrates. He did not intend to fight Judah. He sent word to Josiah that his business was not with him, let alone from meddling with God, who is with me. That he destroy thee not, the Pharaoh warned, for I come not against thee this day, but against the house wherewith I have war. Josiah, for reasons the chronicler does not fully explain, perhaps because he had come to see the Egyptian as simply another propagator of idolatry passing through the land he had tried to cleanse, perhaps because he had political commitments to the Babylonians that have not survived, refused to let the Egyptian army pass unchallenged. He gathered his chariots and rode out to Megiddo, that old battlefield in the Jezreel Valley, to meet Necho in the narrow pass. He disguised himself and entered the battle like an ordinary soldier. And at Megiddo, the archers shot at King Josiah. And the king said to his servants, Have me away, for I am sore wounded. He was lifted out of his chariot into a second one and carried to Jerusalem. He died on the road and never saw his capital again. His body was brought home and buried in the tombs of his fathers. Jeremiah lamented for Josiah, the chronicler records. And all the singing men and the singing women spoke of Josiah in their lamentations to that day, and they made them an ordinance in Israel. The kingdom mourned him as if it understood that it had just watched the last good king of the line of David ride out of the gate of Jerusalem and be carried back in a chariot dripping blood. The people of the land took Jehoahaz, the son of Josiah, and anointed him, and made him king in his father's stead, not the firstborn. Josiah's firstborn, a man named Eliakim, was older, but the people of the land chose Jehoahaz, also called Shallum. The people of the land's reasons are not recorded, but were probably political. Jehoahaz was perhaps more acceptable to the anti-Egyptian party than his older brother was. He was 23 years old. He reigned 3 months. Pharaoh Necho, having dealt with his business at Carchemish, came back down through the land and did not approve of the king Judah had set up in his absence. He sent messengers. He summoned Jehoahaz to the Egyptian army camp at Riblah, up north in the Syrian plain near Hamath, where Necho had established his forward headquarters. The young king went. He was never to return home. Necho put him in chains there, and imposed on the land of Judah a tribute of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. He marched Jehoahaz down into Egypt as a prisoner, and the young king died in Egypt, and they buried him in Egypt. And Jeremiah spoke a lament over him in the voice he had spoken a lament over his father. Weep ye not for the dead, neither bemoan him, but weep sore for him that goeth away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country. Necho installed Eliakim, the older brother, as king in Jerusalem. To signal that this was his man, he changed his name. Eliakim would now be Jehoiakim. A small thing, the renaming, but every old tradition understood that to rename a man was to claim him, as Pharaoh Nebuchadnezzar's predecessors had renamed their servants for millennia. Jehoiakim reigned 11 years, and was, from the opening moment of his reign, a bad king. He reversed his father's reforms wherever he could. The altars came back. The high places returned. The foreign cults flickered up again through the ashes Josiah had spread across the land. And he became, the prophets and the court chroniclers agreed, a man given to pomp and vanity to a degree even his grandfather Manasseh would not have matched. Jeremiah began to speak against him in more scorching terms than he had used in Josiah's day. Woe unto him that buildeth his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers by wrong, that useth his neighbor's service without wages, and giveth him not for his work, that saith, I will build me a wide house, and large chambers, and cutteth him out windows, and it is sealed with cedar, and painted with vermilion. Shalt thou reign, because thou closest thyself in cedar? Did not thy father eat and drink, and do judgment and justice? And then it was well with him? He judged the cause of the poor and needy, then it was well. Was not this to know me, saith the Lord? But thine eyes and thine heart are not but for thy covetousness, and for to shed innocent blood, and for oppression and for violence to do it. Therefore, concerning Jehoiakim the son of Josiah, king of Judah, they shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, my brother, or Ah, sister. They shall not lament for him, saying, Ah, Lord, or Ah, his glory. He shall be buried with the burial of an ass, drawn and cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem. A prophecy of such specific contempt toward a sitting king was the kind of speech that could end a prophet's life, and it nearly ended another prophet's life during the same reign. A man named Urijah, son of Shemaiah from Kirjath-Jearim, was prophesying against the city in terms similar to Jeremiah's, and Jehoiakim ordered his arrest. Urijah fled to Egypt. Jehoiakim sent soldiers after him into Egypt, as though he had the sovereignty to reach outside his borders for a private enemy. And they fetched Urijah out of Egypt and brought him to the king, and the king slew him with the sword, and cast his dead body into the graves of the common people. The threat hung over Jeremiah. But Jeremiah had a friend at court, a nobleman named Ahikam, son of Shaphan, the same Ahikam who had gone with Josiah's envoys to Huldah the prophetess. And Ahikam's hand protected Jeremiah through that crisis and kept him out of the soldiers' reach. 3 years into Jehoiakim's reign, the pendulum of empire swung hard. At Carchemish on the Euphrates, the Babylonians, under their crown prince Nebuchadnezzar, smashed the combined armies of Egypt and the last Assyrian remnant so thoroughly that Assyria ceased from that day to be a factor in any calculation, and Egypt retreated behind the deserts of Sinai and did not come out again for generations. Nebuchadnezzar came south. He passed through Syria. He took tribute from the kinglets in his path. He came to Jerusalem. Jehoiakim, who had been Pharaoh Necho's man, now became Nebuchadnezzar's. He changed his allegiance, like a man changing coats, and paid the tribute required, which included the deportation, among other things, of some of the princes of the royal house and a selection of noble young men to be trained in the Babylonian palace. A boy of the royal line named Daniel was among that first deportation, and 3 of his friends with him and a handful of others. They went east. The city did not mourn them publicly, but the royal house had, from that moment, a hostage colony in the palace of the king of Babylon. Jehoiakim was a subject king now. He did not like it. He was thinking of rebellion almost from the moment he was forced to submit. In the 4th year of his reign, Jeremiah, who had been excluded by royal order from the temple, summoned his scribe Baruch, son of Neriah, and dictated to him a scroll containing all the prophecies he had uttered against Jerusalem and against Judah and against all the nations. From the first day the word had come to him until that day, Baruch wrote them down with ink in a scroll. Then on a fast day, when the people had come up from the cities of Judah to Jerusalem, Baruch read the scroll in the court of the upper chamber of Gemariah, son of Shaphan, over the new gate of the temple, in the ears of all the people. A young man named Micaiah, son of Gemariah, heard it. He went down to the king's house, into the scribe's chamber, and told all the princes of the court what he had just heard. The princes sent an officer to fetch Baruch. He came. They asked him to sit down and read it to them. He read. They looked at each other with fear. They told Baruch and Jeremiah to hide, and then went in to the king to report. Jehoiakim was sitting in the winter house, with the fire burning on the hearth before him. The winter house was the inner chamber of the palace, well lit, warm, the king in his cedar paneling that Jeremiah had mocked. One of the princes, Jehudi, was ordered to read the scroll aloud to the king. Jehudi began to read. He read 3 or 4 columns, 3 or 4 passages of prophecy. The king took a penknife from the table beside him, cut off the part Jehudi had just read, and threw it into the fire on the hearth. Jehudi kept reading, and when 3 or 4 more columns had been read, the king cut those off and threw them in too. Column by column, the whole scroll was cut and burned, and Jehoiakim was not afraid, neither he nor any of his servants that heard all these words, and certain princes who urged him not to burn the scroll were ignored. When the fire had consumed it, the king ordered the arrest of Baruch and Jeremiah, but the Lord hid them. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah again. Take thee another roll, and write in it all the former words that were in the first roll, which Jehoiakim the king of Judah hath burned. Jeremiah did. Baruch wrote it all down a second time, and they added to it many like words, and the scroll was made fresh, longer than the first. The fire in the hearth of the winter house had burned ink and parchment, but it had burned nothing the prophet could not replace. Nebuchadnezzar heard, after a while, that his vassal in Jerusalem was in rebellion, that the tribute had stopped or been shorted, or that the king was negotiating again with Egypt. He did not come immediately. He sent bands of Chaldeans and Syrians and Moabites and Ammonites to harass the land of Judah, to cut off its grain, to kill its farmers, to make rebellion expensive in small, steady doses. The bands ravaged the countryside. Jehoiakim held the capital. And then he died, in the 11th year of his reign, and the chroniclers disagree about how he died, whether peacefully, or at the hand of his own people, or in a Babylonian ambush. But Jeremiah's prophecy of the burial of an ass seems to have been regarded by the next generation as having come true in some manner that was not considered proper. The chronicler says only that he slept with his fathers. The specifics of his grave are omitted. His son Jehoiachin, sometimes called Coniah or Jeconiah, took the throne. He was 18. He reigned 3 months and 10 days. He did evil in the sight of the Lord, the chronicler notes, with the brevity appropriate to a reign so short that there was barely time to measure it. And during his 3 months and 10 days, the army of the servants of Nebuchadnezzar came up against Jerusalem, and the city was besieged. Nebuchadnezzar himself came to the siege while his servants were at it. Jehoiachin, his mother, his servants, his princes, and his officers came out to the king of Babylon and surrendered. Nebuchadnezzar took them. He took the young king. He took the king's mother, a woman named Nehushta, whose name would be remembered because a prophet named her in her grief. He took the captains, the mighty men, the craftsmen, the smiths, 10,000 captives from the ruling class and the skilled trades of Jerusalem, all deported east. He took the treasures of the house of the Lord and the treasures of the king's house, and he cut in pieces all the vessels of gold which Solomon king of Israel had made in the temple, and he carried them to Babylon. None remained, save the poorest sort of the people of the land. The deportation of 10,000 was vast. Among them was a priest named Ezekiel, son of Buzi, who would begin prophesying beside the river Chebar in Babylonia 5 years later. The kingdom was now gutted of its elite. Jehoiachin was carried east in chains to sit in a Babylonian prison for 37 years, until a later king of Babylon would, unexpectedly, release him and give him a place at his table and a pension for life. Nebuchadnezzar was not finished with Jerusalem. He took the king's uncle Mattaniah, the youngest son of Josiah, and the only surviving son of Josiah still in the land, and made him king in Jehoiachin's place. And he renamed him, as Pharaoh Necho had renamed his predecessor. Mattaniah would now be Zedekiah. Zedekiah, whose name meant the righteousness of the Lord, though the reign he was about to preside over would be as far from that meaning as a king's reign could be. Zedekiah was 21 when he took the throne, and he reigned 11 years. He was a weak man, not cruel, not stupid, not even particularly wicked by the standards of his predecessors, just weak. He was pulled this way and that by factions at his court, by the Egyptian party and the Babylonian party, by the pro-prophet faction and the anti-prophet faction, by the older men who remembered the deportation and the younger men who had not seen it. He consulted Jeremiah privately and then ignored him publicly. He feared the princes who counseled rebellion more than he feared the God to whom he had been sworn. Jeremiah, during these 11 years, was at the height of his strange ministry. He wore at one point a wooden yoke on his own neck and walked through Jerusalem wearing it, telling the princes and the visiting ambassadors from the small kingdoms around that all their necks should bend to the yoke of the king of Babylon, for so the Lord had decreed, and that any who would not bend would be destroyed. A rival prophet named Hananiah confronted him in the temple, and publicly took the yoke off Jeremiah's neck and broke it. Thus saith the Lord, even so will I break the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, from the neck of all nations within the space of 2 full years. Jeremiah answered quietly, Amen. The Lord do so. The Lord perform thy words which thou hast prophesied. But hear thou now this word that I speak in thine ears, and in the ears of all the people. The prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms, of war and of evil and of pestilence. The prophet which prophesieth of peace, when the word of the prophet shall come to pass, then shall the prophet be known that the Lord hath truly sent him. Later Jeremiah came back with an iron yoke. Thou hast broken the yokes of wood, but thou shalt make for them yokes of iron. Thus saith the Lord, Hear now, Hananiah. The Lord hath not sent thee, but thou makest this people to trust in a lie. Behold, I will cast thee from off the face of the earth. This year thou shalt die, because thou hast taught rebellion against the Lord. And Hananiah the prophet died the same year, in the 7th month. Jeremiah also wrote a letter to the exiles in Babylon, those 10,000 who had been carried off with Jehoiachin, and who were sitting beside the Chebar, wondering when they would come home. And the letter contained a piece of counsel that must have bewildered them. Build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives, and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may be increased there and not diminished. And seek the peace of the city whither I have caused you to be carried away captives, and pray unto the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. 70 years, he told them. 70 years the exile would last. After 70 years the Lord would visit them and bring them back, but not before. The letter was an earthquake to men who had been expecting Hananiah's 2 years, but it was also, for those who could hear it, an anchor in dark water. Zedekiah, in the 9th year of his reign, on the counsel of his pro-Egyptian faction, rebelled against Babylon. He stopped paying tribute. He sought alliance with the new Pharaoh. He may have believed the propaganda of his own court that the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar was weakening. He was wrong. Nebuchadnezzar came up with all his host. On the 10th day of the 10th month of the 9th year of Zedekiah, the Babylonian army arrived before Jerusalem and pitched camp. They built forts around the city. They built siege ramps against the walls. They cut off every road in and out, and the siege began. It lasted 18 months and more. Summer came and went. Winter came and went. Another summer came. The grain inside the walls ran low and then ran out. The famine became extreme. The water cisterns Hezekiah's tunnel had filled began to fail. The chroniclers speak of women who cooked their own children in the streets, and Jeremiah, lamenting later, spoke of the hands of pitiful women boiling their own children, which were their meat in the destruction of the daughter of my people. Lamentations is full of that siege, the voice of a man who lived inside the walls during it, and saw everything and could not get the images out of his head afterward. The young children swooning in the streets of the city, the infants crying to their mothers, "Where is corn and wine?" as they fainted in the streets of the city. The pregnant women, the dead priests and elders in the streets, the skin that cleaved to the bones, that became like a stick, the nobles who had been ruddy becoming blacker than a coal, the ache of a city consuming itself. At one point during the siege, Pharaoh Hophra of Egypt did come north with his army, as Zedekiah's party had promised he would. The Babylonians broke off the siege of Jerusalem temporarily to deal with the Egyptians. The city breathed. Jeremiah, however, warned them that the relief was illusory. The Egyptians would turn back to Egypt, he said, and the Babylonians would return. At this, the princes who had always hated him seized their chance. They found him leaving the city by the gate of Benjamin, intending, they accused, to desert to the Chaldeans. They arrested him. They beat him. They took him to the house of Jonathan the scribe, which had been converted into a prison, and they put him in a cellar where he remained many days. Zedekiah, in secret, sent for him. "Is there any word from the Lord?" "There is," Jeremiah told him. "Thou shalt be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon." Jeremiah asked in his turn, "What have I offended thee? Why hast thou put me in prison? Where are your prophets now, who prophesied that the king of Babylon should not come?" "I pray thee," he asked, "let me not be returned to the house of Jonathan the scribe, lest I die there." Zedekiah ordered him transferred to the court of the prison in the palace, where he would be given a piece of bread out of the baker's street every day until all the bread in the city was spent. The princes did not like Zedekiah's softness toward the prophet. They came to him. This man seeketh not the welfare of this people, but the hurt. He is weakening the hands of the men of war that remain in this city, and of all the people, in speaking such words unto them. Let us put him to death." Zedekiah, in the line that perhaps best captures him, said, "Behold, he is in your hand, for the king is not he that can do anything against you." Against his own profit, against his own counsel, against his own desire, Zedekiah simply stepped aside and let them do what they wanted. They took Jeremiah, and they lowered him by ropes into a cistern in the court of the prison, an empty cistern in the dry season, with no water but only mire at the bottom. Jeremiah sank into the mire. He would have died in a day or two. But another man intervened. He was an Ethiopian, a black African eunuch in the palace, a man named Ebed-Melech, whose name meant servant of the king. Ebed-Melech went to Zedekiah, who was sitting in the gate of Benjamin receiving petitions, and said, in front of the assembled court, "My lord the king, these men have done evil in all that they have done to Jeremiah the prophet, whom they have cast into the dungeon, and he is like to die for hunger in the place where he is, for there is no more bread in the city." Zedekiah, who could be moved by direct appeal if not by conscience, ordered Ebed-Melech to take 30 men and pull Jeremiah out. Ebed-Melech went to the palace storehouse and took old rags and old worn-out clothes, and he lowered them by cords into the cistern and called down to Jeremiah to put the rags under his armpits so the ropes would not cut him, and they drew him up. He was taken back to the court of the prison to recover. The Babylonians returned. The siege resumed. The walls held, but barely. And at last, in the 4th month of the 11th year of Zedekiah, on the 9th day of the month, the famine prevailing and the defenders broken, the wall was breached. It was breached on the north side of the city, between the two walls, by the king's garden. The king fled. Zedekiah and his household and his soldiers slipped out of the city by night through the gate between two walls, and they made for the Arabah, the rift valley down toward Jericho and the Jordan, intending to cross the river and escape to Ammon. The Babylonian army caught them in the plains of Jericho. Zedekiah's men, seeing the enemy close, scattered from him. He was captured alone with a few attendants. They brought him up to Riblah, where Nebuchadnezzar was waiting in his camp in the land of Hamath, the same Riblah where Jehoahaz, son of Josiah, had been put in chains by Pharaoh Necho a generation earlier. Nebuchadnezzar passed judgment on him. First, they brought Zedekiah's sons in front of him. They slew them there before their father. Each son was cut down in front of the king's watching eyes. They also killed all the princes of Judah in Riblah. And then, the last image Zedekiah was allowed to carry with him was the one Nebuchadnezzar had just given him. They put out his eyes. They took him blind out of the camp, bound him with fetters of brass, and led him to Babylon, and there he was put in prison, and there he died. The last thing he ever saw was his sons being killed. The last scene his memory could replay, again and again, through years of blindness in a Babylonian cell, was that, in Jerusalem, a month later, Nebuzaradan, captain of the Babylonian guard, arrived and executed the final orders. He burned the house of the Lord. He burned the king's house. He burned all the houses of Jerusalem. Every great man's house he burned with fire. The walls of Jerusalem he broke down, every section, leaving the city open to wind and beast. The remnant of the people that were left in the city, and those that fell away to him, and the rest of the multitude, he carried away. Only the poorest of the land were left to be vine-dressers and husbandmen. The bronze pillars that Solomon had cast at the temple doors, Jachin and Boaz, the bronze sea with its 12 oxen underneath, the bronze stands, the pots, the shovels, the snuffers, the spoons, all the vessels of brass wherewith they ministered, the captain of the guard took as spoil. The priest of the second rank, a man named Zephaniah, and 3 men who had the charge of the threshold, and 5 men who were close to the king and were found in the city, and the scribe of the host who mustered the people of the land, and 60 men of the people of the land that were found in the city. He took them all up to Riblah to Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar smote them and slew them at Riblah in the land of Hamath. So Judah was carried away captive out of his own land. A small governance was put in place for those who remained. A man named Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, son of Shaphan, from the family that had protected Jeremiah through every crisis of the past 2 generations, was appointed governor over the peasants and vine dressers left in the land, with his seat at Mizpah, a small hill town a few miles north of the ruined capital. Gedaliah tried. He told the people to dwell in the land, to gather their summer fruits, to make what life they could. Men of Judah, who had escaped into neighboring kingdoms, began to trickle back, hearing that a remnant of their own had been left. For a few months, it looked as though some version of a Jewish community would persist in the ruins. Then a member of the royal house, a man named Ishmael, son of Nethaniah of the seed royal, was prompted by the king of Ammon, who wanted the region destabilized, to kill Gedaliah. He came to Mizpah with 10 men, and was given a meal by Gedaliah, who had been warned of the plot but had refused to believe it. During the meal, Ishmael and his men rose up and killed Gedaliah and all the Jews with him and all the Chaldean soldiers in the garrison. The next day he killed 70 pilgrims coming up to the ruined temple with offerings. The community panicked. Fearing Babylonian reprisal, a group of the remaining Judahites, including Jeremiah and Baruch, fled south into Egypt against Jeremiah's warnings, hoping to escape by distance. And in Egypt, Jeremiah died, an old man speaking into the wind of a diaspora colony that did not want to hear him. He prophesied to the end to the Jewish community at Tahpanhes that their idolatry in Egypt would destroy them too, that the land they had fled to for safety would not save them. They did not listen. He spoke anyway. He disappeared from the chronicles without a recorded burial. Tradition said the Jews of Egypt stoned him to death. The chronicler is silent. He simply ends. Jerusalem was empty. The temple was a heap of blackened stones on the platform where Solomon had built it. The wall was broken. The palace was ash. The royal library, if there had been one, had burned with the cedar panels. The gold and silver vessels that had once stood in the holy place had been carted to Babylon and added to the treasure hoards of Nebuchadnezzar's god Marduk. The children of the royal house were dead or scattered. The blinded king sat in his cell somewhere in the Babylonian city, and the 20-odd thousand exiles of the deported classes were settling into a new life along the canals and rivers of the Babylonian plain. The kingdom of Judah, which had lasted from the day David took Jerusalem until the day Zedekiah fled through the gate between 2 walls, was finished. The curse that Huldah had read out of the scroll to the boy King Josiah half a century earlier had come to exact completion. And yet, in the strange way that happens in the history of this people, the end turned out not to be the end. What closed in the hill country of Judah reopened on the plain of Babylon. The deportees who had been marched east along the caravan road in 3 successive waves, the first with Daniel and his companions in the days of Jehoiakim, the second with the young ex-king Jehoiachin and his 10,000 craftsmen and nobles, the third with the survivors of the final siege, arrived to find themselves not slaves in the conventional sense, but relocated populations, settled in distinct communities along the canals of southern Mesopotamia, permitted to keep their own elders and their own trades, permitted to marry among themselves, permitted to hold assemblies and maintain a kind of internal life that the Babylonian administration did not particularly care to interfere with so long as the tribute came in and the colonies remained quiet. The great river Chebar was in fact a canal that ran down off the Euphrates and watered a district that would eventually be called Tel Abib, the Mound of the Flood, because the settlement sat on ground that had once been a ruined ancient city raised above the floodplain. The name, borrowed much later, would travel far. A priest who had been taken in the second deportation was sitting, in the 5th year of his captivity, among the exiles by that canal, when the heavens opened above him. Ezekiel, son of Buzi, had been trained for temple service and had never served. He was in his 30th year, the age at which a priest entered his ministry, and instead of walking up to the altar at Jerusalem, he was walking down to draw water from a canal in a foreign country. And the word of the Lord came to him, and he saw a whirlwind out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness about it, and out of the midst of it came 4 living creatures, each with 4 faces, a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle, and wheels within wheels rimmed with eyes, and above the creatures a firmament like crystal, and above the firmament a throne, and on the throne the likeness of a man, glowing like amber and fire, and from his waist down the appearance of fire, and around him a rainbow, like one that stands in a cloud after the rain. Ezekiel fell on his face. This was the glory of the Lord, and the glory of the Lord was moving. That was the point of the vision. The glory was not anchored in Jerusalem, was not bound to a temple that had just been burned or to an altar that was now broken stones. The glory of the Lord moved upon wheels, and the wheels had gone east, and the wheels were here. He prophesied among the exiles for more than 20 years. He preached by enacted signs, as the old prophets had. He lay on his left side for 390 days, and on his right side for 40, to bear the iniquity of Israel and the iniquity of Judah by symbolic duration. He ate bread baked on dung to dramatize the unclean food of a siege. He shaved his head with a sword and weighed the hair in balances, burning a third, smiting a third, scattering a third to the wind. His wife died one evening in the middle of his ministry. The desire of his eyes, the chronicler calls her with a tenderness rare in the text, and the Lord told him not to mourn her in the ordinary way, to bind his turban and put his shoes on his feet and eat the bread of common men. The people asked him what this meant. It was a sign. When the temple was destroyed, they too would not be permitted to mourn in the ordinary way. That is how his life was folded into his message. He dreamed dreams so strange that centuries of later readers would work through them with furrowed brows, a valley full of dry bones that stood up, bone to his bone, and took on sinews and flesh and breath, and were a living army, and were a sign that though the exiles said, "Our bones are dried and our hope is lost, we are cut off for our parts," the Lord would bring them up out of their graves and bring them into the land of Israel again. He saw a river flowing out from under the threshold of a future temple, running east, growing deeper as it ran, ankle deep, knee deep, waist deep, at last a river too deep to cross, and the trees along its banks bore fruit every month, and wherever the river went, it healed. He spoke finally of a shepherd who would come, a new David. Not the old David, who was long since dust in his tomb in Jerusalem, but one who would be called David, who would shepherd the scattered sheep and gather them in one fold. The image buried itself in the memory of the exile community like a seed under snow. And in that same exile community, in the palaces of the empire itself, another kind of story was taking place, one less dream-laden, but no less strange. Daniel, the young Hebrew prince, who had been among the first deportation, had risen through the Babylonian civil service. He had not lost his name, not really, though they had renamed him Belteshazzar and given his 3 friends Babylonian names of their own, Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego. He had read the king's books, learned the king's languages, interpreted the king's dreams. He had seen Nebuchadnezzar in the full of his power, and at the collapse of his reason, when the great emperor, raised high in pride after a walk on the roof of his palace, went mad, and lived 7 years in the fields eating grass like an ox, until his hair grew like eagle's feathers, and his nails like bird's claws. He had watched that same emperor return to his senses, and issue a decree to the whole earth that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men. He had lived through Nebuchadnezzar's death. He had lived through the short reigns of his sons, and through the troubled reign of the regent Belshazzar, who, in a single drunken banquet, calling for the holy vessels of the temple of Jerusalem to be brought out of the treasury and filled with wine, so that he and his nobles and his wives and his concubines might drink from them, saw the fingers of a man's hand appear upon the plaster of his palace wall in the lamplight, and write in a script no one could read. Daniel was summoned. He read the writing: numbered, weighed, and divided. Thy kingdom has been counted. Thou art found wanting. Thy kingdom is given to the Medes and the Persians. That night, in the words the chronicler used with a terrible economy, Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans, was slain. The empire of Babylon fell in a single night, in the middle of a feast, while the holy vessels of Jerusalem stood wine-stained on the table. The city fell to a new man. His name was Cyrus. Cyrus II of Persia, called Cyrus the Great, was not a Jew, not a believer in the God of Israel in any conventional sense, not even a particular friend of the gods of Babylon, whom he now inherited. He worshipped, inasmuch as he worshipped anything named, the old Persian god of light, and he conducted his policy with the pragmatic patience of a man building an empire that was meant to be larger and more tolerant than any the world had yet seen. He had been moving west for years, picking off the kingdoms one by one, Media, Lydia, the Greek cities of the Ionian coast, and at last, in a campaign almost surgical in its execution, Babylon itself. The taking of Babylon, because the defenders had expected a siege, had been effected by diverting the course of the Euphrates and sending the army in along the dried riverbed under the city's river gate. The emperor, who woke up to find an enemy inside his walls, never recovered from the surprise. Cyrus declared himself king of the lands, and he declared also a new kind of imperial policy. The peoples who had been deported by the Babylonians and the Assyrians before them would be permitted to return to their homelands, and the gods whose statues had been carried off to Babylon would be restored to their original temples, and the local cults would be supported by imperial patronage as tokens of the good faith of the new administration. A clay cylinder was inscribed with this policy, fired, and placed in the walls of a public building, where archaeologists would one day find it and read the Akkadian and recognize, with a shock of recognition, that the edict described on it matched in general outline the decree the chroniclers of Judah had preserved in their own tongue. In the first year of Cyrus king of Persia, the word of the chronicle says that the word of the Lord spoken by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled. The Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus saith Cyrus king of Persia, The Lord God of heaven hath given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him an house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. He is the God which is in Jerusalem. The 70 years Jeremiah had written about from his prison court in the dying city had by one count or another elapsed. The exile was over. Those who wanted to go home could go home. Not everyone wanted to. A significant number of the exiles had by now built lives in Babylonia. They had houses and gardens and businesses and grown children who had never seen Jerusalem. They would stay. But a remnant of about 50,000, the chroniclers count them out name by name in a list that seems to go on for pages, organized under a man called Sheshbazzar, who was described as a prince of Judah, gathered themselves and their flocks and their wagons and their camels and their asses, and loaded up the holy vessels of the temple that Cyrus had ordered restored. 5,400 vessels of gold and silver that had been sitting in the treasuries of Babylon since Nebuchadnezzar had taken them, and set out along the road back to a place none of them, or almost none of them, could actually remember. Most were the children and grandchildren of the original deportees. Jerusalem for them was a story told by their elders, not a place they had walked in. Sheshbazzar may have been the same man as Shenazar, a prince mentioned in the genealogical records of the royal house, a son of the ex-king Jehoiachin, who had been taken to Babylon with him in the second deportation, and who had lived those long decades in captivity. At his side, or following soon after, traveled his nephew Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, also a grandson of Jehoiachin, and therefore also of the house of David. Zerubbabel was accompanied by a priest named Jeshua, sometimes called Joshua, the son of Jozadak, whose grandfather Sariah had been the high priest in the last days of Zedekiah, and had been executed at Riblah by Nebuchadnezzar's orders. The two institutions, the royal line and the high priesthood, were still represented side by side in the leadership of the returning remnant. They came to Jerusalem. What they found, almost any of them could have guessed: a ruin. The walls broken for 7 decades. The temple mount a pile of rubble over blackened foundation stones. The great platform that Solomon had raised, tumbled and weed-grown. A poor population of peasants still living in the hills, the descendants of the poor who had been left behind, looking at the newcomers with some of the resentment that any settled population has toward returning exiles. Other populations had moved in. Some Aratangent-descended families from the mixed community the Assyrians had planted in the old northern territory, men from Ashdod and Ammon and Moab on the fringes. A complicated ethnic map. The returnees set up their altar in the 7th month of their arrival, on the open rock where the temple altar had stood, and they offered the morning and evening sacrifices upon it, and they kept the Feast of Booths, and they began with trembling hands the work of rebuilding. In the 2nd year of their return, in the 2nd month, they laid the foundation of the new temple. The priests in their vestments with trumpets, and the Levites, the sons of Asaph, with cymbals, praised the Lord, singing together by course in praising and giving thanks. He is good, for his mercy endureth forever toward Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. And many of the priests and Levites and chief of the fathers, who were old men, who had seen the first house, when the foundation of this house was laid before their eyes, wept with a loud voice. They had been children when the temple of Solomon was burning. Now they were gray-bearded elders, watching a smaller foundation being laid in its place, knowing that whatever was built on top of it would not match what had been lost, knowing that they would not live to see the finished structure, knowing that their children would know a smaller glory. The shout of joy and the sound of weeping mixed so thoroughly that the chronicler says no one could distinguish the two sounds. The people could not discern the noise of the shout of joy from the noise of the weeping of the people, for the people shouted with a loud shout, and the noise was heard afar off. It was a sound the world had not heard before. A people rebuilding what they had destroyed through their own failures, and knowing while they built exactly what they had lost. The rebuilding stopped. The Samaritans and the mixed population of the north offered to help, and when their offer was refused on theological grounds by Zerubbabel and Jeshua, they turned into active opponents, writing letters to the Persian court to accuse the Jerusalem rebuilders of sedition. The Persian governors of the satrapy, uncertain what imperial policy now was, stopped the work. For years, perhaps 16 years, the temple foundation stood exposed to the weather. The enthusiasm of the return faded. The people built their own houses and planted their own vineyards, and let the house of the Lord sit under the sky. 2 prophets came to break that silence. Haggai, an old man who may himself have been a survivor of the first temple, stood in the ruined precinct and said, "Is it time for you, O ye, to dwell in your sealed houses, and this house lie waste? Consider your ways. Ye have sown much, and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earneth wages to put it into a bag with holes. Consider your ways. Go up to the mountain, and bring wood, and build the house, and I will take pleasure in it." Zechariah, son of Iddo, a young priest and prophet, came alongside him with a series of 8 strange visions seen in one night. A man on a red horse among myrtle trees in a valley, 4 horns and 4 carpenters, a measuring line over Jerusalem, a high priest clothed with filthy garments who was given clean raiment, a golden lampstand with 2 olive trees beside it, a flying scroll, a woman in an ephah, 4 chariots from between 2 mountains of brass. They meant, when decoded, that the Lord was moving again, that the restored community had a mission, that the day would come when Jerusalem would overflow with people and with joy, when old men and old women would sit in the streets with their staffs in their hand for very age, and the streets would be full of boys and girls playing in them, when 10 men of every language of the nations would take hold of the skirt of a Jew, saying, "We will go with you, for we have heard that God is with you." The building resumed. The political climate had shifted. Darius, the new Persian king, had a search made in his archives, and the old decree of Cyrus was found in a treasure house at Ecbatana, a memorandum recording precisely the dimensions and the funding that had been authorized. And Darius confirmed the decree and added imperial funding to it. And in the 6th year of Darius, the temple was finished. The walls, the gates, the courts, the lampstands, the altar of incense, the new table of showbread, all in place. It did not have the Ark of the Covenant, which had vanished in the destruction and had never been recovered. It did not have the holy fire from heaven that had fallen on Solomon's altar. It did not have the same uncanny presence of glory that had filled the old house. But it was a temple. They dedicated it with 100 bullocks and 200 rams and 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. The old shattered shape of the 12 tribes was still remembered in the accounting. The Passover was kept that year, the first Passover of a restored temple, and the returned exiles ate it together with all those who had separated themselves from the filthiness of the heathen of the land to seek the Lord God of Israel, and the people were glad. And after them came the ones who would rebuild the civic and legal life of the community. Ezra the priest, a scribe of the law of Moses, who came up from Babylon with a second company of returnees some decades later, bringing with him a full copy of the law and the authority of the Persian court to enforce it. He arrived to find the community drifting, intermarrying with the surrounding populations, losing its distinct identity, and he tore his hair and his beard in public lament, and then gathered the people in a great rain-soaked assembly in the square before the temple, and led them into a long, wrenching process of separation, the dissolution of mixed marriages, the reinstatement of the old boundaries. Nehemiah, the cupbearer of Artaxerxes, who came later still, Jewish layman serving as a trusted servant in the king's court in Susa, asked permission to go rebuild the walls of the ancestral city after a traveler brought him news of Jerusalem's continuing desolation and defenselessness. He got his permission. He came up with a royal escort. He rode around the broken walls by night and inspected what would be needed, and then he rallied the population to rebuild the whole circuit of the walls in 52 days, each family responsible for the section in front of its own house, every worker holding a sword in one hand and a trowel in the other, because the hostile neighbors had vowed to stop the work by force. The walls went up. The gates were hung. Nehemiah served as governor for 12 years, without taking the bread of the governor, paying his household's expenses from his own pocket. Setting a standard of public service, the exiled community had almost forgotten was possible. And Ezra stood on a wooden pulpit in a great assembly of men and women and children, in the square before the water gate, and he read from the book of the law from morning until midday, and the Levites caused the people to understand the law, and the people wept when they heard the words, because they had forgotten them. And then, at Nehemiah's and Ezra's direction, they stopped weeping and kept the Feast of Booths with a gladness such as had not been kept since the days of Joshua son of Nun. That was the end of the Chronicles. Not in a flourish, not in a great scene, but in a community gathered around a book, governed by a priest and a civil governor rather than by a king, rebuilding a small city around a small temple under a foreign empire's patronage. No king of the line of David sat on any throne. Zerubbabel, who had led the early return, had quietly disappeared from the records. Whether dead or dismissed, No one was quite sure. The royal line of David was still traceable, name by name, in the genealogical registers that the priests kept, but no crown sat on any head. The kingdom as a kingdom was gone. What remained was a people, a book, a temple, and a memory. And into that memory, the shape of the dead monarchy began to harden in a way that was perhaps stranger than any of the living kings had been. Because the later generations, reading back through the chronicles that had been so carefully gathered during and after the exile, saw what the prophets had been saying all along. The monarchy had failed. All of it. From the first day when the elders demanded a king, and Samuel warned them what a king would do to them, through Saul's broken reign and David's wounded greatness and Solomon's magnificent apostasy, through the fracture, through the 19 kings of one kingdom and the 20 kings of the other, through the reformers who never quite reformed enough and the wicked who went on being wicked for decades, through the last kings who gave away the gold of the temple piece by piece, and finally the doors of the temple themselves, the entire institution, across 5 centuries, had not managed to produce a single reign that fully met the standard the law of Moses had set. Even the best kings fell. Even the reformers ended badly. Even the sons of reformers reversed their father's work within a generation. Even the one king who was better than all of them, the boy who had torn his clothes over a book, died young in a war he should not have fought, and his reforms unraveled within a year of his burial. Kingship itself, as an institution, had been weighed and found wanting. Its full measure had been taken, and what had come out of that measuring was the knowledge that political power alone, concentrated in the hand of one man, even a man anointed, even a man of the right family, was not what the Lord had ever actually wanted from his people. Samuel had warned them of that on the day they first asked, and the full arc of 500 years had proven Samuel right. This was the theology the exile generation began to live in and to pass on, a theology of failure. Not a theology of victory, not a theology of successful kings and glorious dynasties, but a theology of what a people could learn about God by watching their own monarchs fall one after another while the Word of God remained standing. The prophets had always been standing. Samuel, Nathan, Gad, Ahijah, Elijah, Elisha, Micaiah, Isaiah, Micah, Hosea, Amos, Zephaniah, Habakkuk, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. A longer list than the list of kings, and a far more reliable one. The prophets had said, in every generation, that the kings were not the point, that the covenant was the point, that obedience was the point, that mercy and justice and a walking humbly were the point, and the kings had, with a few exceptions, not heard them. The people, remembering this in the exile, began to write the books of their history with the prophets at the center and the kings at the margins. The prophets had seen. The kings had not seen. The prophets had spoken. The kings had usually refused to listen. And so the center of gravity of the tradition shifted, slowly, from the throne to the prophet, from the palace to the school, from the scepter to the scroll. It was, in a sense, the greatest gift the failure of the monarchy had given the people. Without the disaster, they might have gone on thinking the throne was what mattered. The disaster had taught them that the throne was not the thing. And yet, and this is the stranger twist, they did not stop wanting a king. They stopped wanting the kings they had, certainly. But they began, with the help of the prophets who had taught them what a real king ought to have been, to imagine a king they had not yet had, a king who would actually do justice, a king in whose reign the wolf would dwell with the lamb, and the leopard would lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child would lead them. A king from the stump of Jesse, from that old family tree that had been cut down and yet had sent up a living shoot from its stump. a king upon whose shoulder the government would rest, whose name would be Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. A king greater than David, and wiser than Solomon, and more just than Josiah, who would rule in a kingdom not bounded by the stony hills of Judah, but stretching to the ends of the earth. This was the messianic hope. It was not an invention of the exile. It had been spoken piece by prophets who walked through the failed kingdoms, by Isaiah in the court of Ahaz, by Jeremiah in the dungeon court of Zedekiah, by Ezekiel beside the river Chebar, by Zechariah on the foundations of the second temple. But it was the exile that welded all these prophecies into the single shape they would hold forever afterward. The king would come. He had not come yet. He would come. And so, when later generations read through the long catalog of all those men who had sat upon the throne, each with his wives and his wars and his building projects and his spiritual compromises, they did not read the chronicle as a record of successes. They read it as a record of the long proof that no ordinary man, however royal, however anointed, had yet been enough. Every king was a pointer toward a king who had not arrived. David, for all his greatness, pointed past himself toward a son of David greater than he. Solomon, for all his wisdom, pointed past himself toward a wisdom greater than his. Hezekiah, for all his faith, pointed past himself toward a faith greater than his. Josiah, for all his reformation, pointed past himself toward a reformation that would not end the moment he died. The whole 2 volumes of the Kings became, in the later reading, a massive, extended negative portrait, a long line of partial and failing and imperfect men, each of whom hinted, by the shape of what he was not, at the contour of the one who was to come. This was not a hope that remained local. The story traveled. The Judaism that came out of the exile carried the memory of these kings into the centuries that followed. Through the Persian centuries, into the Greek centuries after Alexander the Great broke the Persian Empire, into the Maccabean revolt against the Seleucid Greeks, when a new priestly dynasty briefly tried to establish a kind of restored monarchy, and then itself collapsed in the same old ways, into the Roman occupation, into the decades in which a new set of teachers in Galilee and Jerusalem reread the old chronicles and asked themselves whether the king who had been promised might, by then, already have been born. The story of the kings became, for one community, the prologue to a new story about a carpenter from Nazareth who rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, fulfilling an old prophecy of Zechariah, and was mocked with a sign on a cross that said, King of the Jews. For another community, the story of the kings remained the story itself, a chronicle to be read every Sabbath year by year, a set of lessons about why the people of Israel had failed, and what they must do now to be ready for the king still to come. Both communities, deeply different, read the same books about the same dead men and drew from them, in different ways, the same conclusion. The kings mattered enormously, and they had not been enough, and what they had pointed toward was greater than they were. So, the men themselves recede now, the men whose names we have been calling out to each other across these long centuries. Saul, who searched for his father's donkeys and became the first king and died on Mount Gilboa. David the shepherd, who played a harp for a troubled king and ended up on a troubled throne himself. Solomon, who asked for wisdom and was given wealth and lost both in his last years. Rehoboam, who listened to the wrong counselors. Jeroboam, who cast his calves. Abijah, who shouted across a mountain. Asa, who bought a Syrian alliance with temple gold. Nadab in his tent at the siege of Gibbethon. Baasha building up Ramah. Elah drinking himself senseless. Zimri burning in his palace after a reign of 7 days. Omri, who built a new capital on a new hill. Ahab married to the daughter of Ethbaal. Jezebel thrown from an upstairs window. Jehoshaphat bringing the book of the law from town to town, Jehoram eating himself from the inside, Ahaziah dying at Megiddo on a chariot, Athaliah cut down by the horse gate, Joash paying the Syrians out of the temple treasury, Amaziah hurling Edomites from a cliff, Jeroboam II holding the whole old territory, Uzziah burning incense where he was not allowed, and leaving the sanctuary with leprosy on his forehead, Jotham with his upper gate, and his tribute of wheat, Ahaz with his Assyrian altar and his sons in the fire, Hoshea waiting 3 years for the end in Samaria, Hezekiah kneeling with a letter spread before the Lord, Manasseh dragged in chains among the thorns, Amon killed in his own palace, Josiah falling in his second chariot at Megiddo, Jehoahaz led in chains into Egypt, Jehoiakim cutting the scroll with a penknife and throwing it into the fire, Jehoiachin 37 years in a Babylonian cell, Zedekiah blinded at Riblah after watching his sons die. And under the throne of every one of them, the small human stories, the queens no one loved and the queens everyone feared, the princes who never inherited, the wet nurses and the scribes and the captains of 50 and the peasants plowing their fields between the campaigns of empires. An enormous gallery of faces, all of them dust now, all of them, like every generation before and after them, having walked their lives not knowing how their stories would end, each of them having believed, in some private and probably incoherent way, that the thing he was doing would matter, would last, would work, and none of their kingdoms lasted. But the story about them, paradoxically, lasted. The kingdoms fell. The story they inhabited did not. A great chronicler writing much later, a quiet and learned man compiling the history of his people at a desk somewhere in the Persian or early Greek period, summed up what he was doing with an image that has carried. The Lord God of their fathers, he wrote of the last generation of kings, sent to them by his messengers, rising up betimes and sending because he had compassion on his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked the messengers of God, and despised his words, and misused his prophets, until the wrath of the Lord arose against his people, till there was no remedy, till there was no remedy. A phrase as stark as any in the old literature. And yet even that chronicler, writing from the far side of the disaster, ended his long dark book with a decree of Cyrus and a permission to go home. The story did not close. It could not close, because the story was about a God who did not close his stories, who kept opening new chapters into what had seemed to be endings, who walked out of the burned Temple of Solomon and walked into the canal-side villages of Tel Aviv and walked back through a dusty caravan road to a broken wall and an empty foundation stone and a people weeping and laughing at the same time. And that is what the kings of Israel and Judah left behind, not their kingdoms, which went into the same grave as the empires around them. Assyria and Babylon and Persia and Greece and Rome, all having come and gone through the same earth, not their palaces, which were quarried for other palaces by later peoples who did not remember the names of their builders, not their gold, which was melted and recast and finally lost in the general circulation of precious metal that moved through the ancient world over the centuries. What they left behind was a question, one of the deepest questions any civilization ever asked of itself. What is the nature of legitimate authority, and can it ever reside fully and reliably in the hand of one man? And if not, where then does it reside? And how does a people keep faith with a covenant that transcends every particular ruler who swears to uphold it? That question, asked and answered and asked again across the 5 centuries from Samuel's anointing of Saul to Nehemiah's rebuilding of the walls, would be asked again in every century the world had to come. It would be asked in the small synagogues of the Mediterranean diaspora. It would be asked in the Roman catacombs. It would be asked in the councils of medieval bishops and in the pamphlets of early modern reformers. It would be asked in English civil wars and in American constitutions and in the long modern crises of democracy and tyranny and revolution. Each generation has answered it in its own terms, and each generation has looked back at the long catalogue of kings who failed at it, and has found, sometimes to its surprise, that the old chronicle was not a closed book, but an open mirror. The kings themselves died. They all did. Some in their beds, some on battlefields, some by the assassin's blade, some by the siege, some by disease, some by lions, some by starvation, some by a cliff, some by a window, some by an eagle's daily return to an immortal liver that was not, in the end, quite as immortal as the old stories had said. They went one after another into the tombs that had been prepared for them, or in some cases into no tomb at all. The house of David was buried in the city of David, king after king for centuries, and their tombs, once visible in Jerusalem, were looted and lost and rediscovered and lost again across the ages that followed. Their names survive. Their bones, for the most part, do not. And every year and every century, some child somewhere, opening an old book, reads through the list of them again. The anointings, the wars, the prophets, the queens, the reforms, the reversals, the siege ramps and the broken walls, the scrolls cut with penknives and thrown into winter fires, the boys hidden in temples, the leprous foreheads at the altar of incense, the blood licked from chariots at the pool of Samaria, the dogs in the portion of Jezreel, the chariot of fire going up, the still small voice in the mouth of the cave, the widow with her cruse of oil, the man who had stretched himself on a dead child and brought him warm to his mother, the king who stood on his pillar and read a book to his people and tore his clothes, the prophet lowered into a pit with old rags under his armpits, the blind king in his Babylonian cell who could still see in his mind the last thing he had been shown on earth. And the child closes the book and goes out into the world the child lives in, and carries with her or him some portion of the question those kings left behind into a future those kings could not have imagined, which is, perhaps, what any story finally is. Not a monument, because monuments crumble. Not a record, because records are forgotten. But a question handed on, from the old dead to the young living, about what it means to be a people under the gaze of something greater than any one of them, and how the faithful are to live when the faithless hold power, and when even the faithful cannot hold power for long without being corrupted by it, and how the long line of failures read together might at last point the way to the single figure who would not fail. That question, which is what the whole chronicle has finally been about, is the inheritance. It is what the kings left behind. And it has as yet no last chapter, because every reader of the chronicle adds a chapter, which is perhaps the reason the chronicle, though its last page has long since been written, has never quite closed. And perhaps the reason it will never quite close. For as long as anyone still reads about kings, and still wonders about thrones, and still lifts his eyes to the hills from which his help comes, and still waits, in whatever particular way his tradition has taught him to wait, for a kingship that will come, and, this time at last, stay.